Now, with 5 other children already in the household, resources, including patience, were already stretched to the limit. Who knows what was going on in the mind of the lonely little girl who was still trying to make sense of her heroic daddy's death. It's agonizing to think of how frightened she must have been to lose him and to learn that now she had to live with adults she so feared that short visits gave her nightmares. By September of 1994, Elisa's last place of refuge was taken from her. Her mother removed her from Montessori and enrolled her in a public school. Soon, officials there reported to the deputy director of CWA in Manhattan that Elisa frequently came to school bruised and appeared to walk with difficulty. They were reportedly told there was insufficient evidence for the agency to act on the complaints eventually. Even Lopez's allies at Project Chance feared the worst. According to Time, Bart O'Connor, who runs Project Chance, contacted Elisa's CWA caseworker and was told he was too busy to go check it out. But over time, O'Connor, too, lost contact with the family, who avoided him and anyone else who would try to take the child away. The day before Thanksgiving, November 22, 1995, Alda delivered her last, fatal beating to the child. The New York Times quoted Elisa's aunt, who had a terrible phone conversation with Alda that night. Lopez told her sister the girl wasn't eating or drinking, hadn't gone to the bathroom, and was, like retarded on the bed. The next day, Lopez called a neighbor for help, who discovered the child was dead. Even then, her mother's behavior was erratic. At first she refused to call police, then ran to the roof of the apartment, threatening to jump. One NYPD lieutenant called Elisa's death the worst child abuse case he'd ever seen. Her mother confessed to slamming the child into a concrete wall, forcing her to eat her own excrement, mopping the floor with the girl's head. Police investigators reported there was no part of Elisa's body not beaten, bruised, or otherwise injured. She had been sexually violated repeatedly with a hairbrush and toothbrush. Neighbors, many of whom say they tried to contact child protection authorities, confirmed that Elisa's mother had gone back to drugs, once trying to sell a tricycle to raise money for more crack. They said they could hear the little girl pleading for her mother to stop, but her mother believed the child's father had put a spell on the girl that she had to beat out of her. Child Welfare Administration files in New York City are confidential, so there's no way of knowing how many times people tried to save Elisa, or just how or where the system broke down, though God knows it did. In many ways, however, the bureaucracy is an easy target. Investigating child abuse can be a thankless, depressing, and often dangerous job. While the number of reported child abuse cases is rising 25% in the 5-year period between 1988 and 1993 according to reliable figures, budget cuts keep bringing down the number of caseworkers to watch over those kids. Children need all our protection more than ever. If you suspect a child is living in a situation that is abusive, negligent, or dangerous to the welfare of that child, call someone. And keep calling until you find one who's ready to help. If anything ever happened to your child and you couldn't be there, you'd want someone else to make the call. If you're afraid of personal repercussions, call any one of the anonymous tip lines available to report suspected abuse. In one way or another, we've got to fight back. In an article written for Parade magazine, Prince Michael sadly observed that in little Elisa's case, as fearful as they were of her mother, he and others trusted the laws to protect the girl. Many times, they can, if someone alerts authorities that a law's been broken. There is a lot of information on these subjects, as well as tips on how to safeguard your children when they're on the internet, how to protect them from family abduction, and just about every other area of child protection from crime and/or victimization, all available from the NCMEC. Much is also available on the internet at http://www.missingkids.org, or you can contact them using the toll-free number, 1-800-THE-LOST. The good people at NCMEC keep the pictures on the wall, and keep circulating computer-enhanced photos by mail and internet and any other means available, to remind all children that if anything ever happens to them, someone will look for them. They care enough to let innocent little strangers know that they'll look forever if that's how long it takes to find them and make them safe. The children in your life should know how important it is to you that they be safe and happy, too. As simplistic as it may sound, the words "I love you" and "I'm proud of you" can help insulate your children from a host of evils, from child molesters to peers who might offer them drugs or alcohol. Their confidence and self-esteem, together with our involvement and commitment, can go a long way toward fighting back. Through the courtesy of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and the Adam Walsh Children's Fund, we are reprinting several key guides to child safety. We should all be very grateful to the people who devoted the time and energy to develop them and try to protect all our children. My 8 rules for safety. 1. Before I go anywhere, I always check first with my parents or the person in charge. I tell them where I am going, how I will get there, who will be going with me, and when I'll be back. 2. I check first for permission from my parents before getting into a car or leaving with anyone, even someone I know. I check first before accepting money, gifts, or drugs without my parents' knowledge. 3. It is safer for me to be with other people when going places or playing outside. 1. Always use the buddy system. 4. I say no if someone tries to touch me in ways that make me feel frightened, or uncomfortable, or confused. Then I go and tell a grown-up I trust what happened. 5. I know it is not my fault if someone touches me in a way that is not 0k. I don't have to keep secrets about those touches. 6. I trust my feelings and talk to grown-ups about problems that are too big for me to handle on my own. A lot of people care about me and will listen and believe me. I am not alone. 7. It is never too late to ask for help. I can keep asking until I get the help I need. 8. I am a special person, and I deserve to feel safe. My rules are to check first. Use the buddy system. Say no, then go and tell. Listen to my feelings, and talk with grown-ups. 1. Trust about my problems and concerns. What you can do to prevent child abduction and exploitation. Know where your children are at all times. Be familiar with their friends and daily activities. Be sensitive to changes in your children's behavior. They are a signal that you should sit down and talk to your children about what caused the changes. Be alert to a teenager or adult who is paying an unusual amount of attention to your children or giving them inappropriate or expensive gifts. Teach your children to trust their own feelings, and assure them that they have the right to say no to what they sense is wrong. Listen carefully to your children's fears, and be supportive in all your discussions with them. Teach your children that no one should approach them or touch them in a way that makes them feel uncomfortable. If someone does, they should tell you immediately. Be careful about babysitters and any other individuals who have custody of your children. Detecting sexual exploitation. Sexual exploitation should not be confused with physical contacts that are expressions of affection. A warm and healthy relationship can exist if adults respect the child and place reasonable limits on their physical interaction. Child molestation is often a repeat crime. Many kids are victimized a number of times. The reality of sexual exploitation is that often the child is very confused, uncomfortable, and unwilling to talk about the experience with parents, teachers, or anyone else. But they will talk if you have already established an atmosphere of trust and support in your home, where your child will feel free to talk without fear of accusation, blame, or guilt. Parents should be all in to the indicators of sexual abuse, changes in behavior, extreme mood swings, withdrawal, fearfulness, or excessive crymg. Bedwetting, nightmares, fear of going to bed, or other sleep disturbances. Acting out inappropriate sexual activity or showing an unusual interest in sexual matters. A sudden acting out of feelings or aggressive or rebellious behavior. Regression to infantile behavior. A fear of certain places, people, or activities, especially being alone with certain people. Children should not be forced to give affection to an adult or teenager if they do not want to. A desire to avoid this may indicate a problem. Pain, itching, bleeding, fluid, or rawness in the private areas. Basic rules of safety for children. As soon as your children can articulate a sentence, they can begin the process of learning how to protect themselves against seduction and exploitation. Children should be taught, if you are in a public place, and you get separated from your parents, don't wander around looking for them. Go to a checkout counter, the security office, or the lost and found and quickly tell the person in charge that you have lost your mom and dad and need help in finding them. You should not get into a car or go anywhere with any person unless your parents have told you that it is okay. If someone follows you on foot or in a car, stay away from him or her. You don't need to go near the car to talk to the people inside. Grown-ups and other older people who need help should not be asking children for help, they should be asking older people. No one should be asking you for directions or to look for a lost puppy or telling you that your mother or father is in trouble and that he will take you to them. If someone tries to take you somewhere, quickly get away from him, or her, and yell or scream, "This man is trying to take me away," or "This person is not my father or mother." You should to use the buddy system and never go places alone. Chapter 7. Sue Blue. As soon as he saw her for the first time, John Albert Collins knew that Gertrude Martinus was the girl for him. It was May of 1956 at the White Cannon Inn in East Rockaway, Long Island. Gertrude, or Trudy as she was called, was there for a young Republican club dance. Jack Collins and his buddy Ron White were sitting in the cocktail lounge, celebrating having recently gotten out of the Navy. They were savoring a pair of frosty Heinekens when Trudy passed through on her way to the ladies' room. Jack's friend recognized her and called out to say hello. Then he introduced her to Jack. Right then and there, as our eyes met, Jack said, "I saw straight into her soul, and I was utterly and profoundly in love." Trudy wasn't so sure, at least not so quickly. She was with a date that evening who would not be at all appreciative of this other man's attention. But Jack persisted. He got her phone number from Ron. He called a week later and asked her out. She agreed. During this first date, he asked her to marry him. Her parents were understandably wary about this fast-lane approach from a young man whose current summertime employment was as a general laborer, occasionally working the garbage detail, for the Department of Public Works in the town of Lynbrook, Long Island. Never mind that he was awaiting autumn entry into Columbia University's Graduate School of English Literature. Still, Thomas Martinus, a bank examiner, a whole lot of room to talk. He had asked Mamie Johanna Holtz to marry him on the third day after they'd met. So by that standard, Jack Collins was something of a slowpoke. When Trudy's dad died in June of 1994, he and Mamie had been married for 68 years. For whatever combination of reasons, personal confidence, or divine plan, Jack and Trudy Collins each knew what they wanted. They were engaged that August and married in December of 1956. Ironically, Trudy's parents had constantly warned her as a child, "Always do your very best, or you'll end up marrying a garbage man." After a semester at Columbia, Jack decided a PhD in English might not be the fastest route to providing the kind of life he wanted Trudy to enjoy. She had a very good job as a legal secretary for Caltex, the California-Texas oil company, and it was an insult to his sense of 1950s manhood to think of a woman having to support him. So he quit grad school and got a job in the purchasing department of M.W. Kellogg, a major international engineering and construction company. After a year, he had been promoted to buyer and had enrolled in night law school at NYU. As he got to know his son-in-law, Tom Martinus's continuing concern was that since Jack was Catholic, he'd keep Trudy pregnant all the time, spending her life tending an army of kids. Yet after 7 years of marriage, Jack and Trudy were still childless. By this time Jack had graduated from law school, and had decided his career ambitions lay more in diplomacy than in either business or law. He sat for and passed the notoriously challenging U.S. Foreign Service examination, and with Trudy at his side, was sworn in as a Foreign Service officer on January 2, 1962, in the State Department's diplomatic reception room. Now living just outside of Washington, D.C., they contacted Catholic Charities of Northern Virginia to try to adopt a child. But since Jack was Catholic and Trudy was Episcopalian, they were considered a mixed marriage and told theirs would not be considered a suitable situation for adoption. The Episcopal Church agency told them the same thing. But their passion to be parents had not diminished. In August 1963, Jack was serving as vice consul at the U.S. Consulate General in Aleppo, Syria, responsible for consular and commercial affairs. He had heard of an orphanage called the Creche in Beirut, the capital of neighboring Lebanon, from which it might be easier to adopt a child. As it turned out, because Jack's professional responsibilities kept him in Aleppo, Trudy was able to travel there first. The creche was run by the Sisters of Charity, a French religious order. She was escorted into a room of about 30 cribs containing children ranging in age from birth to about 6 months. Just at this time, however, there was an attempted coup in Syria, and the borders closed and telephone lines were down. Being a resourceful diplomatic wife, Trudy waited until the crisis passed, then as soon as she could get a telephone line, she called Jack in Syria and said, "I think we've found a child." But she didn't want to tell Jack anything about her selection. So as soon as the borders reopened, Jack eagerly undertook the 300-mile journey, driving south to Homs, west to the Mediterranean coast, and then south again to Beirut. He met up with Trudy there, and together they went to the orphanage. Trudy and the orphanage director took Jack into the same room and let him go from crib to crib, getting acquainted with each child. When he had finished the procedure, he told Trudy which child he had selected. "I think it was the eyes," says Jack. It was the same choice as hers, a beautiful little dark-haired, dark-eyed 6-month-old boy. The director told them they could take the child with them for the next few days while the nuns completed the paperwork. By August 25th, the little boy was theirs. The nuns had called him Robin Roger Rabba. Jack and Trudy wanted to name him Thomas after Trudy's father, but soberly decided that he would inevitably be called Tom Collins, a nickname no child should be saddled with, so they agreed on Stephen Thomas Collins. They returned to the States when Stephen was a year and a half old, and had him naturalized on November 9, 1964, at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan, amidst a crowd of new American citizens from all over the world. When the time came for him to swear his allegiance to his new country, Trudy raised the baby's right hand for him. A month later the three of them flew to Sweden for Jack's next assignment, with the U.S. Embassy in Stockholm, and this time little Stephen traveled on an American diplomatic passport. In Stockholm, Jack served as deputy scientific attaché. Once they were settled in Sweden, he and Trudy started thinking about another child. They contacted the orphanage in Beirut and asked if they could adopt a little girl this time. But for a combination of reasons, no female children in the age range they were looking for were available, so they kept in touch, hoping the situation would change. When they returned to the United States in late 1966 and settled in an apartment in Alexandria, Virginia, they still hadn't been able to adopt another child. Around March of 1967, Jack was attending Mass one Sunday at Blessed Sacrament Parish when he noticed in the church bulletin an item announcing that Catholic Charities had changed its policy on adoption and now only required that one parent be Catholic. When he got home, he excitedly told Trudy the news, and the next day they put in their application. An elaborate round of interviews and home visits followed, during which the Collinses sensed their raising of Stephen, now a toddler, was being scrutinized in exhaustive detail. Finally, by summer, they got a call from the agency saying they had a female child who might be right for them. She was a year old. Her christening name was Regina Celeste, which the adoption officials told them meant Heavenly Queen, but everyone called her Gina. When Jack and Trudy saw her for the first time, they thought she was, in Trudy's words, just as sweet as she could be. But, they also had to admit, it was not really her best day. She had a bad cold, her nose was running constantly, and she wouldn't stop crying. Also, her right foot had been turned in since she was born, and she had to sleep each night with a spreader bar that looked like a medieval prison device attached to each ankle to keep her lower legs apart. In spite of that, she was absolutely adorable, with beautiful blonde hair and luminous, almost opaque skin. Within another 6 or 8 months they were able to dispense with the leg brace, though she had to wear corrective shoes until she was 5. The foot problem must have made a deep impression, though, because as she grew up, she constantly pushed herself at athletics and sports, particularly the sports that involved running. Her beauty belied her personal history, which was a woeful one. In the year she'd been alive, she'd already been through at least 3 foster homes. Her birth mother had been young and unwed and had given her up in the hopes of finding a better life for her. She was initially settled with a military family, but when they'd gotten orders to relocate, that foster home placement fell through. The agency became unhappy with the next family she went with, having some concern that she was being mistreated, so they took her back. She had just returned from a 3rd foster home when Jack and Trudy saw her and fell in love with her. They decided to call her Suzanne Marie, the middle name in honor of Trudy's mother, Mamie. To make sure Stephen didn't feel slighted, they reaffirmed to him that they'd also specifically picked him out to be theirs and how special he was to them, and that now he would have a sister who would be special, too. They took Stephen with them when they went to pick up Suzanne and bring her home. We went in hoping for the ideal situation, Jack recalls, where we'd see our little girl again and she'd run right up to me or Trudy. Instead, we both walked over and she backed away and started crying. We took another step and she backed up another step and cried harder. And then Stephen started walking toward her and she hobbled over and put her arms around him. I think they bonded that minute. Trudy adds, with what she'd been through, she was so afraid of big people, I think she was glad to see someone her own size. As they walked out to the car with Suzanne, she was still sniffling and sobbing, about to be taken away by yet another family. But then Stephen put his arms around her and said, "It's all right, Suzanne. Don't cry. You're our family and we're your family." She stopped crying. In the car, they heard more sniffling. Then they heard Stephen whisper to her and she stopped. This happened several times on the way home, and each time Stephen would whisper to her and she stopped. They never knew what he said, but at that point Trudy turned to Jack and said, "Stephen's in charge." And when they got home, he was the one who showed her her room and her bed. He was the one who told her what to do. Suzanne looked up to Stephen as her leader and worshipped him from then on. For about a month after they got her home, Suzanne did anything they asked her to, with no argument and no balking. It was delightful for a while, then Trudy became concerned. I thought, there's something wrong with this child. She's not normal. She's too obedient. It suddenly dawned on us that with her background, she wasn't sure if she was going to stay. Stephen talked to her a lot, and once she became convinced in her own mind, okay, this is forever, she became a normal child. What Trudy began seeing in her daughter were attributes that would really never change all through Suzanne's growing up years. She was a blonde-haired, blue-green-eyed beauty, utterly charming and always going off in many directions at once. A true Gemini, says Trudy. She showed her spunk and adaptability in various ways. Since she'd been a baby, she was hardly ever without her security pacifier. Jack thinks the habit was probably started in one of her foster homes. When she was a little less than 2, the Collinses were driving to Bethany Beach, Delaware, for a brief vacation. She must have managed to roll down the rear window and then suddenly they heard Stephen call out, "Mommy! Daddy!" Suzanne's lost her plug. We've got to get it back, Trudy thought, but Jack said, I can't stop here. Suzanne said she thought she could get along without it. Impressed, Trudy said, Suzanne, you've just grown up. Now you're a big girl and you don't need that. Jack adds, and she didn't. She never needed the pacifier again. For Suzanne, everything in life was so exciting, she wanted to do it all at once. And whatever it was she had her sights fixed on, no amount of advice or threat of punishment could deter her. Every day of her life since she was a very little girl, Suzanne Marie Collins had her own agenda. That remained constant. Another constant was her unwavering love of her big brother. Even when the 4-year-old Stephen started to rethink the benefits of sharing mom and dad. With a baby sister and sometimes balked at sharing his toys and playing with her, she continued adoring him. The two children were very different. The intense and darkly handsome little boy with the penetrating eyes and his blonde and cuddly, doll-like sister. Stephen was hyperactive, always fussing, wanting to control something or have his own way. Suzanne was more laid back, sweet, and alluring, just happy to be alive and in a stable, loving environment. Suzanne wanted her way, too, but she seemed to know instinctively how to go around corners to get it rather than taking a direct approach. Or, as Stephen recently put it, he was much more frenetic and intense like his mother, and she was much calmer and more laid back like her father. And her father was absolutely smitten with her. Early on, it became clear that Suzanne's favorite color was blue. Jack started calling her Blue Belle after he noticed this. In certain light, he thought, her eyes were the same color as the sky. Sometimes, he shortened it simply to Belle. Trudy called her Sue Blue. Suzanne loved all of the nicknames. The serious-minded Stephen continued calling her Suzanne. Right from the beginning she showed her curious, independent streak. She had learned how to rock her crib to get it to move and managed to move it over to the bookcase where Jack kept his legal books, and, on more than one occasion, climbed onto it. During a family trip to Chicago when she was 3, she wandered off because she saw a set of swings in the distance and thought she could master them. When the terrified Trudy caught up with her, she was playing with about 5 other children. She just never looked back, said Trudy. She was fearless. I'm not sure Stephen was any better behaved than she was, he just had more reasonable fears which kept him from getting into trouble. When Stephen was in elementary school and Suzanne was a 5-year-old in preschool, the family moved to Salonika, in northern Greece. It was a big adventure for both kids. Stephen had some residual memory of Sweden, but this was something completely new and exciting for Suzanne. Before Jack assumed his posting as political officer at the American Consulate General in Salonika, there was a week of briefings at the embassy in Athens, during which the family was put up at the elegant King's Palace Hotel. After an initial nap to overcome the effects of the 9-hour plane ride, it was time for what Jack and Trudy always referred to as TFH, the teeth, face, and hands ritual. Suzanne was sent into the bathroom first. After what seemed like quite a while, Trudy called in, Suzanne, are you okay? Oh yes, Mommy, the child declared. I hear the water running. Aren't you finished yet? Oh yes, she replied. I finished my teeth, then would you open the door, please? Suzanne had discovered that the cap from an American toothpaste tube fit just perfectly in the Greek sink drain. And once she had the basin filled, she could watch the water cascade over the edge and onto the floor, a rather spectacular show. They then went to dinner at the hotel's rooftop terrace restaurant, which offered a beautiful view of the floodlit Acropolis. Jack surveyed the menu and translated it into English for the kids, who both responded with disbelief. What? They don't have hamburgers. A short while later, the lights on the terrace suddenly go off. Waiters with trays start crashing into each other. Fearing the worst, Trudy says, "Suzanne, do you have something in your hand?" She replied, "Yes, Mommy." "Vold you hand it to me, please." Sure enough, it was the plug for the lights. She'd just wondered what it was for, Trudy explained. Unfortunately, their waiter just happened to be the man who had been sent in to unplug the sink in their FLCH-DED bathroom. Their room was on the 4th floor of the hotel. The next day Trudy heard Stephen say, "Mom, she did it again," and looked up to see Suzanne climbing onto the railing of the balcony. She just had no fear. 4 days later, as they were about to leave the hotel, they stopped in for one final lunch. In the downstairs dining room, Trudy recalled. It seemed safer. We'd just finished eating and I'm looking at Suzanne and she's got a glass in her mouth. It was a stemmed wine glass and I guess it was new to her. And I said, "Suzanne, are you drinking or are you just playing with that glass? Why don't you put your glass down if you're not drinking?" So she does, and there's this huge piece missing. I said, "Suzanne, don't say a word. Not if you have something in your mouth that isn't food." She nodded. I said, "Gently open your mouth and put it in my hand." Thank God she'd bitten it off in one piece and wasn't bleeding. I said, "Suzanne, why did you do that?" She said, "We don't have glasses like that back home." I wanted to see how it tasted. So we tiptoed out of the hotel and never looked back. Stephen remembers that Suzanne was always a very happy child. She had a really shiny personality. She was always in a good mood. Because of my father's work, my parents always did a lot of entertaining and Suzanne was invariably the star of the show. She loved the attention. There wasn't anyone who didn't like her. By the physical evidence, this continued to be true. Jack and Trudy have at least 10 or 12 thick photo albums chronicling their children's growing up years. There is scarcely a picture of Suzanne anywhere without a radiant smile. She found it easy to make friends. Trudy enrolled her in a brownie troupe, which she loved. She wanted to wear her uniform all the time and couldn't understand why it was reserved for meetings. Whatever took hold of Suzanne's imagination came easily to her, whatever didn't interest her was like pulling teeth, and that included her studies. When the family was transferred from Salonika to Athens, she and Stephen went to the Ursuline school. In September or October of their second year there, one of the nuns sent a report home saying that Suzanne couldn't seem to master the multiplication tables. So when he got home from work that night, Jack said to her, "You're a smart girl. Why are you having trouble?" She replied, "Well, I think my brain rotted over the summer." Jack said, "Could I hear that again?" She repeated her analysis of the problem. So he told her, "We're going to play a game together. We're going to make fun out of the times tables." So I just kept drilling her. Whenever I saw her I'd say, 8 times 2, or 9 times 6, and it became a challenge to her to come up with the right answer. I think it drove Trudy a little mad, but she learned her tables and had fun with it. You always had to challenge her. Despite Suzanne's lack of interest in school, languages came easily to both children. While English was the first language Stephen learned to speak, from his infancy in Lebanon and Syria he understood a good deal of both Arabic and French. He maintained the French, studied it in college and speaks it fluently. Both children took Greek in school and the teachers remarked how quickly and accurately Suzanne had picked up the proper accent and intonation, even better than Stephen had done. By the time they left Greece, Stephen was 13 and Suzanne was 10. Actually, Jack was glad to be going home. The final 2 years of his mission in Greece had coincided with a period of Greek political upheaval, the Cyprus crisis and its aftermath. Several Americans had been killed and he didn't like the trend he was seeing. He was concerned that something could happen where he wouldn't be able to protect his family and he didn't like that lack of control. From Greece, the Collinses moved to Madison, Wisconsin, in 1976 as part of a new State Department program in which Foreign Service officers were to learn about government below the federal level so they would be better equipped to explain our grassroots system overseas. Jack was initially assigned to the governor's office, and then moved on to become special assistant to the director of the Department of Health and Social Services. He and Trudy both considered themselves conservative and traditional and were wary of what they saw all around them in this liberal college town. They were particularly concerned about the attitudes their kids would pick up in school. But Madison was beautiful and charming, they made good friends and so did the children. As soon as Suzanne experienced her first McDonald's, she decided that American life was okay. And being a pretty blue-eyed blonde, she fit in right away with the indigenous Swedish and German stock. She looked as if she had come right off one of the local dairy farms. Stephen, on the other hand, had the opposite experience, a Middle Easterner in Middle America. His classmates thought he was Mexican and tormented him unmercifully, though Stephen took it stoically. Actually, he was in high before he confided to his parents how he'd been treated in Wisconsin, and both of them felt very guilty for not having recognized the problem and dealt with it. But as a result, Stephen felt he had to excel in school to prove himself, and he wasn't a student from then on. He even joined the school football squad, although he was short and stocky and was regularly pummeled by blonde giants all around him. Perhaps as a latent result of his first months of life as a foundling in a Lebanese orphanage, Stephen went through life with the attitude that everything has to be earned and fought for. The next stop on the Odyssey was Springfield, Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C., when Jack transferred back to State Department headquarters. Suzanne was 12 and Stephen 15, and if the two of them ever felt as though they had an actual home base, an actual place to be from, it was to be Springfield. Jeff Freeman met Steve Collins the summer before they both started 10th grade, and they quickly became best friends. And he soon became close with Suzanne, whom he remembers at the time as being a cute little tomboy who always wanted to hang around her big brother and his friends. He also remembers that while Steve might have found this annoying or bothersome from time to time the way older siblings inevitably do, he was always tactful and tried extraordinarily hard to include her and make her feel welcome. While Stephen continued to do well at Robin E. Lee High School, Suzanne wasn't lighting any academic fires at Francis Scott Key Intermediate. In repeated meetings with the parents, teachers, and counselors told them they were being too strict, that both children, but particularly Suzanne, needed a more unstructured life. Jack and Trudy felt that with her inability or unwillingness to concentrate on her studies, less structure was exactly what she did not need. They felt confused and bewildered, as if all the traditional standards and rules had mysteriously changed or evaporated while they were overseas. For example, to Suzanne it always seemed a telling point in a parental argument or discussion that, the other kids in school are doing it, whatever it happened to be, wearing makeup, going to the mall alone, staying out late. The reasoning didn't seem very compelling to Trudy, and that was where the conflict lay. Trudy would do whatever she thought was ultimately best for her children, whether her action turned out to be popular or not. Suzanne would continue to do whatever she set out to do, merely factoring in the discipline or punishment as a price to be paid. There was the time when Suzanne wanted to sleep over at the house of a girlfriend whose mother had a live-in boyfriend, an absolute taboo as far as Jack and Trudy were concerned. She had some real problems with that, Trudy remembers. Trudy also didn't want her daughter wearing makeup to junior high school, despite the fact that many of the other girls were doing it. Jeff Freeman now owns his own home construction and remodeling business. He did a lot of renovation work on the Collinses' house in Springfield before they sold it in 1994. While he was working on a heating vent in the basement, he noticed a small package, all wrapped up. He pulled it out and opened it and found a stash of makeup, lipstick, and eyeliner. He wrapped it back up and replaced it where he'd found it, but then called Stephen and described it. "I'll bet that was Suzanne's," Steve said, recalling that she often went to great and creative lengths to get around her mother's bans. The traditional and proper Trudy didn't approve of wearing jeans to school, so Suzanne would sometimes leave the house for school and change into jeans in the bushes. Actually, Steve says, looking back on this period of their lives, Suzanne was twice as good as I was. I was going out drinking sometimes 3 or 4 nights a week. She just didn't mask it as well as I did. I was getting good grades, and it's easy to mask a lot of things when your grades are good. Suzanne wasn't getting good grades, so she was always under the microscope. They worried more about the decisions she made than mine. I always looked like I was well adjusted, whereas she couldn't follow the most basic instructions, so she could do something totally dumb. Jack wasn't as worried about Suzanne's behavior as Trudy was, although he admits that since he was out of town a good deal, she bore the brunt of the monitoring and disciplining. Like Stephen, a fan of Jack wished that if his daughter was going to be sneaky about what she wanted to do, that at least she could pull it off so he wouldn't have to know. "I really didn't think we had a major problem," said Jack, but as parents, you want everything to be as perfect as possible, and when you see something that isn't, you want to do something about it. Maybe it was a test of wills. She was saying, I'm growing up now. I'm feeling my oats. I want to stand on my own 2 feet. So that's what it became, back and forth. She just dug her heels in. She wouldn't give in and we wouldn't give in. Sue often said, I want to be mistress of my fate, Trudy remembers. I want to decide what I'm going to do. And I would answer, Vivel, there are certain areas where you can't do that yet. You're underage and we're your parents. Then she would say, but I know what's good for me. I would say, well, that's debatable. And besides, we're in charge. She'd always be saying, Steve gets to stay out this late, why can't I? Jeff observed. Trudy said, she'd be due home at a certain time and she wouldn't come home and she wouldn't call. So when she did finally come home, the riot act was read. We'd say, we told you, so next time we're going to take an hour off. But of course, that didn't matter. She went out and stayed out late anyway. Both Steve and Jeff Freeman remember Suzanne frequently being grounded or on restriction for some infraction or other. She was always getting busted, Steve remembers. It got to the point where there was nothing more they could take away from her. They set times for her to do her homework and stood over her until she did it. They loved her so much they wanted things to be perfect for her. But all in all, I think her personality was a lot healthier than mine. I always had to do something 100%. Suzanne had much more of a devil-may-care attitude about things. Whether she intended to or not, Suzanne had a knack for pushing all the right buttons with her parents, both positively and negatively. Trudy took pride in the clothes she bought for her daughter and hated it when Suzanne would continually borrow from and swap with the other girls. I'd be doing the wash and I'd say to her, where did this come from? Oh, that's Sarah Jane's, she'd say. And I'd say, haven't we been over this before? You will not wear other people's clothing. You will not let other people wear your clothing. Well, she didn't mind me a bit. She'd just say, everybody does it, Mom. Do you know how tired I got of hearing that? But nothing deterred her. She'd just keep on doing it. But she also knew how to use her charm and naturally affectionate personality. She was always putting her arms around people. Trudy says, she'd hug me and say, I'm so sorry, Mom. I used to tease her and say, don't to get around me by giving me a hug. Hugs don't count when you're not doing what I asked you to do. She'd say, they don't count for anything. And then, of course, I'd have to relent and say, well, they count for something. One basis of the conflict with her parents were her grades in school. The Collinses' expectations for both of their children was for them always to meet their potential, Jeff observed. Steve delivered straight A's and Suzanne delivered CS. Other than science class, academics just didn't turn her on. Says Steven, she just wasn't academically challenged in high school. She found all the other aspects of high school tremendously engaging. She was elected to student council each year and ran all the school dances. Through the church, she regularly did volunteer work with retarded children and young adults. Trudy recalls one church social Suzanne helped organize for these disabled young people. Some of these boys were probably 26, but the doctors said that their intellectual and emotional level was about 7. And Sue told me, I would make them get up and dance. She said that seemed to please them and she said it worked out so well. And she said, I don't understand why people are afraid of them. You can make their day a little nicer, that's the important thing. I remember I said to her, well, I admire you, Suzanne. I'd probably be hesitant. I'd be afraid of the reaction I'd get. She said, well, there's nothing sexual about it. Mom, it's nothing like that. They just want someone to care about them and treat them nicely, and I enjoy doing that. She also loved being around and working with the elderly and had a special relationship with Trudy's parents. She seemed to take great pleasure and satisfaction from giving advice and affecting the lives around her. Suzanne was the school's primary advisor to the lovelorn and was continually getting caught passing notes in class advising her friends on their relationships. Much of this incriminating evidence would end up being sent home to Trudy with letters from the teachers saying, instead of her classwork, this is what Suzanne was doing today. One teacher commented, if school could be just social arrangements, Suzanne would get all A's. Her room reflected her expansive personality. She had the largest bedroom in the house and filled it with dolls and stuffed animals. After she filled the shelves, she started on the windowsills. Wherever in the world Jack would travel, he'd bring something back for her. But, as Trudy noted, it was an effort for her to stop long enough to hang something up or find a proper place for it, so it would just get shoved in the corner and then she'd close the door and nobody else got to see it. She had also grown from a cute and tomboyish little girl into a gorgeous young woman. Very, very pretty, the top 1%, in her proud brother's opinion. The opinion was borne out by others. Jeff says, she blossomed in 10th grade, which gave her renewed self-confidence. I thought she was very cute. She did some modeling and possessed an excellent fashion sense. All of this also made Steven even more protective of her. I always wanted to know who it was she was with when she went out on a date, he admits. Before she'd go out, the guys and I would try to get with whoever it was and roast him in kind of a kidding way, but send him away with the right attitude. A lot of people were interested in her and I was just trying to look out for her and help her out. Steven's concerns for his sister were taken quite seriously by anyone approaching her. He was short and stocky, very strong and athletic, and a weightlifter with biceps like tree trunks. In her own way, Suzanne was just as athletic as Steve. And when she matured fast and dramatically. She appeared older than her age and so stopped looking like Steve's kid sister. Even when she was still in junior high, she fit in more with his crowd, and before long they would say to him, "Would Auntie you bring Sue along?" She was very popular. And while there were many aspects of her life which really worried her parents, they always trusted her judgment with boys. On that score, she'd never done anything to alarm them. And besides, they knew Steven was looking out for her. According to the time-honored suburban ritual, Steven got his learner's permit within days of his 16th birthday and his driver's license shortly after that, then bought himself a huge used Pontiac. Jack and Trudy hoped they could hold out driving privileges as an incentive to Suzanne to get her grades up. Every time she'd bring home a report card, I'd say, "Gee, Sue, you know you're still sort of far away from what you want. Shouldn't you be thinking about that?" said Trudy. Other than social organizing, Suzanne's greatest passion in school was sports. She was a hurdler on the high school track team and an outfielder on the women's softball team. With her long legs and tall, slender frame, she was a natural athlete. This was particularly gratifying to a girl who had spent the first year and a half of her life having to sleep in a leg brace. Being the perky beauty she was, she'd been approached about joining the cheerleading squad, but that wasn't for her. MTE thought of her as kind of a semi-jock chick, Jeff Freeman remembers. Suzanne would always prefer to do rather than watch. She'd always rather participate. She became her own person early, he adds. She developed a sense of herself earlier than a lot of kids. And she had to try everything herself. One day in high school, Suzanne and another girl skipped school, obtained a bottle of rum, and proceeded to kill it off between them to see what it would be like. Her next tactical error was showing up for her softball game. Trudy got a call from the school office, "Your daughter is in a questionable state. We think you'd better come pick her up." As soon as Trudy saw her, it was obvious what she'd done. She was blotto. When they got home, Suzanne meekly asked, "Are you mad, Mommy?" "Let's say I'm very disappointed," Trudy replied sternly. "Are you going to punish me?" "No, Suzanne," her mother explained. "Because tomorrow morning you are going to be punished by the good Lord." "What do you mean?" she asked. "You'll see," Trudy said. The next morning, she was so sick, she turned every color of the rainbow, ending up with green. It was terrible, and the hangover lasted for 2 days. I would get her a cold compress and she would say, "Mommy, why are you being so nice to me?" I felt so badly for her. When she finally came out of it, she just said, "I don't like feeling like that." I said, "I'm very glad to hear that." The house in Springfield became a focal point for Steve and Suzanne's social circle. Perhaps it was because Suzanne was such an organizer, perhaps it was because Jack and Trudy always welcomed their children's friends and talked to them as intelligent adults. Often, Steve says, there were 10 or 12 guys there at one time. Also, there were often friends staying with them. To this day, Suzanne's and Steven's friends continue to visit Jack and Trudy, and often spend the night whenever they're in town. When she was in high school, Suzanne commented to her mother that there was a girl in her class named Gina, and that she really liked the name. Trudy told her how interesting that was, since Gina had been her original name. Suzanne asked, "Do you think it would be possible for me to find out who my birth mother was?" "I think now because of laws like the Freedom of Information Act, you probably could," Trudy said. "If it's important to you and you'd like us to, we'll help you find out." Well, let me think about it, Suzanne said, but she never pursued the matter. They then asked Stephen if he wanted help learning about his own origins. "Why should I want to know who my original parents were?" he said. "I'm happy with you." Suzanne was a high school sophomore when Stephen left home for college at the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, continuing as the academic star he had been in high school. He intended to major in fine art. By the end of his first year, he decided he was more interested in commercial and then fine art, so he decided to transfer to Virginia Commonwealth University in Richmond, whose program was more heavily oriented toward commercial art. Jack thought this was a terrible idea, moving away from such a challenging and nationally prestigious university, but felt it was Stephen's decision to make. He became more actively involved when Steve went down to Texas over the Christmas break to visit a friend, and then announced he had decided to stay there, drop out of school, and look for a job in the oil and gas industry. Jack told him, "You're making a bad judgment and you're going to be on your own if you do that. We will not bail you out." Suzanne became extremely upset that Jack and Trudy seemed to be abandoning and throwing out her beloved brother. "No, Suzanne, I'm not throwing him out," Jack replied. "It's his choice. If he stays in college, we'll do whatever we can to help and support him. But he's making a bad choice and I can't encourage him or support it." They were never sure whether Suzanne approved of Stephen's move or not, but regardless of how she felt and regardless of the conflicts she herself had had with her parents, she couldn't bear the idea of Stephen being estranged from the family. But the bottom had recently fallen out of the oil market and jobs were scarce. And Stephen started to feel subtle pressures from his friend's family. They were concerned that he intended to live in their house forever. In the meantime, though, he'd met a girl who offered to let him live with her. He got a job working in a local supermarket to help support them. He wrote to Suzanne about her, saying she was blonde and pretty and just like his sister. Interestingly, while Stephen stayed in Texas, his Texas friend decided to go to school in the Washington, D.C. area and stayed for a while with the Collinses. At one point, Stephen decided to come home for a visit and announced he was bringing his girlfriend home with him. Upon meeting her, Suzanne quickly decided she was nothing at all like herself. Stephen returned to Texas and got a job in the construction business. Jack and Trudy were beside themselves. "Eventually he called us," says Jack. He'd been in a car accident, his relationship with his girlfriend had ended, somebody had stolen his wallet with his driver's license, he'd fallen off a building, he'd broken his glasses, and he was out of money. He'd about hit rock bottom. Jack had foreign service business he couldn't postpone, so Trudy flew down to Texas alone. "I never thought much about the devil and things like that, but when I got down there and saw what was happening, I thought, the devil lives in Arlington, Texas." All these young people who had run away from home. They were merely existing, their lives were terrible. All these young girls would come over to talk to me, I was their mother figure, and tell me their sad tales, how they went with this man who was married but he loved her so much he was going to leave his wife. And they all believed it. It was very sad. Anyway, I finally said to Stephen, "This is your last chance. This is it. You come back with me or you stay here." And I got him new glasses, we got him a new driver's license, and I just said, "We're not funding any more of this. If you want to come back, you come back now." So he did. He came back home around Christmas of 1983. This time, Jack said Stephen could not stand college right away. "You're going to work for a year and show that you're going to do something with yourself." After that, he was able to get back into the University of Virginia, where he once again excelled in his coursework and then graduated with honors in economics in 1987. Looking back on the experience in Texas, Stephen comments, "I got about 10 years of immaturity out of the way in 2 years." He also admits from this vantage point that his blonde and blue-eyed girlfriend there was nothing like Suzanne. The way Jeff Freeman sees it, Suzanne was an anchor for him. When things were tough with their parents, they bonded even closer with each other. And the older Suzanne got, the more advice Steve got from her. It was really incredible how much he loved her. Suzanne didn't have her brother's academic options. As smart as she was, her grades had never been good enough for UVA, or any other college with any kind of meaningful scholastic standards. And she made it clear she didn't want to go to a local community college or settle for some rinky-dink job, as she put it, she wanted to go somewhere away from home. The decision to join the Marine Corps came as a surprise to everyone. Recruiters from all the services had visited her high school, and one day in March of her senior year she came home and told her parents, "I'd like to join the Marines." Jack doesn't remember ever having heard her mention the military before that. He was trying to figure out how he felt about this, so he said, "Well, gee, Bluebell, I'm really curious. You know how proud I was of being a naval officer, and you've heard all my stories about serving on ships. I can't imagine why you'd want to go in the Marines rather than the Navy." She looked at him squarely and said, "Because, Dad, the Marines are the best. What could I say to that?" Jack recalls. "So I answered, 'Well, you're the best, Suzanne, so that's fine.'" When Stephen found out about her decision, he was as surprised as his parents. "I expected her to go to college. I never thought about her not going to school. But I didn't question her decision. The main thing I remember is that I was very, very proud of her." Jeff Freeman says, "I was surprised. I thought it was a pretty ballsy thing for a woman to do. She said she wanted the challenge, and I had no doubt she'd be successful at it." Jack still had to come fully to terms with it in his own mind. "I'd say to Trudy, is this a good idea? Should we discourage her? And then I thought, well, let's analyze the whole thing. She hasn't studied well enough to get into college. If she didn't go in the Marine Corps, she won't want to continue living at home. She'd want to get an apartment with another girlfriend, get a job. We'd be nervous wrecks worrying about where she was, where she parked the car, was it dark, would she be alone? I thought, at least I know she'll be safe in the Marine Corps. Someone will be watching her and looking out for her all the time." Even after Suzanne committed to the Marines, in some ways Jack could not help being a typical father. When she came downstairs to model her prom dress, very bright red and very short, accentuating her splendid figure, Jack said, "Are you sure there's nothing missing? It was definitely not a dress I would have chosen for her." But every time I made that soft of comment, she'd say something like, "You are going to cut your sideburns, aren't you, Dad?" So we would end up laughing about it. Suzanne graduated from high school on June 4, 1984, and went into the Marines on June 27. She did her basic training at the Marine Corps Recruit Depot, Parris Island, South Carolina. Those of us who did their service in the Air Force, or any branch other than the Marines, know how tough by comparison Marine basic training is. The concept is to break each recruit down and then build him or her up in the Marine mold. Suzanne thrived in basic training, pushing her mind and body to each new challenge. She had her long blonde hair chopped off short and spent all day long drilling in a uniform. All of the discipline she couldn't accept at home, she accepted willingly and enthusiastically in the Corps. The drill instructor seemed to have it in for Suzanne, perhaps because she was so pretty and from an educated, upper-middle-class background. But Suzanne accepted this as part of the challenge. During the 8 weeks of basic training, a number of the women in her platoon washed out, some on the verge of nervous breakdowns. Suzanne knew she needed this kind of structure in her life and loved the sense-off direction it gave her. The letters she wrote home would detail how tough the training was, but never expressed any doubts or reservations. And when they came down to Parris Island for boot camp graduation, Jack and Trudy couldn't have been more proud. She took Jack to the huge rappelling tower and said, "Dad, I did that. Isn't it cool? I did that." She took almost equal pride in demonstrating to her mother that this daughter who could barely get it together to keep her room from being a total wreck could now make a bunk bed so tight that a quarter would bounce off it. When recruits enter basic training, they're given their uniforms and caps. When they graduate, they're given the Marine Eagle, Globe, and Anchor insignia to put on the cap. There is a photograph of Suzanne receiving her insignia from the drill instructor who gave her such a hard time. Suzanne has a beaming grin on her face, as if to say, "You said I couldn't do it and I did it." For her, that was perhaps the proudest moment of all. Before taking up her first temporary duty assignment at Cherry Point, North Carolina, Suzanne came home on leave. Her parents noticed a difference right away, and so did Steve. She was totally confident, utterly sure of herself. When she came back, Steven says, her attitude was, "Hey, this is my life. I'm on my own now. You can make suggestions, but I make the decisions for myself now." She also finally got her driver's license and bought herself a car, a used red Pontiac Firebird that had a tendency to break down. But now she could go where she wanted, when she wanted. Steven drove her down to Cherry Point and they had a lot of time to talk along the way. At the Marine Corps Air Station there, she was assigned to the 2nd Marine Air Wing, a Harrier jet squadron, for 5 weeks of on-the-job training while awaiting the next scheduled stand of avionics technician class. By this time, Suzanne had begun giving serious thought to getting her higher education in the military and trying to become among the first female Marine aviators. The avionics training would be the first step. She set her sights on a fleet appointment to the Naval Academy and began writing letters asking for advice and recommendations. She was convinced that a strong military performance would overshadow her lackluster high school academic record and show she had gained the maturity and leadership capabilities to take on anything the Marine Corps had to offer. Private First Class Suzanne Marie Collins reported to MATS 902 Marine Aviation Training Support Squadron 902 at the Memphis Naval Air Station in Millington, Tennessee, on October 20, 1984, to begin Class A avionics school. As proud as her parents had been of her physical prowess and mental toughness at boot camp, they were even more impressed that she seemed willing and able to take on such technical subject matter as wiring diagrams and circuits and flight theory. Had she had to take that course at Robert E. Lee High School, she would have flunked it, I'm sure of it, says Jack. At Millington, Suzanne was hard to miss, a tall, blonde beauty with a striking figure honed by constant exercise. One of her fellow Marines, James Brunner, wrote, "She had a manner about her that was always so graceful and beautiful. I remember her walking through the mall, turning all the heads, wives nudging husbands and men tripping over themselves. Lord knows, the first time I saw her I walked into a pole." In March of 1985, Suzanne met the person who soon became her best friend, Susan Hand, who had arrived at Millington on March 11. In fact, the similarities between the two women were remarkable. Aside from their first names, they'd bought similar model cars without knowing each other. Both women were tall, blonde, and widely considered to be knockouts. There are photographs in which Trudy can hardly tell them apart, though they didn't go through boot camp together. They both entered basic training from comparable backgrounds that were different from those of just about anyone else around them. Almost everyone else there was either a southern hillbilly or from a military family, Susan explains. Neither one of us knew much about the military going in, so we were viewed as being prissy and stuck up, even though we weren't. Susan was exactly a year and a month older than Suzanne. She was the oldest of 5 children from Lisle, Illinois, and after 2 years of college at Northern Illinois University in DeKalb, her parents couldn't afford to continue her schooling. So Susan went into the military to pay for her education. The Marines were a way out for both of us, a way to get far away from home and be on our own. Like Suzanne, Susan chose the Marines because she perceived they were the best. She was at Millington for air traffic control school and lived downstairs from Suzanne in the same barracks building. Life at Millington was only slightly less Spartan than boot camp. The barracks held 2 to 4 women per room, sleeping in metal rack bunk beds. The floors had to be polished and waxed daily. Suzanne decorated her part of the room with posters of the Chippendales male strippers. Before too long, the pair of Susan and Suzanne became well known throughout the base. "Everyone on base knew us," says Susan. "We were always in the spotlight. When we'd wear our bikinis to the post pool, everyone would stare at us, but we didn't care." Both women were 5'7" and 118 pounds with the same build. Suzanne's eyes were greenish-blue and Susan's are greenish-brown, and Suzanne's hair was slightly lighter in color. But they could easily and did swap clothes, which gave Suzanne particular satisfaction. Suzanne was completely open and friendly all the time, and always fun. "But I think we were resented by a lot of the other women there," Susan observes. "MTE were 2 tall blondes, more intelligent, better spoken, and better looking than most of the others in the military, especially at Millington. The guys really liked us, and our superiors, too. I know that caused some trouble for Suzanne. She came in for the particular ire of a staff sergeant and a warrant officer who seemed to resent her looks, attractiveness to men, and easy charm with superior officers. These 2 were really mean to both of us," says Susan. "They were always calling us into their office. Suzanne made them mad all the time with her independence and free spirit. She'd go off post with friends and not come back when she was supposed to. They'd go after her for anything. She really tried their patience. I would try to stay more within the system. If they said we couldn't do something, I'd call the captain and get him to fix it, which made them even madder." Another thing that got Suzanne into difficulty occurred early on in her time at Millington when she dated an NROC University student. Though Susan comments that the people we had most in common with were officers, and though she herself ended up marrying an Army infantry lieutenant, of all the services, The Marine Corps took the dimmest view of fraternizing between enlisted personnel and officers. I think the other girls were jealous, she says. It reminded me a lot of high school. MTE would date a lot, but it was innocent. Suzanne was both innocent and outgoing at the same time. Also, about that same time, Suzanne had been promoted from PFC to Lance Corporal. Actually, it was another woman, a friend of Suzanne's named Sue Drake, who introduced her and Susan to their boyfriends. Chris Clarkson and Greg Gonzowski, both Marine Air Traffic Control technicians, were best buddies from their hockey-playing days in Michigan's Upper Peninsula and co-captained the Memphis Naval Air Station base soccer team. They hit it off immediately, and soon the two couples of Susan and Chris and Suzanne and Gonzo would go everywhere and do everything together. Suzanne and Susan were just about the only two girls considered good enough to be invited to play soccer with the guys. I never saw her depressed, says Susan. She was a really good friend, caring, fun, adventuresome when she wanted to be. I was more quiet and reserved. I always wanted to be more daredevil and spontaneous like she was. The one who was really adventurous was Patty Kuhn, who was one of her roommates, and I think after Suzanne's strict high school years, she was trying to be like Patty sometimes. Next to Susan, Patty was probably Suzanne's best friend. Whenever she was off duty and wasn't around Susan, she was often with Patty. She always wanted to go out dancing, Susan continues. She liked really upbeat music and she was good at improvising. We went to clubs on Bale Street in Memphis, or in Germantown, a Memphis suburb which was considered a little tamer and safer. We tried every food for the first time. James Brunner, who was stationed with Suzanne at Millington, remembers, she was such an outstanding Marine, and yet when in civilian clothes and off-duty, she was so charming you couldn't help but like her, a sense of humor that was very cute. I could be depressed all the way and in 10 minutes I'd be laughing. She could be such a lady and also one of the guys, yet always a lady, even take a shot of whiskey that would make my eyes water and choke, and still dance me till I would drop. Being tail and very attentive to their figures, Suzanne and Susan were always worried about their weight. We didn't like the mess hall because everyone would be staring at us, so instead we'd go out a lot with Chris and Gonzo. We particularly liked Wendy's salad bar. We'd starve ourselves all day, then go pig out on their salad. The main thrust of their weight control and fitness program, though, was exercise, and they'd frequently go out running together. Susan could handle 7 or 8 miles at a time, but Suzanne would often go another 2 or 3 after that. The base was divided by a highway with a walkway built over it, and Suzanne would frequently run around the golf course on the north side of the base, either by herself or with the guys, when she wanted to go longer distances. Suzanne became fanatical about running and would try to get out for a long run almost every day. She also worked out regularly in the gym, and seemed to like the fact that all the men would always watch her work out. Aside from being flattering, it gave her extra incentive to show them what she could do. Among her greatest accomplishments at Millington was membership in the Honor Deck. As the official description put it, only the most motivated students are selected as members of the Honor Deck, after being recommended by their troop handlers and maintaining an 85% academic average. Members of the Honor Deck participate in color guard details, formation runs for charity, and various civil functions throughout the Memphis area. What this description fails to mention is that before Lance Corporal Collins came to Millington, all members of the Honor Deck had been male. Suzanne saw no reason for this, and she wanted badly to prove that women could do just as good a job as men. She researched the regulations in the Marine Corps Order, which made reference to appropriate elements of Marine manpower for rifle drill and firing. She then convinced the authorities that manpower was a generic term and did not imply male power. If women were admitted into the Marine Corps, even if their numbers were specifically and officially limited to 5%, then they were part of the manpower, just like the men. Like Jackie Robinson joining the Dodgers, making the team is one thing, being accepted by your teammates is another. For the first several weeks Suzanne was on Honor Deck, the men gave her a very hard time. Many of them even admitted as much after the fact, clearly defying her to prove herself. They were convinced she'd been assigned because of her striking good looks rather than her ability to cut it with her peers, and it took her some time to win them over. But win them over she did. Richard Tyrrell, a member of the Millington Honor Deck, reminisced, "I have to admit that for quite some time after Suzanne joined the Honor Deck I wondered why she would subject herself to the ridicule and harassment that she experienced from other women Marines and male Marines alike. However, It wasn't long after getting to know her better that I realized that Suzanne had deeply embedded principles and moral standards that minimized the obstacles in front of her to reach the goals that she set for herself. In all honesty, she brought the best out of me. Her vibrant attitude, zest for life, and sense of humor created an air that was naive and sophisticated at the same time, even though that would seem to be contradictory. For myself, that particular combination helped me to become more effective and more motivated in my work with Honor Deck. As it turned out, her fellow Marines were so impressed with her that they added her name to the physical training or PT cadence count, which enumerated Medal of Honor winners and other Marines noted for their exploits. To a former Marine friend of Jack's, Suzanne wrote, "They have a PT chant about Dan Daly and other famous Medal of Honor winners and such." Well, now they have added a couple of lines down here about Lance Corporal Collins. Our Honor Deck PT is used almost every day, so I hear that many times a day. Every time I hear it I become more inspired and honored that I was able to join the U.S. Marine Corps. If she hadn't been famous enough around base before, she certainly was now. While Suzanne was fighting the battles of Honor Deck equality, Susan Hand was achieving her own independent fame by winning the title of Navy Relief Queen by the largest margin in the base's history. Navy Relief is a charity for enlisted personnel and their dependents, and the Voting for Queen is an annual fund drive and major base event. You vote by contributing $1 in the name of the candidate of your choice. In 1985, it had been 26 years since a Marine had won the title, and Captain Nowig was determined that the losing streak was going to be broken this year. He approached Susan and said, "You're going to be the next Navy Relief Queen." Out of 200,000 votes, Susan received 125,000. Prizes included a 4-foot-tall trophy, a gold chain, and $200 for dresses. Suzanne was thrilled for her friend and arranged to get off school 2 days before graduation to see Susan crowned. As graduation quickly approached, the only dark cloud on the horizon was that Suzanne had been assigned back to Cherry Point, while Susan was going to be an air traffic controller at El Toro Marine Air Station in California. Greg Gonzowski was going to California, too. Greg loved her and wanted to start thinking about marriage. Suzanne liked him very much, but according to Susan, she was having too good a time to settle down yet. For the long term, the two women knew they'd always be close and envisioned ultimately raising their kids together. But they also wanted to figure out a way that they could be together for the short term. The hope seemed to be getting Suzanne transferred to California, and both of them agreed to start working on it as soon as they took up their new assignments. Then, if all went well, they'd both be going to Annapolis together on fleet appointments. After graduation, Susan thought she would transfer into the Navy to become a pilot. Suzanne was convinced the Marines would start letting women fly. On July 10, Susan's mother and 4-year-old sister came down from Illinois for the graduation. The next evening, Susan and Suzanne were going to celebrate by going to dinner with Susan's mother at the house of one of Mrs. Hand's friends in the Memphis suburb of Germantown. But shortly before they were to leave the base, the barracks staff sergeant assigned Suzanne to duty NCO for the day, which meant she couldn't go. She told Susan and her mother to go without her. They arranged to meet in an open green on base the next morning before graduation. Susan was upset by this maneuver, feeling it had only happened because the sergeant was jealous and had it in for Suzanne. She never should have been assigned to duty the night before graduation, someone else could easily handle it. Duty consisted of sitting at a school-type desk behind a painted red line in front of the barracks building, checking out people who went in. Every hour on the hour she was to circle the barracks to make sure everything was as it should be, then enter in the circuit on a log. At best it's tedious and boring, and Suzanne probably felt she was being punished for her attributes. Susan says they sometimes assigned her friend to duty, knowing it would mean missing honor deck functions. There wasn't much Suzanne could do, confined to the base for the evening, but one thing she could do was log out to go running. She'd spent most of the day packing and making arrangements for the next day, so she was restless and itchy for some serious exercise. Shortly after 10 p.m., she went to her room, where she saw Patty Kuhn and her other roommate, Victoria Pavlovsky. She and Victoria had a minor argument about who was going to clean up the room. Suzanne agreed to clean it up in the morning before graduation. She then changed from her uniform into a red Marine Corps t-shirt and red athletic shorts, put on her white socks and Nike sneakers, a white bandana around her forehead, and wrapped a blue exercise sweat belt around her waist, then came back out to begin stretching and limbering up for her run. She told Janet Cooper, who had quarterdeck watch duty, that she felt restless and thought she'd run for about a half hour or so. They talked for about 10 minutes while Suzanne was stretching, and Janet thought she seemed in a very good and happy mood. She had a lot to be happy about as she went off into the night on her run. She was a beautiful, healthy, and physically fit 19-year-old who had proved herself in the toughest regimen a woman can take on in the American military. Her dream of the Naval Academy and becoming one of the first women Marine aviators was well on track, and at Cherry Point she'd get the chance to prove herself yet again. Her parents couldn't have been more proud. Her brother worshipped her. She had a best friend in a man who wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. She had worked hard and played hard in a future of limitless potential was out there, hers for the taking. Chapter 8 Death of a Marine. The morning of Friday, July 12, 1985. Susan Hand looked for Suzanne in the base park where they'd arranged to meet before Susan's graduation ceremony. When she didn't show up, Susan became concerned that she might not be feeling well, so after the graduation, she went to Suzanne's barracks to see if she could find her there. Some people looked really strange, but no one would say anything to me. Before long, though, Captain Nowig's aide found her and said the captain wanted to see her in his office. By now it was afternoon, the sun was overhead, and Susan was still in her dress greens. Susan thought it a little strange that the captain had sent for her. She couldn't think of anything she'd done wrong that would occasion a visit to the principal's office. But Nowig liked her and they'd always been friendly. He probably just wanted to say goodbye personally. As soon as she was shown into his office, she said brightly, "Hey, what's up?" "You'd better sit down," he said. When she'd obeyed, he said, "You hang out with Suzanne Collins a lot?" Susan said, "Yeah." He came over and put his arm on her shoulder. "I don't know how I'm going to say this to you, but your friend Suzanne was found in the park in Millington and she'd been murdered." "No," Susan responded. It was halfway between a whisper and a whimper. "No way," she stated more emphatically. "Are you sure?" Captain Nowig nodded grimly. Susan had never had anyone close to her die before. The only death she'd experienced was that of her grandmother, whom she used to see about twice a year. "There's no way this could happen to Suzanne," she asserted, now in tears. "She just turned 19. He pulled up a chair and just sat there with his arm around her. Steve Collins was home alone in Springfield when the military car pulled up in front of the house in the early afternoon of Friday, July 12th. Jack, now retired from the Foreign Service, was in New York for the day helping his brother-in-law, Ed Wicks, with a patent development issue. By then Trudy's parents were living with them and she had taken them out to a senior citizens lunch. Steve was home recovering from a foot injury he'd sustained over the 4th of July holiday. He'd just gotten out of the shower when he saw the car pull up. His first thought was that it must be Suzanne. She was due home either today or tomorrow, and he figured that with his sister's resourcefulness and charm, she must have gotten someone in power to give her a ride. But then the doorbell rang and when he answered it, 2 men in uniform were standing there. One was a chaplain. "Mr. Collins," one of them said. "MTE have some bad news for you. Suzanne's been killed." At first, Stephen couldn't completely process the message or deal with the shock. Paul Newton, a neighbor who was a retired Marine colonel, remembers seeing him beating a bush with his crutch and screaming, "No, no, 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 no." Colonel Newton had always been very proud of Suzanne and had told her that when she was commissioned, he wanted to give her his ceremonial sword. Stephen's first cogent thought was, "My God, my mom's coming home." A little later, Trudy pulled into the driveway with her parents in the car. When she saw the official car, she also figured that Suzanne must have connived a ride home. But then Stephen came over to her window. "Mom, I need to talk to you." "Right here," she said. "No. Leave Nana and Papa in the car and come right in." "Parked on a hill?" Trudy responded. "Leave my mother and dad in the car." "Yes," he said. "I want you to come right in. Please come right in." When she got inside, Stephen introduced her to the 2 officers. One of them said, "Please sit down, Mrs. Collins." And when she had, he said, "Your daughter has been murdered." Then she went back out to the car, brought her parents in, and sat them in the living room without telling them what had happened. She came back to where Stephen and the 2 officers were and said, "Let's go out on the back patio where we can talk without them hearing." Out on the patio, her reaction was the same as Susan's. "You must be mistaken," she said. "No, I'm afraid not. We'll tell you all we know. So far, what we know is that your daughter was running on base last night. Someone came up behind her and grabbed her, then took her off base, attacked her, and killed her. Trudy thought to herself, if I don't write this all down, it's not going to register. I'm not going to remember what they're telling me. The four of them talked for a while. Trudy remembers the chaplain being sensitive and very nice. Can I help you? He asked. Can I tell your folks? Trudy said she should tell them. Well, can I go in with you? Can I be with you in there? He asked. Maybe it would be a good idea if you came, she said. Mother and Dad just sort of sat there, stunned, unable to comprehend what they were hearing, Trudy recalls. Then we tried to reach Jack in New York. When they finally located him, they had him pulled out of a meeting. Trudy said, something bad, something terrible has happened. Suzanne has been killed. Jack sat down. Vivi had, did you say? How can that be? I don't understand. He was thinking, I've got to get home right away. Before he left, he went back to tell the men he was meeting with what had happened. Two of them, whom he had come to know quite well, were Jewish. Jack said, in the Christian church we pray for people's souls when they die. I'm not sure exactly what you do, but if you could just pray for Suzanne and for me and my family, I'd be very grateful. Jack says they were absolutely shattered with grief and shock. They couldn't have been more compassionate or understanding. Jack's brother-in-law accompanied him on the flight back to Washington, D.C. around 6:30 p.m. Trudy and Stephen met Jack at the shuttle gate at National Airport. The three of them grabbed each other tightly and silently hugged. When they got home, Jack immediately got on the phone and called down to Tennessee, trying to find out exactly what had happened. They had a suspect in custody. He was the husband of a Navy enlisted woman and lived on base. But Suzanne had been taken off base and killed in a park in Millington, so there was an overlapping jurisdictional issue between the Naval Investigative Service, the Millington Police Department, and the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. He couldn't even find out where Suzanne's body was. When Stephen started hearing the details, he said, it must have been more than one guy. Suzanne was strong. When we wrestled, she could almost beat me. It had to be more than one guy. You'll know more tomorrow, Jack was told. At that moment, Suzanne was lying in the office of the Shelby County Medical Examiner. The autopsy report, signed by James Spencer Bell, MD, stated, death was due to multiple injuries inflicted by blunt trauma to the head, pressing on the neck and pushing 201/5 inches of a 31-inch long, 1/2-inch diameter sharply beveled tree limb up the perineum through the abdomen into the right chest, tearing abdominal and chest organs and producing internal hemorrhaging. At around 6:00 a.m. Sheriff's deputies had found her nude body lying face down in the grass with her head turned to the right, under a tree about 150 feet off the road in Edmund Orgel Park in Millington, just east of the Navy base. Aside from the tree limb forcibly inserted between her legs, there were various other wounds on her body and her face had been so badly beaten that an initial identification was difficult. Scattered nearby were her shin and shorts, socks, underwear, and exercise belt. Together, they formed a red, white, and blue pattern against the green backdrop. About an hour before, Patty Kuhn had discovered that Suzanne's bunk had not been slept in, and worriedly called security. When Suzanne failed to show for morning muster, an all-points bulletin went out to base security, the Millington Police, and the Sheriff's Department. The overall elements of what had happened were quickly pieced together. At about 11:00 p.m. Marine Privates First Class Michael Howard and Mark Shotwell were jogging together, heading north along At-2 Road on the north side of the base near where buffaloes are kept in pens, when they saw a female jogger matching Suzanne Collins's description running toward them. Just before she reached them, she crossed over to the other side of the street to face traffic. Shortly after she passed them, they noticed a car parked ahead of them on the shoulder with its high beams on. Howard thought it LCH-ked like a mid-1970s Ford station wagon, dark-colored with wood-grained paneling on the side and a very loud muffler. Suddenly, the car started, swerved onto the road and began heading south, the same direction as Suzanne. Shortly after the vehicle passed, Howard and Shotwell thought they heard screams coming from about 300 yards or so behind them. They turned immediately and took off in that direction. When they'd covered about 100 yards, the screams stopped and they saw the station wagon pull back onto At-2 Road, heading toward Navy Road. Just then, another car came by in the opposite direction, and the glare of the headlights prevented them from seeing exactly what was happening. They continued running after the car but quickly lost it, so they ran to the base North Gate 2 and reported the incident to the guard there, David Davenport. Davenport called base security and reported the possible abduction, adding that he had seen the station wagon exit the base through his gate. The driver was male, and he had his hand around the shoulder of a woman in the passenger seat. Though he hadn't been able to read the license number, he recalled that the car bore Kentucky plates. One security unit went to Davenport's gate to get additional information, while Richard Rogers, the chief of the watch for Base Section 2, went out himself to try to find the car after issuing a "Be on the lookout" to base security, Millington Police, and the Sheriff's Department. While Rogers was still out looking for the car, he got a call to respond to a fight at the corners of Center, College, and Bethwool Streets in the residential area of the base. About 10 minutes after midnight, he saw a car matching Davenport's description. It was headed south. Rogers stopped the car, which was driven by Sedley Alley, a 29-year-old white male, 6'4", and weighing 220 pounds. He worked as a laborer for an air conditioning company and was living on base as the dependent of his wife, Lynn, who was enlisted in the Navy. Alley agreed to accompany Rogers back to the security office. Lynn Alley was then contacted and brought in for questioning, too. But Lynn looked a lot like the description of the possible abduction victim, and it appeared that what they were really dealing with was a domestic disturbance, so the security officers let them both go. The two joggers, Shotwell and Howard, were in the building at the time giving their own statements. As soon as the Alleys drove away and they heard the loud muffler, they said that this was the same car they had seen and heard. At around 5 a.m., security got a call from Corporal Kimberly Young relaying the information from Patty Knon, that Suzanne Collins had gone out jogging the night before and evidently had not returned. Young provided a description of Suzanne and brought them photographs of her. That was when the investigation was geared up again, quickly resulting in the discovery of her body in Edmund Orgel Park in Millington. A little after 7 a.m., Richard Rogers ordered two of his patrolmen, John Griggs and Gregory Franklin, to apprehend Sedley Alley and bring him in. He then called Navy Captain Barry Spofford, commanding officer of the base, and Marine Colonel Robin Clapp, Suzanne's commanding officer, and told them what was happening. Dorothy Cummings, the troop handler for Suzanne's section, was brought in to view the body and make a positive identification. Then, since the abduction had taken place on a federal reservation, they contacted the FBI resident agency in Memphis, which sent Special Agents Jack Sampson and Anna Northcutt to the scene. At the crime scene, police and sheriff's deputies saw that Suzanne's head was covered with blood. There was a large bruise on each shoulder blade and scratches that ran from her shoulders down to her waist. Until it was removed during autopsy, there was no way to tell how far the sharp, thick tree limb had been forced up between her legs, only that about 8 or so inches was protruding. When they turned her over on her back, they could see that her left eye was bruised and swollen shut, and there were contusions and bite marks on her left breast. The resulting medical examiner's report was 21 pages long. Less than half a mile away, police found a screwdriver matching the description of the one Sedley Alley used to start his car, since it no longer started normally with a key. When the Naval Investigative Service secured and examined Alley's car, they found blood stains on several areas, both inside and out. At the security station, Alley initially denied all involvement and asked to see an attorney. On his own, though, he then changed his mind and said he wanted to tell what happened. That was when he told the story of going out drinking and driving, going up to talk to the pretty blonde Marine, then accidentally ramming her with his car, carrying her into the car to take her to the hospital, having her wake up and resist him in the car, driving off base to Edmund Orgel Park, where he panicked and hit her to keep her quiet, not realizing he was holding the screwdriver in his hand. He believed that that was what killed her, and it was a complete accident. After that, he panicked even more, at which point he got the idea to stage it to look like a sexual assault, removing her clothes and breaking off the tree limb to insen into her dead body. What would come out before too long, however, was that with all of the numerous wounds on Suzanne's body, the medical examiner could find none that corresponded to either a screwdriver puncture wound to the head or being struck by an automobile. Then there was also the testimony of 3 young people out in the park that night who never saw Suzanne or Sedley Alley but who heard what they described as a death scream at about the time Suzanne would have died. Lynn Alley was also questioned. She had been out at a Tupperware party with girlfriends most of the evening. Sedley wasn't home when she came back and she didn't see him again until she was brought in for questioning during the night. In the morning, when she noticed the grass stains inside the car, she assumed they'd been caused by their 2 dogs, who frequently rode in the car. She also disclosed that her husband had been married previously, in Ashland, Kentucky, and that his former wife had accidentally drowned in a bathtub in their house there about 5 years before. Subsequent investigation revealed that this accident was a questionable death that occurred on February 28, 1980, 3 days after Deborah Ali filed for divorce. The grounds for divorce were sexual perversion. The nude body of the 20-year-old woman was found in the bathtub with numerous bruises and strangulation marks around her neck. Ali said she had been out drinking with other men that night, came home drunk, took a bath and drowned. She had been dead for several hours before the police or ambulance were called. The coroner ruled that she had choked on her own vomit and had a French fry stuck in her throat. Ali had a history of violent outbursts against both wives. His 4-year-old child by Deborah had witnessed him beating her on several occasions. There were additional details which tied Ali to the general vicinity of the Suzanne Collins murder. Air conditioning maintenance equipment had been stolen from an officer's residence on Friday. When stopped for questioning, Ali had the stolen items in his car. Sadly, Ali was charged with the premeditated first-degree murder of Lance Corporal Suzanne Marie Collins of the United States Marine Corps. Before the day was out, NIS and FBI representatives had consulted with Assistant U.S. Attorney Lawrence Lorenzi, who assured them that if, for any reason, the state charge of murder would not support the death penalty, he was prepared to seek it in connection with the federal crime of kidnapping. That didn't turn out to be an issue, however. As soon as he was apprised of the facts and shown the file, Assistant District Attorney for Shelby County Henry Hank Williams had decided he was going for the ultimate punishment. He refused even to entertain inquiries about a possible plea bargain at Marine Aviation Training Support Squadron 902 graduation at Naval Air Station Memphis that afternoon. There was an empty place. The base flag had been lowered to half-mast and the long-awaited ceremony was not the joyous occasion everyone had anticipated. Jeff Freeman was at school at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington when Steve called with the news that Suzanne had been killed. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. In a tragic coincidence, the brother of his roommate's best friend had just been killed on a motorcycle. Jeff called him the next day to see what he could do, then came back to Washington to be with Steve and prepare for the funeral. In the midst of their unendurable grief and quest to find out exactly what had happened to their daughter, Jack and Trudy Collins now had to deal with the practical considerations of Suzanne's funeral and burial, even though they were told investigators wouldn't be able to release her body to them for several more days. Since Jack was a deeply religious Catholic, they considered a church-related cemetery. They were also offered several Marine and Navy burial grounds. And because Suzanne had died while on active duty, she was entitled to be buried at Arlington National Cemetery. It was Stephen who ended up making the final decision, insisting to his parents that Suzanne go to Arlington, the final resting place of the nation's most honored dead. "I wanted Arlington because I felt Suzanne deserved the best," he explained, "because she was the best." Meanwhile, Susan Hand had to drive back to Illinois with her mother and little sister. "Driving back through Indiana, I cried the whole way," she recalls. "My mother tried to comfort me, but nothing helped. Along the way I got a ticket for going 82. I had no idea what I was doing. I just kept seeing Suzanne in my mind." Greg Gonzowski was just as devastated. "He really loved her," says Susan. As soon as she got home to Illinois, she called Greg and they began making plans to get to the funeral, for which they'd both have to take leave. Susan wanted to be designated as the Marine to escort Suzanne's remains back to Washington, but the staff sergeant who Susan felt always had it in for both of them designated herself instead. To this day, Susan feels an additional sense of emptiness and loss from not being able personally to accompany Suzanne on her final journey. On Wednesday, July 17, a memorial service was held for Suzanne at the Memphis Naval Air Station. Colonel Robert Clapp, the commanding officer of Marine Aviation Training Support Group 90, concluded his remarks by saying, "She was an eager and aspiring young lady with demonstrated ability, an observable sense of pride, and a sure knowledge and ready acceptance of the responsibilities she bore as a Marine in the service of her country. She was an achiever, goal-oriented, a winner. She didn't sit around and wait for things to happen, she made them happen. She was very close to realizing yet another success as she was about to graduate from avionics school. I think all of us feel it is a great tragedy that Suzanne's talents and ambitions could not be fully realized, for she certainly was a credit to the Corps she was so proudly serving. Perhaps it will help us just a little bit today if we remember that she was a part of us and that we are still here to carry on, that one is not truly gone until no one remembers, and we will not forget. So her spirit will remain alive in her Marine Corps and will continue through us to serve that eagle, globe, and anchor, a service which in its own unique way gives those of us who understand it more satisfaction than most of us can adequately express. She will be a Marine forever, and as someone once wrote, she will not grow old as we are left to grow old. Age shall not weary her, nor the years condemn, but at the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember her. The band played the Marines' hymn. Then, when the lone bugler played taps, there was scarcely a hardened Marine in the chapel who could keep his eyes dry. Because of the disfigurement Sedley Alley's beating had caused, it was decided that the casket would remain closed for the wake and funeral. Still, when it arrived back in the Washington area, Jack and Trudy and Stephen knew they had to see her one last time. "MTE had to know, as best we could," says Jack, "everything that happened to her." But they were hardly prepared for the shock when the casket lid was opened for them. She was in her dress uniform, wearing white gloves. "My heart cried, my soul cried," he says. "I was screaming inside. I mean, I just couldn't believe that anybody could do something so savage. It didn't look like Suzanne, because he had battered and beaten her face so much they had to reconstruct it. They did the best they could, but it wasn't the Suzanne we knew." At the wake, the closed casket was accompanied by Suzanne's picture and an American flag. On the warm and sunny afternoon of Thursday, July 18, 1985, Suzanne Collins's funeral was held in the old Fort Myer Chapel adjoining Arlington National Cemetery. There was not enough room for all the mourners inside, and many had to listen to the service from outside the front door. Susan Hand had caught a military hop to Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland, where Greg Gonzowski picked her up. She'd never been to Arlington before, and she said the experience sent chills down her back. "It was scary. All during the funeral, I was holding back a cry the whole time. Greg and I were sitting toward the back of the chapel. We were both in our dress greens and it was very hot, but that didn't seem to matter to us. What did matter was when the honor guard brought in the closed white casket. Susan was overwhelmed by the imagery of the white casket, of the pure and innocent life that had been taken from them. It was also the second time Stephen cried. He had cried when he'd first gotten the news, but then not again. Even when they viewed Suzanne's body, he was the one who remained dry-eyed and strong for his parents. But this was too much for him. In the memorial book he had inscribed, "Suzanne, may you rest in peace eternally, Stephen." Just underneath that entry, Trudy had written, "We will love you always, dear Sue Blue, Mom and Dad," followed by a heart in a long row of XS. Suzanne Marie Collins, Lance Corporal of the United States Marine Corps, was laid to rest with full military honors in grave number 127, Section 50, just off Ord and Whitesell Drives, near the western edge of Arlington National Cemetery. As part of the military ceremony, the flag draping the casket is removed by the honor guard and meticulously folded into a tight triangular shape, which is then presented to the next of kin. But after the flag was removed, folded, and presented to Trudy, they brought out another flag, which they proceeded to drape over Suzanne's casket. They then followed the same procedure again, and this one they presented to Stephen. He treasures that flag and will keep it with him until he dies. The next day, Jack and Bill Shepard, a close friend from Glen Ellyn, Illinois, drove Susan to Andrews, where she was getting a military flight back to Chicago. On the way back, Jack said, "You know, Bill, I think differently about death now." Bill said, "What do you mean?" "I no longer fear it the way I used to," Jack said. "Nothing that can possibly happen to me is as terrible as what's already happened to Suzanne. And now I've got something to look forward to when I die. I can see Suzanne again." It was in the weeks after the funeral that the Collinses began to be able to fill in more of the details of their daughter's life and death. I say life as well, because immediately they began hearing from hundreds of people whose lives Suzanne had touched, adding a dimension they always knew was there but of which they now had documentary proof. The letters, tributes, gifts of love and friendship fill many boxes in their house, all attesting to what a special person Suzanne was. Many of the people who contacted them whom they had not even met before still keep in touch and continue to visit Jack and Trudy to this day. Touchingly, many of the letters bring them up to date about their lives and confide in them the way their writers used to do with Suzanne. It seems that just about everyone who knew her has felt the need to keep her alive in their memories and active in their imaginations. On August 20th, Jack and Trudy went down to Memphis and Millington, where they met with the key people involved in Suzanne's case. They insisted on seeing the crime scene and autopsy photos. They wanted to understand just what had happened to Suzanne and how much she had suffered. They had to read the autopsy report and see the close-ups of her face and broken body. The medical examiner, who had been reluctant to burden them with the information, told them it was the worst case he had ever seen. They insisted on being taken to the scene of her death. "We wanted to stand on the spot where our daughter's body lay," said Jack. "We wanted to stand where she was brutalized and where she bled." When they went to the Shelby County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Gordon Neighbors came over to them, introduced himself, and spontaneously hugged Trudy. "I'll tell you what should have happened to that son of a bitch," he said. "I should have grabbed him and killed him on the spot." Stephen had already expressed similar sentiments that Friday evening as he sat with his parents on the edge of their bed and talked with them into the early hours of Saturday morning. "I agree with how you feel, Steve," Jack said. "I couldn't agree with you more. But the guy is probably in custody now and we wouldn't be able to yell at him. But even if we could, would we really want to become like him, a brute and a savage?" What they put their faith in instead was the judicial process, and they couldn't have had a better or more dedicated advocate than Hank Williams. As it happens, though we didn't know each other then, Hank and I started from a similar place at a similar time. One difference, though, was that he had a law degree. Hank joined the FBI as a special agent in 1969, 1 year before me. His first assignment was with the Salt Lake City field office, then he moved to San Francisco where he worked on the organized crime unit. There his wife, Ginny's, first daughter was born. Knowing how much moving around an FBI career can mean, and knowing that he wanted to practice law at some point, he left the bureau, moved back home to Tennessee, and went to work as a prosecutor. Williams was in his early 40s. He wasn't falsely or overly theatrical like a lot of trial attorneys, but his seriousness of purpose and sense of mission were always evident. He recalls, "I just thought it was a pathetic circumstance that this girl joins the US military to defend her country. She's on base with all the security around her and this happens. I read the file and said to myself, this is definitely a death penalty case. I wasn't going to plea bargain this one, and after talking to the Collinses, I was even more resolute in that." Williams not only prosecuted the case as a counselor at law, he also became a psychological counselor to Jack and Trudy Collins at a time when they desperately needed to rely on a sensitive person within the system. He took it upon himself always to be there for them, to listen to their fears and anxieties and frustrations, and considered himself their advocate as they all waded through the mountain of pretrial motions and procedures. When they first came to Memphis, Williams recalls, they insisted on seeing the crime scene photographs. "I was extremely afraid of this, because I felt they needed psychological help and I thought this would be too much for them. But they told me they needed to understand just what had happened and be able to share Suzanne's pain, so I finally agreed. But once you see something like that, you can never forget it." Ironically, the defense tried to have some of the photos suppressed because they could inflame the jury. Sedley Alley was represented by Robert Jones and Ed Thompson, two of the preeminent defense attorneys in Memphis, both of whom Williams greatly respects. Despite what he considered the clear-cut nature of the crime, he knew he wouldn't have an easy time with them. Nor did they have an easy time with their client, as it turned out. I don't mean he completely clammed up and refused to talk, he simply didn't tell them anything relevant or assist in his defense. Going on a year after the murder, Williams, and his assistant, Bobby Carter, were pushing for trial. The defense brought in a psychologist named Alan Battle to examine Alley. When Dr. Battle interviewed him, he got a similar response to what Alley had been giving his lawyers. To any substantive question he'd respond, "I don't remember." Now, there are only a couple of ways to interpret the behavior of a defendant in a capital murder case who gives investigators a detailed confession just hours after the crime and then, months later, tells a psychologist he doesn't remember anything about the incident. My personal interpretation, barring compelling evidence to the contrary, would be that he's either attempting to save his own skin or just telling the entire system to take a flying leap. A more charitable interpretation, and one that would play a whole lot better from a defense viewpoint, might be that the horrible event of the death of this young woman so traumatized him that he had developed total amnesia about it. How could this happen? Dr. Battle wondered. After all, on July 12th, he told the detectives what he'd done and that he'd killed her. Well, how about if only one personality remembered? The others didn't, because they had no part in it. That was the explanation Dr. Alan Battle came up with. He then hypnotized Alley and became more convinced. Candidly, there weren't many other arrows in the quiver at this point. Alley can't very well deny the crime. He's already admitted he killed her, and the medical examiner's detailed report is pretty definitive about the way she died. If you're the defense, you might as well try to place it in a context that at least gets rid of some of the horrible responsibility. 10 days before the scheduled trial date of March 17, 1986, Jones and Thompson officially raised the possibility of multiple personality disorder. They said they needed more time to study Allie's supposed condition. The trial was postponed to evaluate for mental competency. Allie was sent to the Middle Tennessee Mental Health Institute. For 6 months, 6 therapists of various sorts examined him without coming to any definitive conclusion. Physical tests revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Dr. Willis Marshall, a psychiatrist brought in by the defense, examined Allie under drug-induced hypnosis to help overcome the amnesia. With this type of attention, Allie was able to remember the night of July 11, 1985. Under hypnosis, Allie revealed that he had been split into 3 personalities that night. There was the regular Sedley, there was a female personality called Billy next to him in the car, and there was Death, dressed in a black hood and cape and riding a white horse next to the car as it drove along. While Dr. Battle stuck with multiple personality disorder, Dr. Brogan Brooks, for the prosecution, specifically ruled it out in his own opinion, saying Allie was a borderline personality. DSM-3, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 3rd edition, the standard psychiatric reference, characterized borderline personality disorder as an instability in a variety of areas, including interpersonal behavior, mood, and self-image. It went on to describe intense and unstable relationships, intense anger, and impulsive, unpredictable behavior characterized by wide mood shifts. We are now up to DSM-4. 4 other examiners said they weren't sure and required more time to study Allie with respect to hypnosis as a forensic examination tool. We've all seen or heard about the nightclub acts in which a hypnotist selects members of the audience and gets them to cluck like chickens, or convinces them they can't raise their arms, or regresses them back to a past life in the court of Cleopatra. There is a tendency for us to think of hypnosis as a combination of infallible truth serum and a state of utter suggestibility, even though when you stop to think about it, those 2 concepts are mutually exclusive. The fact of the matter is that hypnosis doesn't work on everyone. I'm not even sure it works on most people, and what it really is a technique for helping the subject focus and concentrate on a particular time, place, or idea. That's why it's sometimes helpful to police in getting specific details from witnesses, such as a physical description or a license plate number, though it certainly isn't foolproof any more than a polygraph is foolproof. What this means in real terms is that in some cases the subject might be very suggestible on either a conscious or semi-conscious level to what he thinks the hypnotist wants to hear, or, with the heightened state of concentration that the hypnosis provides, he might be even more effective in constructing his own desired account of events. I have seen remarkable control studies in which, under the guidance of the hypnotist, subjects relate extensive details of events which have already been established not to have taken place. I'm not saying hypnosis isn't sometimes effective or useful, I'm only saying it's far from definitive, something many doctors, lawyers, judges, and juries don't understand. As to multiple personality disorder, from my experience, MPD is a diagnosis that generally emerges post-arrest. In point of fact, it is a very rare phenomenon, so any therapist who tells you he has extensive experience with it ought to be suspect right from the beginning. In the few documented cases in which it is seen, it is much more common in women than in men and almost always arises out of early childhood sexual abuse. And if you are going to see evidence of MPD, you are going to see it early. Another issue is that while MPD seems to be a psychological response to abuse or violence inflicted upon an individual who then retreats into another personality to lessen the trauma or fantasize getting back at the abuser, there doesn't seem to be any evidence that MPD has made an otherwise non-violent person become violent. In other words, there is no literature I'm aware of, or that any of the experts I've consulted are aware of, suggesting that a violent personality ever takes over and does what it wants with the other personalities unaware or unable to control it. So, to state it plainly, if you are going to make a case for multiple personality disorder, particularly as a defense for a crime of violence, you are going to have to do a pretty good job of documenting the evidence going back to early rather than a sudden appearance around the time of the crime. And if you are going to use it as an insanity defense, you are going to have to show, which I don't think you can, that one personality was responsible for the crime and the others were powerless to stop him. In Sedley Allie's case, for example, which of the personalities killed Suzanne Collins? Was it Death? If so, maybe he was just doing his job. Or was it Billy? Maybe she was jealous of another woman. Or was it regular old Sedley, in which case we can forget about the other two and just try him on the merits? One thing's for sure, some personality or other gave a detailed description of killing Suzanne to the authorities, and I've studied the transcript. There's no mention of Billy or death or indication of a feminine persona. Kenneth Bianchi, who, along with his cousin Angelo Buono, was charged with the rape and murder of 10 young women in the notorious Hillside Strangler case in Los Angeles in the late 1970s, claimed to be a multiple personality and convinced several psychiatric experts, who ultimately identified 10 separate personalities under hypnosis, 8 men and 2 women. In what has become a classic of forensic psychology, Dr. Martin Orne of the University of Pennsylvania revealed Bianchi as a fake and even showed where all of the other identities had come from and the technique Bianchi had used to develop them and call them up. Bianchi withdrew his insanity plea and began cooperating with prosecutors to escape the death penalty. Bianchi is currently serving 5 consecutive life sentences. But Doctors Battle and Marshall stuck to their guns. Marshall testified that as a child, Ali was mentally abused by his father, which is where the multiple personalities began. Battle thought that because of a childhood urinary tract problem which required surgical correction, Ali developed a female personality to handle the pain. The death personality, he concluded, was the result of an underlying psychosis. Meanwhile, the pre-trial procedure dragged on. On June 8, 1986, the day that would have been Suzanne's 20th birthday, Trudy wrote, "With the trial of this dreadful man, who is her confessed murderer, having been postponed twice and now, perhaps, once again, we are groping for patience, relief from our oozing wound and solace in knowing that Sue is in God's hands and can no longer be hurt. The need we have to stand the healing by putting this deed in the court so that justice can be meted out, is great and heavy. It is almost an inhuman act to have this final reach for justice postponed and prolonged for reasons of the inadequacy of our justice system. It appears that the criminals have every card in the game of death and the victim has nothing." Preparing to leave for the trial, Jack and Trudy had put their dog in the kennel and were literally on their way out of the house for the trip to Tennessee when the phone rang, telling them there had been another postponement. Had the call come 1 minute later, they would have taken on the expense and made the trip for nothing. Among the other tasks Williams took on himself was trying to convince the Collinses that as excruciating as the delays were to them, the judge was doing it right, giving the defense all the latitude they asked for to prove their case. Still, he admits, the frustration level was incredible. After 4 postponements, the murder trial of Sedley Ali finally got underway in early March of 1987, in 13th Judicial District Criminal Court, Shelby County, Tennessee, with Judge W. Fred Axley presiding. In the days just prior to the beginning of the trial, Williams and Carter went to interview Dr. Battle. While he insisted that Ali looked like a multiple personality case to him, when the 2 men pressed him, he admitted that he couldn't say which of the personalities was in control at the time of the murder. At the request of the prosecution, I flew down to Memphis. I stayed at the River Place Hotel, the same hotel where Jack and Trudy Collins were staying. Jack testified, telling the jury what kind of person Suzanne was. Williams had originally contacted me at Quantico through Harold Hayes of the Memphis field office because he was worried about establishing motive in what might seem to a jury, and was, so senseless a killing. His greatest fear, he said, was that Battle or Marshall would do well and, absent another reasonable motive for the killing, the jury would buy their version. As it turned out, though, they came up with a fine, intelligent jury that didn't. I had 2 main purposes in being down there. First, Williams and Carter were hoping Ali would take the stand. If he did, they wanted advice from me on how best to nail him and get him to show his true personality, as I'd helped District Attorney Jack Mallard do during the Wayne Williams, no relation to Hank Williams, child murder trial in Atlanta. Throughout that trial, Williams had come across as a mild-mannered nonentity who couldn't hurt a fly. We knew, however, that he had a huge ego and might insist on testifying. Once he did, I gave Mallard pointers on how he could intrude on Williams's physical and emotional space and get him to lash out emotionally, showing the jury his TME colors. The moment when he did was a turning point in the trial, leading to Williams's conviction for murder. The second purpose was to help the prosecution explain the motive for murder by providing them with analysis from a behavioral perspective that they could explain to the jury. As soon as Williams had described the case to me over the phone, and then I got a chance to review the complete file, I knew that Sedley Ali's version of events didn't make sense. He had said the death was an accident, that he had no intent to injure her. That, in a word, was bullshit. First of all, This was a generally organized type of crime, similar in some ways to what I'd seen from Wayne Williams. The murder itself was mixed with elements of both organization and disorganization, indicating to me that in spite of her strategic disadvantage, Suzanne must have put up a hell of a fight. This was a ballsy, resourceful abduction, practically right under the noses of authorities. To disable and neutralize someone in the condition Suzanne was in, even for someone as large and strong as Allie, he'd need the element of surprise so he could quickly blitz her. After that, he just as quickly got her into the car and figured out a way to get her off base, even though 2 Marine joggers were running after him as fast as they could. He got her past the security gate and took her directly to a place he knew he wouldn't interrupted. You just don't start out your criminal career creating a crime this brutal. He had to have had prior experience. I was therefore not surprised when Williams told me his suspicions both that Allie had strangled his first wife and that he might be responsible for 2 other murders in California similar in style to the Collins killing, although he was never charged with these crimes. Second, the crime was clearly of the category Special Agent Roy Hazelwood and I had defined in an article entitled, The Lust Murderer, that we had written for the April 1980 issue of the FBI Law Enforcement Bulletin. Typically, these killings are heterosexual and intraracial in nature and are so defined because they involve mutilation or torture of genital areas. While the abduction itself was clearly a crime of opportunity, there was no way Allie's breaking off the tree limb and thrusting it up between his victim's legs while she was still alive, as the autopsy report showed, was anything other than the premeditated, sexualized rage of a sociopath intent on having his own way. As we said in the article, the lust murder is premeditated in the obsessive fantasies of the perpetrator. Yet, the killer may act on the spur of the moment when the opportunity presents itself. That is to say, the murderer has precisely planned the crime in his fantasies, but has not consciously decided to act out those fantasies until the moment of the crime. Consequently, the victim is typically unknown to the killer. In the article, we divided lust murderers into 2 broad categories, organized non-social and disorganized asocial. Though we don't use the non-social and asocial of these terms much any longer, the Collins murder case was the work of the first variety for many reasons, including the fact that the trauma was mainly induced before death rather than post-mortem. There is some confusion with the term lust murder, since it doesn't really involve lust in the way we normally think of it. Sadly, Allie hadn't been lusting after Suzanne Collins, as far as we know, he'd never seen her before. And the fact that there may be no actual sexual assault or penile penetration of the vagina doesn't mean this is not a sexualized act. In the criminal mind, sex takes many forms. David Berkowitz, who shot his victims and never touched them, admitted that he would later go back to the murder scenes and masturbate, thinking about what he had done. Both in Berkowitz's case and Allie's, I knew what I was seeing here was a sexualized manifestation of power from an individual who, under normal circumstances, had none. The blood found on Allie's shorts, signifying that he had rubbed up against her genital area after killing her, spoke to that. While certainly sadistic, Allie was not what we would characterize as a sexual sadist, per se. As opposed to someone like Paul Bernardo in Toronto, he was not sexually aroused from the infliction of pain. Though she was beaten severely with blunt force, Suzanne wasn't burned or whipped so that her attacker could get off on hearing her scream. Though her nipple was bitten as an act of general hostility, her attacker didn't use pliers or other instruments of torture on her as Lawrence Bittaker had done to his victims. Allie's motivation lay elsewhere. There had been a precipitating event in the killer's life prior to the attack. And the brutality against a total stranger, the pummeling, the stripping, the unspeakable cruelty with the tree limb, all that represented displaced anger, projected hostility against someone else. Since all of these types have inadequate personalities, it also served as a substitute for his inability to approach women in a mature and confident manner. When NIS agents searched Allie's house, one of the items they found in his toolbox was a mail-order penis enlarger. As we wrote of the lust killer, he would be described as a troublemaker and a manipulator of people, concerned only for himself. He experiences difficulties with family, friends, and authority figures through antisocial acts which may include homicide. It is the non-social's aim to get even with society. James Clayton Lawson, the killer, as opposed to the rapist, of the Odom and Lawson serial murder team, explained in an interview, "I wanted to cut her body so she would not look like a person and destroy her so she would not exist. If he destroys the victim, he becomes, in effect, her sole possessor." Often in these types of crimes, the instrument used on the victim is found prominently displayed at the crime scene. In the Collins case, it couldn't have been any more prominent. The assertion that Ali had inserted the stick to stage it as a sexual crime was patently ridiculous. Aside from witness statements about Suzanne's scream, the nature of the damage to internal organs showed that the stick was inserted with considerable force 3 or 4 times. You don't do that if you're staging. You put it in and get the hell out. What I wanted to get across to the prosecution team was that they had an angry and frustrated man with a tremendous amount of rage at life in general and women in particular, who tried to blunt his anger with drugs and alcohol, and who, on that particular night, was not going to put up with any frustration. When this pretty young runner wasn't immediately receptive to him, or if he only perceived that, as she may not actually have had the time and opportunity to reject him, he just lost it. He couldn't handle his rage and lashed out at her. Had Ali not been apprehended as he had been, and had this case come to us as an unsub crime, we still would have come up with a profile very similar to the actual killer, a white, blue-collar male in his late 20s to early 30s, without close friends or regular employment, financially dependent on another person, with a history of marital problems and domestic violence, etc., etc. We would have described the type of pre-offense behavior we expected, as well as post-offense hostility to those close to him, weight loss, substance abuse, absence from work, and preoccupation with the case. He would not feel guilty or contrite that he had taken an innocent life, but would be very much concerned with getting caught. He might have made an excuse for taking a trip out of town. We would have known he was familiar with the base and the surrounding area, which meant he was a local, probably living right on base. Since I would expect him to have no military service himself or a dishonorable discharge, he would likely be a dependent of base personnel. With all of this, I think we would have gotten him before too long. And it would be a good thing, too. Because while Sedley Ali wasn't the standard variety of serial killer, he had no remorse and, in my view, unquestionably would kill again given the right stressors. This was a crime of power and rage and anger, and I don't know any cure for those in their most extreme form. If he had been an unsub and we found him and searched his residence, I would have expected to find pornography and possibly drugs. In fact, when naval investigative personnel conducted their authorized search of Ali's home, they found, among other items, drug paraphernalia, and a series of photos of Lynn Ali in pornographic poses with another man. In the storage room under the stairs they also found a 20-inch long stick wrapped with tape and bearing an unidentified stain. In those days, we were not yet able to testify on behavioral subjects. The courts had not yet accepted this. So I sat behind the prosecutors, TCH, K-notes, and discussed the case with them at the end of every trial day. Just in case the motive was still obscure to any of the jurors, Williams and Kaner buttressed their contention that he was rational with the evidence that air conditioning gauges left at the commanding officer's house while Ali and others were there in the afternoon to test the compressor over a period of hours were found in Ali's car. This suggested that perhaps he had killed Suzanne because she had seen him steal them since the house was in the vicinity of the abduction scene. The Collinses actually clung to this explanation for a while, since it at least gave them a concrete and easier to grasp reason why their daughter had been killed. But frankly, I thought this was a long shot. It didn't account for the specifics of the crime, and it was never Williams's main argument. If Ali was simply pissed off that he had been caught in the act and felt he needed to silence his witness, he wouldn't have punished her as he did. The testimony to this point was harrowing. On the second day of the trial, Virginia Taylor stated that while she and some friends were at Edmund Orgel Park late on July 11, 1985, they heard what she characterized as a death scream, which seemed to coming from an area where earlier she had seen an old station wagon headed. Ali's tape-recorded statement the afternoon following the murder, in which he asserted that Suzanne's death was an accident, was played in court. Jurors got to hear him insist, "I did not have sex with her at any time. I want to make that clear right now." The jurors heard for themselves that he made no mention, nor was there any suggestion, of either Billy or death. What struck me as extraordinary about Ali's confession when I heard it and then read the transcript was the way it all just sort of happened in his version. Driving his car in an inebriated state, he just happened to bump into this woman who was jogging. Later, when he had her in his control, he just happened to swing his an in panic, not even realizing he was holding a screwdriver, which just happened to hit her in the head, penetrate her skull and kill her. And let's remember that with all the wounds the medical examiner found on Suzanne's body, he did not find one consistent with a screwdriver puncture or impact with an automobile. After Ali says she was dead, he just happened to reach up and touch a tree limb, which gave him the idea to stage the crime to look like a sexual assault by breaking off the limb and shoving it into her vagina. The death scream Virginia Taylor heard must have just been the wind or some animal, because according to Allie's version, Suzanne was already dead at this point. At any rate, the whole thing just sort of magically happens, essentially without Allie's active participation. It is as if he and Suzanne are just two pawns who happen to be in the same place at the same time when these bad things occurred. Of course, that wasn't the last word, because Allie also offered his insanity defense, with Battle and Marshall testifying. When you offer an insanity defense, you open up a lot of avenues for the prosecution to dispute the claim. Williams read letters Allie had written to various relatives in which he very rationally discussed his intention to plead that he was temporarily insane and how that would provide a better outcome for him. In his own mind, Williams classified the Allie treatment team and other mental health evaluators into the dreamers and the realists. Leading the realists, he thought, was Deborah Richardson, a psychiatric social worker who was mental health program director at MTME. She observed Allie closely for several months and testified that his claims of hallucinations and multiple personalities were inconsistent with what an individual actually suffering these symptoms would experience. More specifically, she noted that his conduct during interviews and evaluations was unrelated to his behavior at other times when he didn't have to perform. According to her testimony, Billy alternated between male and female. She said that Allie, who she stated had an obsession with violent sex, made a habit of associating with the psychotic patients at the hospital to learn how to mimic their behavior. And she also revealed that Allie told staff members of the hospital that he had lied during the confession so his lawyers would be able to show inconsistencies in his story and get him off. Williams brought in Dr. Ziller Ather, a psychiatrist of Asian origin whose intelligence and critical sophistication shone through his sometimes halting English. Ather felt that since Allie wasn't being very forthcoming with any of his examiners, they were getting frustrated and started leading him in their questioning. Being smart enough to pick up on what was important and what the right answers were, Allie started giving them back to them. To test his premise, Ather started baiting Allie himself, asking him, for example, if he ever woke up around, say, 3:00 a.m. with scary or murderous images. Allie would then tell a subsequent interviewer that he woke up at 2:50 in the morning with terrifying images. Dr. Samuel Craddock, another member of the treatment team who was a psychologist at MTME, had remained on the fence for a long time about the multiple personality diagnosis. But when he got up on the stand, he testified that, at no time in my presence did Mr. Allie show any compassion for the victim. He thought this didn't quite square, since Allie had claimed to him that death was the personality that had killed Suzanne Collins and that Allie himself was the good guy, and when pressed in court, Dr. Battle could not say which of the personalities had been in control during the murder. Since his theories were perhaps the linchpin of the insanity defense, it began unraveling quickly. Even if Allie were a multiple personality, and again, I stress there was nothing to support that he was, there was no evidence that any personality other than plain old Sedley was in control during the crime and the interrogation. That was the personality that committed the crime, gave the confession, and was standing trial for murder. It seemed pretty clear-cut to me. Allie's mother, Jane, tried to bolster the mental health argument, testifying in her son's behalf, tearfully telling the court that there's always been something wrong with him. After Deborah Allie's death, she and her husband had been granted custody of Deborah and Sedley's 2 children. Lynn Allie had left him by the time of the trial. In fact, she'd left town and did not testify. No one else was able to provide any testimony establishing believable evidence of multiple personalities in Allie prior to his arrest for the murder of Suzanne Collins. As Williams recalled, no one could come up with anything worth a flip to support him having MPD as a child. What kept coming out instead were examples of his antisocial personality. In the end, Allie chose not to testify. If he had, there is little doubt in my mind that we could have systematically taken him apart, showing him up for what he really was, a mean and sadistic sociopath who was willing and able to take another human life simply because he was frustrated and felt like it. By the time of the trial, Allie had slimmed down and cleaned himself up. I've found this to be very common. In fact, I often joked that by the time the case gets to court and you look over at the defense table, it's often difficult to tell which one is the accused killer and which one is the attorney. It's very important for the defense to get across the nonverbal message, now this doesn't look like a vicious killer, does it? Though Allie never spoke before the jury, throughout the trial he sat with his elbows on the arms of his chair, paying close attention and passing notes to his lawyers. He seemed neither cocky and self-confident nor pathetic and ineffectual. He seemed to be a guy unhappy about being on trial for his life. During closing arguments, Bobby Carter said to the jury, "You've observed him for 2 weeks now, and he's been able to control his behavior." He concluded, "The time has come for the excuses to end and for him to pay for his behavior." For his part, Robin Jones tried to convince the jury that this must surely be the act of a maniac. The crime was so horrible that it had to be an act of a person who's clearly deranged. While I'd be willing to admit that Allie certainly fits the non-legal definition of a sicko, the systematic overpowering and disabling of a physically fit female Marine, transporting her to a more secure location, torturing her, then staging the crime was the act of a brutal and self-centered sociopath, not someone who is deranged. From the testimony of the guard at the base gate, it was clear that after Allie rendered Suzanne unconscious, he sat her in the front seat next to him and rested her head on his shoulder as they drove out to make it seem that they were lovers. Throughout the trial, my heart went out to Jack and Trudy Collins. They looked devastated, exhausted, lost, dazed, and empty. I knew they'd viewed the crime scene photos and I could hardly imagine parents being able to get through them. I'd heard Jack's testimony and thought it heroic. When it became certain Allie wasn't going to testify, I prepared to leave Memphis and go back to Quantico. The next morning I took the Collinses to breakfast and we talked a long time. In spite of the testimony and their extensive conversations with Hank Williams and Bobby Carter, they still couldn't grasp the motivation. Why would someone do this to their daughter? I tried to explain to them what I thought had happened, just as I'd explained it to Williams's team. Before I left Quantico to come to the trial, I'd stopped by to see Jim Horn, one of the early members of the investigative support unit who had since, along with Jim Reese, become one of the 2 top law enforcement-related stress experts in the Bureau. I asked him what I could do to help the family if the occasion presented itself. Horn is a very sensitive, empathetic guy and he told me the main thing I could do was listen and be sympathetic, something Hank Williams was already doing very well on his own. Jim also suggested I have them get in touch with the Parents of Murdered Children organization and several other support groups, and I passed this information along to them. I liked the Collinses right away, but had no way of knowing at the time how pivotal and valuable they themselves would soon become in helping and counseling others who experienced similar tragedy. These were my real soulmates. They were the reason I did the work I did. While the jury was out deliberating, Jane Allie saw Trudy and came over to her. "I'm so sorry about what happened to your daughter," she said. She didn't go so far as to acknowledge her son had done it, but it was something. "I'll be honest with you," Trudy replied. "I feel sorry for you as a mother and for me as a mother. Your son has caused 2 mothers untold grief." After 6 hours of deliberation, the jury of 10 women and 2 men found Sedley Allie guilty of murder in the 1st degree, aggravated kidnapping, and aggravated rape. After 2 additional hours of deliberation on sentencing, jurors recommended death by electrocution. Judge Axley set execution for September 11th. Jack and Trudy think the world of Hank Williams, as do I. He is one of the TME heroes of our legal system. He has equal praise for them. They were more involved than any family I have ever dealt with in a case of violence. And they kept up that involvement, becoming leaders in the victims' rights movement. What none of them knew at the time was that rather than ending and bringing closure with the jury's verdict, the ordeal had only just begun. Chapter 9 The Passion of Jack and Trudy Collins. In October of 1988, Jack was having a problem with a tooth. He went to his dentist, who examined him and said he needed a root canal. "Okay, fine," Jack replied, "let's do it," and the procedure was done. Before he left the office, the dentist said, "You're going to be having some pain from this, so I'm going to give you some medication to take when the Novocaine wears off." Within a few hours, the Novocaine had fully worn off and the pain was becoming intense. "Pretty serious, frontline pain," Jack recalled. Trudy saw how much distress he was in and reminded him that he had the pills the dentist had given him. "I'm not going to take them," Jack told her. "I want to fully suffer this pain and then offer up the pain for Suzanne." Trudy asked, "XV do you mean?" Jack explained his reasoning. "As bad as this pain may be, and I hope it gets much worse than this, I'm going to ask God to add it all up and then go back to that night when Suzanne was being beaten and tortured and murdered, and to subtract an equal amount of pain from her so that her suffering will become a little bit less." "Jack, you can't go back in time," Trudy said. "Well, yes you can," Jack replied. "God doesn't work in time, he works in eternity." Trudy had never been as sure of this as Jack, but this practice has become a constant act of devotion for him. Now, Ever since Suzanne died, every distress I experience, pain, tension, frustration, anxiety, loss, whatever, all of those things I offer up for her sake. I ask God to apply their merits back to Suzanne at the time of her final agony and terror so that her pain can be lessened by that same amount. I asked Jack what, if anything, he felt Suzanne's horrible suffering at the hands of Sedley Ali accomplished. In and of itself, it accomplished nothing, he said, and there were tears in high seas. 11 years later, this is no easier to talk about. An innocent girl died because she happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time when a monster needed to vent his rage. But on another level, it accomplished a tremendous amount. It caused us to become much better people, more caring and compassionate. It also inspired us to become active in a civic and political way, fighting for justice for crime victims and their families. It made us reach out to help others whom we might never have helped before. I commented that it seemed to me as though they must have been pretty good people to begin with. MTE worked at it, but one can always do better. Now, every time we hear about somebody or something that we can help with, we try to help. Steve had asked me once, how could God let something so terrible happen to Suzanne, and Trudy answered him by saying, there's evil in the world. Some people try to deny it, but evil walks in this world and we have to address it. We have to counter it every chance we get. I really feel strongly about that, Trudy added. If we let evil prevail, even incrementally, it saps us all. Pretty soon it's up to your nose level, then your eye level, and then you get so used to it you don't even realize it's prevailing. As Stephen has said, you'll never find a closer couple than my parents. And the one thing they were determined to do was hang together as a family. If we fell apart, Trudy said, then Sedley Ali's victory would have been more complete. We did not want to let evil win. I didn't know if we were going to win or lose, but I knew we were going to be in that battle all the way. Like most people who have suffered terrible loss, Jack and Trudy came to grips with Suzanne's death in stages. Trudy explains, the first reaction I had was, okay, God. I prayed to you to take care of her. How come you let us down? But then you get realistic, you know, God didn't do this. Other people will tell you, oh, this is terrible, there must have been a reason. I say, no. There's no reason. There was an evil person who wanted to do an evil deed. Her next reaction was one of acute vulnerability. She felt anxious and nervous all the time. She privately committed her thoughts to paper several times in a spiral stenographer's notebook. What if Steve is hurt, taken from us? What if Jack gets sick? What if I am sick fatally? Who will cope? Why has this been visited upon us? Did we care too little, do too little, overlook needs? Or are we the chosen to share with Jesus his cross, and endure regardless? Shame on me for questioning. After all, until now, it was grand, wasn't it? Was it? Did we have our share of hardship? Maybe not enough. Why didn't we think ahead? What of the future? Would retirement fill us with enough for our future? Would being idle be acceptable, bearable once the horrible occurred? Did we once think about the possibility of something so horrendous? Now what's to become of us? What worse occurrence could there be than losing our only daughter? Losing our only son? If you didn't want us to have them, Lord, why did you give them to us? She became very protective of all those around her. One of Suzanne's best friends still lived in the inn and used to jog alone after dark. When she came over to see them, Trudy said, please, promise me you won't go out jogging even in our neighborhood after dark. It's just not worth it, it just isn't. Do your exercise in the morning, or with other people. Please. Eventually, Trudy says, you have to reach the final stage, and that is acceptance. Still, though, she and Jack knew that the most important thing to them was to go the entire distance with Suzanne, and until they can do that, says Trudy, we have unfinished business. They want to see the murderer of their daughter pay the ultimate price which the people of Tennessee imposed upon him. They are religious people and not vengeful. They say they do not even hate Sedley Ali, that he is beneath such a human emotion. Though I personally feel that vengeance within the context of the law can have a useful and morally uplifting power, they are content to leave the issue of vengeance to higher authority than ours. Their interest, pure and simple, is to see justice done for their beloved daughter. Like many, if not most, people who've been personally associated with or seen close up the effects of violent murder, the Collinses favor the death penalty. But if there were such a thing as life imprisonment without possibility of parole, that would at least assure society that predators like Ali would never again be able to destroy other lives. As long as there was absolutely no parole, no hope ever for parole, Trudy says. But we know in this country, that's ludicrous. The so-called life without parole laws can always be changed, Jack states, either by court decision or by legislative action whenever a new set of politicians comes into the state house. Also, a governor has the power to pardon or commute a sentence. As it is, even with a death penalty conviction, we're terrified the conviction could still be overthrown, as long as this thing has dragged on. In any event, the nature of the deed demands a response more severe and definitive than life without parole. Since the trial and verdict, Jack and Trudy simultaneously and continuously have fought two battles, the battle to keep their lives intact and Suzanne's memory alive and her presence felt, and the battle to see justice done for victims of violent crime and their families. They are not unique in either of these respects, many others have joined the fight and there is ever-growing strength in their numbers. But they are representative of the GNAD people who are beginning to say, in Jack's words, if society is not serious about responding strongly and effectively to the worst crimes, then how can we expect its citizens to act? How do you expect to have a society with any set of reasonable moral rules and standards about how people should treat each other if the crime is not followed swiftly and surely by meaningful punishment? They began counseling other victims of loss, and they became activists. Their message to other families was simple: you will never again be the same and you will never again be whole, but you can get through this, you can go on, your lives can still have real value, and you can keep your loved one's memory alive in a happy and positive way. Fundamentally, we share our experience with them, says Jack. We say, we're making it, we're not so special. You can make it too. But it's really not so much what you say, there are no magic words. It's simply letting your compassion show through, and they'll know you understand. You might just put your arm around them and simply say, God, I'm sorry, and give them a hug and look into their eyes. And don't be afraid if tears start falling. We've learned so much about ourselves and about grieving since this happened to us. Another message they shared was that you get each other through. Couples that have suffered devastating loss can either be brought closer together or torn apart. And it's important to be aware of this. The anguish was often overwhelming. There were times when I was devastated and didn't know if I was going to cope, Trudy recalls, and Jack helped me get back up. And I think there were times when he was really down and I helped. Jack adds, if I did not have Trudy, I think I would be a basket case. As much as my faith means to me, it's not enough to have carried me through. We had to do it together or we couldn't have done it. While still living in Springfield, Jack and Trudy also participated regularly in a support group for surviving family members of homicide victims. They looked forward to its bi-weekly meetings, where they could link up with others who had suffered similar losses and share their own grieving experiences, coping tools, and survival techniques. The group's two coordinators Carol Ellis and Sandra Witt became valued and trusted friends to all the members, and TME heroes to Trudy and Jack. At the heart of the group's activities were once a month, caring and sharing, sessions. Tears and laughter ran together, joined by a link of trust and understanding. In addition, members frequently provided direct support to one another by attending the constant parade of hearings and trials related to the criminal proceedings against the indicted killers of their loved ones. Members also met with law enforcement officials, judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, correctional personnel, probation parole officers, and FBI agents to sensitize them to the specific needs of victims and their families. In time, the group became increasingly media-sorry. Members began seeking invitations to testify before legislative committees. Television stations began covering some of their meetings and public activities. There are now many such groups throughout the country, varying widely in scope and program. From their own experience and travels, Trudy and Jack believe that their old Fairfax County group is one of the very best of its kind in the nation, and could easily serve as a model for groups just starting out or ones that would like seasoned advice on program content and approach. Readers interested in more information should contact Director, Fairfax Peer Survivors Group, FPSG, Victim Witness Unit, Fairfax County Police Department, 10600, Page Avenue, Fairfax, Virginia, 22030. The Collinses became advocates for people like themselves, began appearing on television and radio programs usually together saying to anyone who would listen, do we realize what we're losing in this country? Do we understand we're losing quality people, like Suzanne, who could be our salvation for the future? Do we, as a society, really care? You see what's happening, Jack says. The worst thing that any of us can imagine in terms of a crime is the violent, brutal, vicious murder of a loved one. And yet that happens over and over again in our society. And by the cavalier way we deal with those crimes today, through the abuse of the criminal justice system, we're giving out a message that the worst things that can happen in our society are either forgivable or are not worth pushing on to their full and final conclusions. That's why you see kids throwing other kids out of windows in Chicago or killing each other over a leather jacket in New York. Murder is no big deal anymore. When do we start getting the true message across? Jack has spent a lot of time and emotional energy thinking about this, and speaks for the way many of us in law enforcement have come to feel. The only crimes people get excited about now seem to be societal crimes, threats to the environment, racism, political incorrectness, inadequate treatment for the poor and homeless. It's all generic, it's all group sins. There's no individual sin anymore. No, I'm responsible for my actions, I've got to answer to somebody. There's none of that, no personal responsibility, no sense of one's own accountability. We keep coming up with situations where the bad guys and their lawyers will say, "Oh, what do you expect in a society like this? How do you expect a kid to act?" Well, who is society? Society is people, individuals who have to answer for themselves. From the day Sedley Alley was charged, the one thing they sought was closure, a word you will hear over and over again from victims of violent crimes and their families. As long as the process remains ongoing, as long as appeals continue and the jury's sentence is postponed, as long as the survivors have to relieve the horror and have the scar tissue torn off at every hearing or court appearance or parole board review, there can be no closure. And throughout the entire process they found that while the defendant was accorded every consideration, the victim of the crime, actually the victims, for each crime leaves many, was virtually disregarded by the system. As Trudy wrote in her notebook, can others look at him with pity when they hear of his rage and what he did to this lovely young girl for no reason? Can society condone this, tolerate this behavior? Others need to know it cannot be tolerated. In Tennessee, when a defendant like Sedley Alley is found guilty and sentenced to death, there is an automatic appeal to the Tennessee Supreme Court. The middle level, the Court of Criminal Appeals, is bypassed. It took more than a year, until October of 1988, for the trial transcript to be prepared and for oral arguments in Alley's appeal to be made. By this time, he had a new set of lawyers, Art Quinn and Tim Holton. In August of 1989, roughly 2.5 years after the trial and 4 years after Suzanne's murder, the Tennessee Supreme Court unanimously affirmed Sedley Alley's conviction and sentence. Quinn and Holton then made the standard appeal to the United States Supreme Court. In January of 1990, the request for certiorari was denied, in effect stating that the court saw nothing in the case record indicating or suggesting a reversible error. Justices William Brennan and Thurgood Marshall, both longtime death penalty opponents, dissented. But it seemed that for all intents and purposes, the long slog through the legal system had run its course. Execution was set for May 2, 1990. So at that point the Collinses felt this part of the ordeal would soon be over, and at least when they visited Suzanne's grave, they could tell her that justice had been administered. But it wasn't over. In actuality, Jack had been given a foreshadowing of why not. 2 years before. Back in 1988, he had read a speech by U.S. Supreme Court Justice William H. Rehnquist regarding problems of delay and repetition which he saw in the habeas corpus appeals process in capital cases. When Jack found out what it was all about, he realized that this could present a significant problem in bringing their own case to closure. The concept of habeas corpus is at the very heart of Anglo-American ideas of law and justice, dating back at least to the 14th century. Literally, it is Latin for, "you have the body," and was intended to compel whoever was holding a prisoner to present him before a legal magistrate at a specific time and place for a judicial review of his status. It is considered the fundamental weapon and bulwark against illegal detention and false imprisonment by a ruler without cause or a court without jurisdiction. In effect, it lets anyone in custody petition for a hearing as to the legality of that custody. In the 1969 Supreme Court opinion in Harris v. Nelson, Justice Abe Fortas wrote, "The writ of habeas corpus is the fundamental instrument for safeguarding individual freedom against arbitrary and lawless state action. Its preeminent role is recognized by the admonition in the Constitution that, the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended. The scope and flexibility of the writ, its capacity to reach all manner of illegal detention, its ability to cut through barriers of form and procedural mazes have always been emphasized and jealously guarded by courts and lawmakers. The very nature of the writ demands that it be administered with the initiative and flexibility essential to ensure that miscarriages of justice within its reach are surfaced and corrected. No one I know of denies that all this is right, proper, and as it should be. But it must be viewed in its correct context. The writ of habeas corpus, rooted in Anglo-Saxon common law and enshrined in our own constitution, is directed specifically at the unlawful detention of an individual by either an executive authority such as a president, governor, or attorney general, or by a court without proper jurisdiction. It is not a privilege intended for persons lawfully sentenced by legally constituted courts. But in 1867, on the heels of Reconstruction, Congress passed a statute that made this federal writ available to state prisoners already convicted by a state court. Under the terms of this new law, the prisoner had to allege that he was being held in violation of the Constitution or a federal law or treaty. What this federal statute foresaw was a collateral review by a federal court of the state court's judicial proceedings. It did not view the writ as a vehicle for re-examining findings of law in fact already determined by the state court. The federal review was supposed to deal with such matters as lack of due process, lack of equal protection under the law, prejudicial conduct by a judge, and the like. It was the abuse of this latter writ, rooted in the 1867 federal statute, that Chief Justice Rehnquist was concerned about, specifically as it related to death penalty cases. In his view, and in the view of many observers, this federal appeals process was taking far too long, and was allowing too many repetitious and frivolous petitions into the system. The result, they felt, was a loss of credibility for the federal appellate process and the erosion of a sense of finality for court judgments. One additional element must be mentioned here, too. At the state court level, there is also an appeals mechanism similar to federal habeas corpus. In fact, though technically referred to as a petition for post-conviction relief, it is often referred to as state habeas corpus. This means in capital cases such as Sedley Alley's is that, after the state's highest count has affirmed on direct appeal the trial court's verdict and sentence, the convicted murderer can petition the trial judge to set aside that conviction or sentence on the grounds that there has been a fundamental defect in the trial. If the trial court denies the petition, then that decision, too, can be appealed up the line again to the state's highest court, and so on, using this collateral attack mechanism. In June of 1988, Justice Rehnquist appointed a special ad hoc committee on federal habeas corpus in capital cases. This committee, chaired by former U.S. Supreme Court Justice Lewis F. Powell, Jr., issued its report in August of 1989, proposing a series of statutory provisions to remedy the defects in the system. In its findings, the Powell Committee noted that for the 116 executions which had taken place in the United States since 1976, the average length of time for the total appeals process was 8 years and 2 months, with some dragging on considerably longer. The greatest proportion of this time was consumed not in trial or normal appeals, but in federal habeas corpus proceedings. Up until 1953, there had not been this great delay. But in the case of Brown v. Allen, the Supreme Court ruled for the first time that federal courts in habeas proceedings had the power to review de novo from the very beginning those issues of federal law already decided by state courts during their full and fair litigation of those issues. This case opened the floodgates for a torrent of new petitions that began to inundate the federal courts. Combined with an increasingly permissive attitude on the part of many federal courts in accepting petitions for review of obviously frivolous, repetitious, or marginal issues in a system in which there was neither a time limit for filing nor a time limit on the courts to decide, what we ended up with was a process marked by excessive delay and abuses. Defendant advocates and opponents of the death penalty will say that repeated habeas corpus rounds are necessary to assure that each defendant has been given a fair trial, free from errors of omission or commission. Critics will say that the Constitution guarantees each of us a fair trial, not a perfect trial, and as long as any error or omission didn't materially affect the jury's decision, then it is just a delaying tactic to gain the defendant some of the additional years of life he denied to his victim. Also, it clearly prolongs the agony and pain of family members and loved ones of the murder victim and prevents closure to the grieving. A month before Ali's scheduled execution, his lawyers filed a petition for post-conviction relief, appealing the case on collateral issues having to do with the alleged ineffectiveness of his original counsel. Hank Williams, by the way, had thought his legal adversaries very competent, raising every possible issue and benefit of the doubt for their client. Jones and Thompson are the #1 team for capital defense in Shelby County, he says. They're both very bright guys, they've got a tremendous organization, and more experience than anyone else. The fact that the jury didn't buy their arguments had nothing to do with effectiveness of counsel. But by the time Judge W. Fred Axley decided that there was no merit to Allie's claims in his petition, it was September 1991. Almost another year and a half had gone by. Still, Williams doesn't fault the judge. In fact, he has the highest praise for Axley. He was giving Sedley Allie every possible opportunity so the case couldn't be reversed on any technicality. But Jack realized that with the tools available through state and federal habeas corpus statutes, Allie's lawyers could postpone imposition of the sentence virtually indefinitely. Allie was more likely to die of old age than electrocution. As Hank Williams put it, the Suzanne Collins case is a classic example of how you have no justice. Through the jury, the people decided in a matter of hours what they wanted to do. The system has spent the last 10 years messing around with that. It becomes a ridiculous game. I'll be frank with you, it is a nightmare. The more he observed the situation, the longer he tracked Sedley Allie's appeals, the more Jack realized that the heart of the problem was the need for habeas corpus reform. In his quest for justice for his daughter, he had to face a fundamental philosophical and practical question: do victims and their families have any standing in the criminal justice system? Much of the system is structured as it should and must be in a society like ours to protect the rights of the defendant. The issue then becomes, are those affected by the crime entitled to any relief from their suffering through that same system? Or, are the rights of defendants and their victims so opposed to each other that both cannot be accommodated at the same time? Jack started frequenting law libraries for the first time since his own law school days. He began reading up on the history of habeas corpus and how it had evolved over the decades. Then he went up to Capitol Hill, to the Congressional Committee libraries, reading transcripts of every hearing on post-conviction procedure he could get his hands on. I wanted to see who had testified and how they had testified. Maybe I'm a poor researcher, but I couldn't find a single victim or anyone representing a victim who had ever testified before the House or the Senate on the need for habeas corpus reform. It was always judges or lawyers or jurisprudential experts or academics or legal technicians of one type or another, or politicians, but never victims. And I felt it was important for victims to be heard on this issue. There was a series of House congressional hearings during the spring of 1990. Jack offered himself to the committees as a witness, but they couldn't understand what place someone purporting to represent victims would have testifying about habeas corpus reform. Still, he kept calling, kept visiting Senate and House offices, and kept educating himself. Jack's activities came to the attention of Cherie Nolan, Deputy Director of the Justice Department's Office for Liaison Services. Accordingly, when Phyllis Callows, president of a prominent nonprofit victims' rights organization Citizens for Law and Order, or CLO, based in Oakland, California, approached the Justice Department's outreach office about how to get their message out on the need for habeas corpus reform, Nolan recommended that they get in touch with Jack and Trudy. So began a relationship that would make the Collinses among the most prominent, persistent, and effective crime victims advocates in the country. Jack and Trudy quickly became CLO's Eastern Regional Directors. They succeeded in building a coalition of some 24 victims advocates organizations across the country, representing more than 50,000 members, working to give the movement enough critical mass to carry weight and influence. Frank Carrington was in many ways the father of the victims' rights movement in the United States. A former Marine who went into law enforcement, then became an attorney, Carrington wrote several books on the subject and led or served on virtually every panel or commission related to crime victims' rights. He was a founding board member of the National Organization for Victim Assistance, a chairman of the American Bar Association's Victims Committee, and a member of the 1982 landmark President's Task Force on the Victims of Crime. Carrington was not a crime victim or victim family member himself. He had simply observed the effects of crime on families and what he perceived to be serious abuses in the criminal justice system and wanted to do something about them. He carefully and systematically studied the facts and issues to see what habeas petitions were actually accomplishing and who they were actually protecting from unfair treatment. And he came to what he saw as an inescapable conclusion: no person in his or her right mind can seriously argue that the otherwise intolerable effects of habeas corpus abuses can be justified because it results in doing justice by freeing wrongfully convicted defendants. Basically, then, we have a situation in which victims or survivors of horrible, violent, vicious criminal activity must literally put their lives on hold waiting for justice to be done, or at least be perceived to have been done. Carrington became familiar with the Collins case shortly after Jack and Trudy joined CLO and was deeply moved by it. He urged Jack to publicize Suzanne's story and the realities of the criminal justice system as seen by victims. He also encouraged the Justice Department's Office for Victims of Crime to publish and distribute this story. Inspired by Frank's caring and concern, Jack produced a pamphlet, working closely with Lee Chancellor, executive director of the Judicial Reform Foundation. On the first page was a beautiful color photograph of Suzanne in her Marine uniform, and a description of what had happened to her and the history of the judicial process after the Tennessee Supreme Court denied Allie's appeal. Inside was greater detail of the abuses of habeas corpus, including comments by experts on the subject. The pamphlet was widely circulated. Tens of thousands of copies were read throughout the United States. It came to my attention after Jack came to Quantico to speak to FBI and National Academy classes. I used to keep a stack on my desk at Quantico, offering it to visitors to my office. Around the same time the pamphlet was published, in early March of 1991, Attorney General Richard Thornburg convened what was billed as a crime summit in Washington, D.C. held at the Sheraton Park Hotel and calling together experts and interested parties from all over the country for a 3-day conference. The summit featured law enforcement personnel, congressmen, state attorneys general, mayors, officials of rape crisis centers, other victims advocates and organizations, and about a dozen crime victims and family members. Jack and Trudy Collins were invited to attend. President George Bush came and made a personal statement, and Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor gave the keynote address, stating her opinion that current habeas corpus procedures represented an endless round of appeals that took place after normal safeguards had been followed and normal appeals exhausted. At the end of the conference, in a session chaired by Thornburg, each group was given the opportunity to make a statement summing up its goals and assessing the current state of affairs. Jack was asked to do the summation for victims. The essence of his remarks dealt with the fact that almost to a person, crime victims agree that next to the crime itself, the most painful burden for them to bear is the lack of finality of criminal convictions. Until we know that the punishment of those who have savaged us or our loved ones is final, we cannot begin to put our lives back together. 2 months later, on May 7, 1991, Jack first testified before Congress at a hearing on habeas corpus reform called by the Senate Committee on the Judiciary, chaired by Joseph Biden of Delaware. I wanted to get their immediate attention, not simply to say, "Your statutory proposals are horrible," but make them feel what it means to be a victim, to have them grasp this type of thing. So I started by describing what happened to Suzanne, comparing her savage treatment on the night of her death with the relatively mild discomfort experienced by her brutal killer, who, thanks to abuses of habeas corpus, is allowed to live many years after his sentence even though a jury and count have said he should be executed. In effect, I said, "Let me tell you about the type of creature that's inhabiting death row." I used strong language to describe how he ravaged her and made her suffer. Stephen was there in the hearing room. So was Trudy, along with a full gallery who had come to hear a federal appellate judge, an American Bar Association president, the Attorney General of California, and a former Attorney General of Tennessee, among others. Before the testimony began, Senators Strom Thurmond and Orrin Hatch came down to greet the Collinses, which Jack found both touching and meaningful, the first tangible evidence he'd seen of concern from any member of the legislature. With them was Manus Cooney, a counsel for the Judiciary Committee, who had been staunchly championing Jack's cause from within the committee's professional staff. One of the main messages Jack wanted to get across was that the post-conviction judicial process, particularly habeas corpus, needed to be treated as a victim's rights concern. "Make no mistake about it," he testified, "habeas corpus is just as much an issue of victims' rights and revictimization as it is an issue of jurisprudence or federalism." He laid his feelings on the line when he said, "I am a retired Foreign Service officer of the Department of State. During my overseas appointments, I and my family actively promoted the merits of our democratic way of life and extolled its many byproducts, including the criminal justice system. Mr. Chairman, committee members, I could not and would not do that today. When I came home and our daughter was murdered, our nation's vaunted criminal justice system showed me and my family its true face. Yes, justice aplenty for the killer, with delays, continuances, reviews, stays, tests, hearings, examinations, rehearings, appeals, and petitions. For us, the victims, neglect, uncertainty, waiting, frustration, more waiting, injustice, and growing sense of despair." As a result of the hearing, Jack felt the rules of the game had finally begun to change. This was the first time the victim's perspective on habeas corpus had been presented. He had made the issue human and personal and accessible to the average citizen, rather than an arcane matter for legal scholars. MTE served notice that victims were not going to be quiet any longer. They continued building a national victims coalition. They contacted small and medium-sized groups throughout the country and got to know the people running them. They asked some of those people who were victims themselves to testify before Congress and publicly relate their personal experiences with the criminal justice system. Senators and congressmen finally began hearing from a wide range of victims on a matter which previously had been reserved for experts. In his retirement years, when most people begin winding down and taking it easy, Jack had become a militant. He and Trudy went on television to get their message across, either by themselves or lending their support to others. They appeared on the Maury Povich show with a couple from Kansas City whose daughter had been viciously raped and murdered. The producer told them it would be good to have a psychiatrist or psychologist on with them to explain why killers and rapists behave this way. Jack had just the person. He recommended the distinguished Washington area psychologist Dr. Stanton Samanow, author of such landmark works as Inside the Criminal Mind, who, with the late psychiatrist Dr. Samuel Yochelson, conducted a pioneering study on criminal behavior at St. Elizabeth's Hospital. Along with Dr. Park Dietz of California, Samanow is one of the few mental health professionals who really understands the criminal personality from the perspective we've studied at Quantico. Predictably, many psychiatrists and psychologists who haven't done the research these two have don't appreciate their views or their attitudes toward criminal behavior. On the program, the Collinses and the other crime victims told their stories. Anyone who could do such things must be sick, crazy, insane, right? No. Call him sick if you wish, Samanow explained, but he is not insane because he is rationally faithful to his own ideas and values. The perpetrator of this type of crime differs from the rest of us in his character and thinking. We find it difficult to comprehend that someone would want to do something so terrible. But that's the way it is. As a result of his work on behalf of victims and his impressive performance at the National Crime Summit, Jack was asked by Attorney General William Barr, who had succeeded Dick Thornburgh, to join the Justice Department as Special Assistant to the Director of the Office for Victims of Crime, a job he began in December 1991 and held for 2 years. His role was to be an official government advocate for crime victims and their families. In that capacity he handled inquiries from victims and victims' organizations, advised on legislative initiatives, prepared a major proposal for better publicizing the office's services, counseled, and in general tried to put a human face on bureaucracy and procedure. Part of that involved traveling around the country, speaking about the Crime Victims Fund, a provision of the 1984 Victims of Crime Act, which mandated that criminal fines be placed into a special fund that would be earmarked for direct compensation of victims as well as for various support services. These could include therapy and counseling, battered women's shelters, rape crisis centers, and transportation to court hearings, babysitting during those hearings, anything that would support victims as they made their way through the system. Meanwhile, Jack continued speaking out and testifying before congressional committees as Sedley Alley's collateral appeals dragged on. Hank Williams said, Jack dedicated himself to keeping Congress on track on this issue. What kept him going? What kept him and Trudy so focused on taking on an entire system, no matter what it required of them? They said they simply wanted to see justice done, that they would not have the closure they needed until they'd walked that final mile with Suzanne. Stephen says, they feel Suzanne is watching their every move and I think they're trying to show her even in death how much she means to them. The more they can fight for her and people like her, the more they can show their love. Suzanne died in the process of becoming a mature woman and they never got a chance to enjoy her as an adult. This is their way of dealing with unfinished business. Throughout the direct appeals process and protracted collateral review proceedings, Alley's prosecutors were initially batting 1,000. So he petitioned again, this time appealing the lower court's denial of his petition for post-conviction relief, and this time it would go to the State Court of Criminal Appeals, to be heard by a 3-judge panel in Jackson, Tennessee, in October of 1992. As they did every time anything important in the process came up, Jack and Trudy went to the oral arguments. Now Alley's lawyers were arguing not only ineffective counsel, but also that the trial judge should have recused himself from the hearing because, among other things, he had made a supposedly prejudicial statement at a speech he gave to a civic group. What he said, in what might have been considered an unfortunately light-handed manner, was that some of the prison overcrowding could be solved if they would just execute some of these people that are already in line for it. The appeals panel was headed up by Judge Penny Ivyite, a well-spoken woman in her late 30s, with impressive credentials. But right from the start, Jack felt they were in deep trouble with Judge White. It became evident to us right away from body language, attitude, manner of speaking, everything, that she was very pro-defense. There was a marked difference in her attitude toward them and the prosecution team. There were smiles for the defense and some side comments, almost smirks, to one of the other judges while the prosecution was making its case. She gave relatively shorn shrift to the prosecution while encouraging the defense to tell her more. It tch. The Court of Criminal Appeals from October 1992 to April 1994 to hand down a decision that, in effect, said that the judge should have recused himself, so we aren't going to decide all the issues raised, we're going to order a new lower court hearing with a new judge. That hearing took up the time from April 1994 until August 1995. Part of the claim of ineffective counsel was that not enough medical experts were brought in on the issue of Allie's mental state, despite the fact that, on direct appeal, the state Supreme Court had seen no problem here and, in fact, the trial date itself had been delayed 3 or 4 times to provide for various medical evaluations. Essentially, Hank Williams commented, they were asking for even more doctors to see what in the world Robert Jones could have possibly missed. In other words, Jones was ineffective for assuming that a bunch of medical experts knew what they were talking about. In all the years since the trial, by the way, neither Hank Williams nor I have heard one scintilla more evidence of either Billy or death taking over Sedley Allie's personality again. We haven't heard any evidence of Allie expressing any degree of sorrow or remorse. The defense continued grasping at straws. In the meantime, Jack could feel himself burning out. He didn't want to give up the fight on the national level, but he knew if he didn't step back and let someone else lead the charge for a while, he was going to lose his effectiveness, and possibly a lot more. He was tired, depressed, his breath was shot, and his cholesterol level and blood pressure were high. Trudy said to him, "You're going under and I'm not far behind. We have got to get out of the DC area. If we don't, this is the way we're going to end our lives." They looked around, talked to friends, and finally decided on the old and venerable community of Wilmington, North Carolina. They moved there in the summer of 1994. Located along the Cape Fear River less than 10 miles from beautiful Atlantic Ocean beaches, it was a long way, geographically and physically, from their New York origins, but it fit the bill. One sense constant, their one-level house, surrounded by the mementos of a lifetime of world traveling and many photos of Stephen and Suzanne, they tried to calm down and get their lives in order. On August 31, 1995, Judge L.T. Lafini, the new judge brought in because of Penny White's 1994 decision, ruled that there was no basis for the claim of ineffective counsel. In addition, during his own hearing of Allie's petition, he permitted the introduction of a great deal of additional medical testimony from expert witnesses. Suzanne Collins had been dead more than 10 years. A month or so later, a case that already had been in the pipeline was decided by the Tennessee Supreme Court, saying that in certain circumstances, state-funded expert testimony should be allowed during collateral appeals. As of this writing, Allie's defense team appealed Judge Lafferty's decision and has sent in a new written brief to the Court of Criminal Appeals. The Tennessee Attorney General's office has likewise prepared its own response brief, and both sides are now awaiting the date for oral arguments. Yet once this issue is dealt with, however long it takes based on their experience, Jack and Trudy are fearful that yet another issue will be brought up, and another, and another. The issue of supposedly ineffective counsel comes up a lot. At the same time that our age seems to be characterized by a lack of personal responsibility for anything, we are also quick to palm responsibility off or lay blame on others. Just as with the large number of medical suits clogging the courts, if you don't get the result you want in a criminal trial, why not fault someone else? Hank Williams has what I think is a good solution to this particular problem. Before a trial begins, there should be a list of about 50 questions, almost like a pre-flight cockpit checklist. The defense attorney should answer each question, or check off each step. Then the judge, as part of his own evaluation, should get the defendant on the stand and ask him if he's satisfied. Then the judge certifies that the defense preparation has been adequate. At the end of the trial, perhaps even before the verdict, he should make another determination as to the adequacy of counsel. All of this would go into the trial record. It may not eliminate all the problems with bogus habeas claims of inadequate representation, but it would go a long way. And in cases where there really was incompetent counsel, the court would be made aware of it at the appropriate time, the beginning of the trial. Williams thinks it's downright insulting to attack competent and dedicated attorneys after the fact just for the sake of legal maneuvering. The problem, he says, is that the anti-death penalty people feel anything they do is justified because their cause is justified. That's a dangerous attitude in a free society. There have been significant victories, though. A major piece of legislation providing for habeas corpus reform at the federal level was finally passed by Congress and signed into law by President Clinton on April 24, 1996. Public Law 104-132, the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act, was designed to put an end to the endless recycling of habeas corpus petitions. Before a successive petition in a given case can be heard by a federal district court, its substantive merits must be certified by a 3-judge panel of the Federal Circuit Court of Appeals. Given the other provisions of the new statute, that circumstance should prove very rare. And the imposition of time limits on both the filing of a petition and its adjudication by federal counts should go a long way toward eliminating undue delay. Credit for the passage of the bill must be shared by many people and groups. In my opinion, and in the opinion of people like Hank Williams, though, the habeas corpus reform is due in large measure to Jack and Trudy Collins and others like them who, believing in the power of the individual citizen and inspired by devotion to their slain loved ones, decided to march into the nation's corridors of power and demand justice. Says Jack, Suzanne's fingerprints are all over that law. Of course, on a state level, every state must pass its own reforms, and sadly Allie's collateral appeals have not even reached the federal level yet, since so much time has been spent on the process thus far in Tennessee. This type of ordeal is being repeated for other victims and their families throughout the country. For the last several years of this delay, Jack and Trudy have blamed Judge Penny White, who, since her order that Allie's collateral appeal be reheard, had been appointed to the Tennessee Supreme Court in 1994 by then-Governor Ned McWhorter. As in many states, once appointed to this court, judges do not run for re-election, but are voted on in a public approval referendum. They don't run against an opponent in this referendum, it's simply a yes-no vote. And the vote, generally by very low turnout, is almost always yes. Penny White's appointment was to be judged by the voters on August 1, 1996. Jack and Trudy and their fellow crime victims felt that Judge White was simply out and out against the death penalty, despite the fact that it was the law of the land in Tennessee. They had written a letter to Governor McLvey Hunter in 1994 urging him not to appoint her to the Supreme Court vacancy. They also felt so strongly that so many of her other decisions were egregious, that she was demonstrably anti-victim, that they made the 1,400-mile round trip to Tennessee to actively support a drive to have her recalled from the bench. In this effort, they worked closely with Rebecca Easley from Burns, Tennessee, a widely respected victims advocate whose sister had been brutally murdered by her husband in a contract killing in 1977. Her sister's case is still being appealed almost 20 years after that terrible event. Giving interviews about the judicial ping-pong they were subjected to, talking to reporters, appearing at press conferences and on television, the Collinses and other victims advocates took pan in a massive statewide drive to highlight what they felt were the problems with Penny White as a state Supreme Court jurist. They helped publicize an extensive position paper detailing the facts of many of her major case decisions. They were opposed by the People to Retain Penny White campaign, which raised more than 10 times as much money as the anti-White group. Judge White's critics cited a number of appellate decisions in which she took part that they said proved her bias against capital punishment and against victims. One involved the 1991 murder of Tennessee State Trooper Doug Tripp. On May 19, 1991, John Henry Wallen had pulled up next to Tripp as he sat in his patrol car and unloaded 12 or 13 shots into his head, neck, and shoulder in 2 separate barrages with a .22 caliber rifle. Tripp's revolver never left its holster. The killer admitted he had made up his mind that he would shoot the trooper. There was testimony at the trial that Wallen admitted hating police officers in general and told his girlfriend that one day he would kill Tripp or Tripp would kill him. A jury found Wallen guilty of first-degree murder. When the case came up before the Court of Criminal Appeals in November of 1995, Judge White declared that there was insufficient evidence of premeditation on Wallen's part and therefore the charge should have been reduced to second-degree murder. The other 2 judges on the panel disagreed. It is impossible to tell from the context whether this decision was reached months earlier or seconds before the killing, she wrote. This opinion outraged a lot of people, especially law enforcement officers who daily lay their lives on the line, particularly Doug Tripp's brother, David, a detective with the Union County Sheriff's Department. "If that can't be tried for first-degree murder," he said, "then I can't imagine what could be." And that wasn't all. The same month that John Henry Wallen killed Trooper Doug Tripp, Richard Odom, a convicted murderer who had escaped from a Mississippi prison, raped and murdered 78-year-old Mina Ethel Johnson in a Memphis parking garage as she walked to her podiatrist's office. As he was raping her, Johnson pleaded that she was a virgin and tried to diffuse his rage, saying, "Don't do this, son. I'll give you a son." Odom testified he replied. The rape was so brutal it tore her vaginal wall, then he stabbed her repeatedly in her heart, lung, and liver until she died. There were also defense wounds on her hands. Odom testified that she remained conscious until she died. The jury convicted Odom and sentenced him to death. By the time this case reached the Tennessee Supreme Court, Penny White was a member of that panel. She and one other judge ruled that there was no evidence that the Johnson rape murder was especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and that it involved torture or serious physical abuse beyond that necessary to produce death, one of the state's aggravating circumstances necessary for imposition of the death penalty. Odom was therefore entitled to a new sentencing hearing. The Supreme Court opinion, while allowing that, while almost all murders are heinous, atrocious, and cruel to some degree, and we have no purpose to demean or minimize the ordeal this murder victim experienced, stated that this standard must be reserved for application only to those cases which, by comparison or contrast, can be articulately determined to be the very worst of the worst. Otherwise, they piously pointed out, every murder committed in the perpetration of rape could be classified as a death-eligible offense. Okay, folks. We can argue the merits of the death penalty all we want. But I'm here to tell you that I've been involved with thousands of rape and murder cases during my quarter century in law enforcement, and to paraphrase Detective David Tripp, if raping a 78-year-old virgin, making this violation the last experience of her life, ripping her vaginal wall and stabbing her over and over again isn't especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, or that it isn't serious physical abuse, then I can't imagine what could be, and believe me, I've seen some pretty bad stuff. Ron McWilliams, the lead detective on the case, wept openly when describing its brutality at a news conference. White's critics saw this ruling as manifest evidence that she simply wasn't sensitive to victims of violent crimes and really didn't get what they actually went through. The Collinses and their allies, including Rebecca Easley, David Tripp, and Mina Johnson's sister, Louise Long, concluded that Judge White was simply against the death penalty and was using her position and power to circumvent the will of the jury. White's supporters said she was just trying to ensure fair trials for defendants and that it was unfair to judge her on only a few decisions, though her critics saw an overall pattern in her judgments. Whatever the overall record, though, I personally happen to believe that saying you shouldn't evaluate a judge on one particular decision is like saying you shouldn't evaluate a person on the commission of one particular crime. In both instances, they tell you a lot about where this individual is coming from. In another decision, she stated that the ruling by a lower court judge that a convicted child molester must display a sign in his front yard for a certain period of time should be overturned because it undermined his character and self-esteem. We could argue this point, and I might even agree that such a public proclamation might tend to undermine an individual's self-esteem. But it should also be noted that this sentence was imposed by the judge as a substitute for jail time. And since there is so much talk these days about alternative punishments, this might be a preferable one if the subject in question wasn't highly dangerous. But again, if nothing else, that decision of Judge White's was cited as showing a bias toward a convicted felon and away from the victim. On Thursday, August 1, 1996, the voters of Tennessee voted no on Penny White by a margin of 55 to 45%. It was the first time in Tennessee history that a Supreme Court judge had been recalled. "I've got the message to the people and the people were aroused," said Jack Collins. He saw White's recall as a warning to judges not to sit too high up in their ivory towers. Once those folks get life tenure, they sit back, they become academic and theoretical about life. They don't whiff the sulfur, they don't taste the blood. They have no idea of the grief and the sorrow involved. And they say, well, that's their role, to be above the battle. Damn it, no. You've got to understand the battle. You may not be in it, but you've got to understand it, to take the time to feel it palpably. Jack and Trudy believe they face years yet before Sedley Alley's sentence will actually be carried out, and they only hope they live long enough to see it happen. If it does, they both want to be there, watching as their daughter's killer pays the final price for his savage cruelty. They are haunted by the fact that they could not be with Suzanne when she died, and although this would not make up for it, it would constitute the final steps of walking the entire journey with her. On June 8, 1996, which would have been Suzanne's 30th birthday, Jack and Trudy decided to go out to dinner to celebrate. She was so joyous and upbeat, we wanted to be happy for her, Jack explains. It was a wonderful evening. Now, on the anniversary of the day she was killed, I doubt very much if we'd be going out to dinner, or the date she was buried. But on the date of her birthday, we said, yes, let's be happy for her. I think we'll do this every year. They still miss her every day, in ways both large and small. Jack wears on his watch band the tiny gold heart Suzanne had on a chain around her neck when she died. Stephen still carries a high school photograph of her in his wallet. Susan Hand, who went on to become an air traffic controller at El Toro and is now Susan Martin, married to Army Captain Eric Martin and the mother of 2 children, still gets misty-eyed whenever she hears the song, Don't You Forget About Me, by the group Simple Minds. It was one of her and Suzanne's favorites. Among many other things, Trudy misses not being able to go shopping with her, not having her there to say, Mom, those earrings don't go with this. Recently, Jack wrote a short story entitled, Elegy for a Marine, a very lightly fictionalized account of Suzanne's death from her own perspective. He wrote it as a catharsis, he says, as another way of trying to come to grips with the tragedy, another way to share her pain and spiritually to be with her in the hour of her death as he couldn't be physically. It is a moving tribute to Suzanne's life and courage, one of the most affecting pieces of its kind I have ever read, and a poignant, deeply revealing insight into a parent's anguish. On the legal frontier, he and Trudy will continue seeking justice for their daughter and others like her, whatever it takes. But they have also established a living memorial, the Suzanne Marie Collins Perpetual Scholarship, part of the American Foreign Service Association Scholarship Program. The Collins Scholarship is awarded to children of foreign service personnel active, retired, or deceased to pursue their college educations, and is based solely on need. Contributions in Suzanne's memory can be made to AFSA Scholarship Fund / American Foreign Service Association 2101 E Street, NW Washington, D.C. 20037 Telephone, 202-338-4045 Fax, 202-338-6820. Please specify that your contribution is for the Suzanne Marie Collins Perpetual Scholarship. Chapter 10 The Blood of the Lambs. Sometime between the late night of Friday the 13th in March of 1987 and mid-morning of Saturday, March 14th, 30-year-old Nancy Newman and her 2 daughters, 8-year-old Melissa and 3-year-old Angie, were sexually assaulted and murdered in their own apartment on Ida Street in Anchorage, Alaska, in one of the cruelest and most brutal crimes the investigators had ever seen. Her sister and brother-in-law, Cheryl and Paul Chapman, were the ones who discovered the horror after Nancy failed to show up for work. In addition to the deadly assaults, there was some evidence of burglary. So appalling was the attack and so concerned were authorities that a viciously depraved or serial killer was on the loose. Anchorage Police and the Alaska State Troopers immediately formed a joint task force. In any case that could potentially be seen as a domestic homicide, the spouse is always considered among the earliest suspects. But John Newman, a heavy equipment operator on the oil pipeline who had come up to Alaska with his family from their native state of Idaho, had been injured on the job 3 months before and had been down in San Francisco since January 3 for treatment and rehabilitation. And aside from the logistical impossibility of his involvement, it quickly became clear to investigators that he and his wife and children had a model-loving relationship without a hint of any problems. Even had John not been ruled out for these clear and concrete reasons, as soon as we heard a description of the murders and saw the crime scene photos, we knew he had nothing to do with the attack. Sad to say, some parents do abuse, and some parents do kill their children. They rape them, they beat them, they burn them, they starve them, they smother them. Sometimes they even stab them. But they don't do what was done to the Newman children. We see personal cause domestic homicides in which a man kills his wife, ex-wife, or ex-girlfriend where there is a tremendous amount of overkill in evidence, multiple stab wounds concentrated around the head and neck. And we see cases in which a man will kill his entire family. But whether it's done with a knife or a gun or any other means, it's much cleaner than this. Whatever a man might do to his wife, no matter how hideous the punishment he tries to inflict as he kills her, There is no motive we've ever seen in which a father brutally rapes, sodomizes, and slashes up his two little girls, then leaves their bodies out in plain view for whoever finds them. It just does not happen. Both the Anchorage PD and Alaska State Troopers are first-rate organizations, confident enough in their own mission and capabilities that they are secure asking for assistance from anyone who can help them. As routine practice, APD has an assistant district attorney attached to each homicide team to oversee the investigation right from the start. So the newly formed task force immediately contacted Special Agent Don McMullen, the profile coordinator in the FBI's Anchorage field office, who gave them a summary of the kind of individual likely to have perpetrated such a gruesome crime. McMullen is a first-rate agent and was one of the top profilers in the field. We had worked together about 3.5 years earlier when he was the case coordinator in the murders committed by Robin Hansen, the Anchorage baker who had abducted prostitutes, flew them out of town in his private plane, and then hunted them down for sport in the woods far from civilization. After giving police his own initial evaluation of the Newman murders, McMullen contacted Judd Ray in Quantico. Judd had been with the Investigative Support Unit for about 2.5 years and brought a unique background and qualifications to his job as a profiler. An Army veteran of Vietnam, he had started his law enforcement career as a police officer in Georgia, quickly working his way up to becoming a homicide detective before joining the FBI. He and I first got to know each other back in 1978 when he was a shift commander with the Columbus, Georgia, Police Department, working the Forces of Evil multiple murder case at FON Benning. We then worked together briefly in early 1981 when he was a special agent in the Atlanta field office and I came down from Quantico on at Kid the Atlanta child murders. But as it turned out, we didn't work together too long on that one. As I related in Mindhunter, on February 21, 1981, two shooters hired by Judd's wife very nearly killed him in his own apartment. He spent 3 weeks in the hospital under 24-hour armed guard recovering from his physical wounds. The emotional recovery took a lot longer despite obvious differences between us, such as the fact that I am tall, blue-eyed, and white, and Judd is short, wiry, and black. Judd became probably the closest I ever had to a brother. He was serving as profile coordinator in New York when some slots opened up in the unit and I immediately grabbed him and Jim Wright, who was in the Washington field office and had worked the John Hinckley case. Judd asked McMullen for the crime scene photos and whatever other case materials had been developed thus far. Certain pictures were faxed immediately and a full set arrived at Quantico on Tuesday morning. McMullen told Judd that based on the profiling input the field office had already provided, the police thought they had a good suspect. At this stage, of course, Judd didn't want to hear anything about potential suspects, needing what he refers to as the freedom of neutrality. As he sat alone at his desk reviewing the case materials, the first question Judd was asking himself was, which victim suffered the most damage at the hands of the perpetrator? The photographs bore gruesome testimony to the fact that all three had suffered horribly. Nancy Newman and both of the girls had been found nude except for nightgowns pulled up high on their chests, and all had been assaulted both vaginally and anally before being stabbed repeatedly. But it didn't take him long to conclude that the most violent assault, the worst mutilation, the greatest sustained rage had been directed against the younger girl, Angie. The 3-year-old's throat had been slashed so deeply that her head had almost been cut off. In the hideous autopsy close-up, the gaping ends of the trachea and esophagus are plainly visible, and both the jugular vein and left carotid artery had been completely severed. Angie was covered with blood and there were defense wounds on the fingers of her right hand. What kind of monster could do this to a 3-year-old? From the crime scene photos, it was clear that the crime had been highly disorganized. From the blood transfer around the scene, the tracking by serological experts of which victim's blood ended up where police had determined that the unsub attacked Mrs. Newman first, then Melissa, then Angie. There was also evidence of some ritual behavior that has no obvious symbolic significance, but which is commonly seen with very disorganized offenders. In this case, the unsub had wiped a clean path up the front of Angie's bloody body, from her vaginal area past the top of her abdomen. Though Nancy was a waitress in a nightclub bar, nothing in her victimology suggested anything high risk. Everyone the police interviewed at the establishment said she was loved by all her co-workers and friendly without ever being flirty or encouraging to men. From all evidence, she was completely faithful to her husband, never socialized with customers, and had no involvement with drugs. In short, there was no reason why she or her daughters should be targeted in their own home for such a barbaric crime. There was one potentially important piece of forensic evidence. After the murders, the killer had washed the blood off himself in the kitchen sink. And on the cloth wash rag he'd used, terry cloth is useless at picking up fingerprints, police crime technicians had found lice. Since there was no evidence of lice anywhere else in the apartment, they must have been brought in by the killer. Exclusive of the lice clue, the other thing Judd found significant about the washing itself was that the unsub must have felt the need to get the blood off him before he went outside. VVH, why would he spend more time at the scene risking discovery and leaving more evidence, rather than going back to his own place to clean himself up? Well, for one thing, he might not have his own place. These types are often drifters. And if he were familiar with the premises, as Judd surmised he was, it might be a natural reaction for him to do it there. But most importantly, if he took the time and risk to clean up this bloody mess before leaving the murder scene, it probably meant one or both of two things: that he lived with someone else and therefore had to look normal when he returned home, and he was afraid of being seen as he left, which meant it was already light out, indicating the murders had taken place on Saturday morning rather than late Friday night. The case already had a bizarre psychic dimension to it. On the Thursday before the murders, a female mental patient had called Anchorage police, describing a ritual murder which would soon take place in which the killer would drink the blood of his very young female victims and make a sacrificial offering of their bodies. Needless to say, this prophecy freaked out everyone concerned, especially when the news hit the media. The APD had to go back and interview this woman and work through the various aspects of her story, but neither Judd nor the task force could see any real connection. It seemed to be just one of those macabre coincidences that often turn up from nowhere in a homicide case and threaten to throw everyone off track, at least for a while. After consulting with the Bureau's Anchorage field office, the police had set up a blanket canvas and interview regimen designed to surface the type of individual who fit the profile of a classically disorganized violent offender with some previous history of sexual assault. He would be a white man in his early to mid-20s, disheveled in appearance and nocturnal in habits, high school educated at most, no military service, unemployed or underemployed in some menial job, plus other criteria. And the canvas did yield a good suspect, a young man who had recently moved into the neighborhood a couple of doors down from the Newmans. He had no alibi for the time of the murders and the police were encouraged that they had their man. There was only one problem with him in Judd's opinion. "I kept going back to Tothy's little 3-year-old, he says. And what kept tugging at me was that I was convinced this unsub truly had to be known to the victims. The suspect the police had picked up had never met the Newmans. In the textbook sense, he does fit our model, but you don't have the right man," Judd stated confidently during a conference call with members of the task force. They pointed out that in every other way except for knowing the family, he was perfect. But Judd stuck to his guns, saying that in this particular case, knowing the family was the key point in the profile. Nothing else mattered as much, not age, not occupation, not pre- or post-offense behavior. Judd advised that it would not be a very good move that early in the investigation to do a confrontational interview. If the guy didn't pan out, it would set everything back and the police would lose both confidence and credibility and the real culprit would have breathed a sigh of relief. "I couldn't bring myself to accept that a stranger would spend this much time in the home or that the kinds of property he'd taken were the kinds of things a stranger would have taken. There was a certain amount of risk a stranger would have taken to enter the apartment that night, and as we got more and more forensic evidence, I was pretty sure they had the wrong person. The victims were tied up with cord from the Newman residence. You don't have to do that if you're just interested in killing someone," Judd explains. "It suggests you want to have some extended interaction with your victim, some sort of negotiation. I did not believe the individual they had in mind as their prime suspect had the sophistication to be up to wanting to spend that much time with his victims. He would have needed better interpersonal skills, a better skill at communicating and negotiating than I felt he had. I was reading a lot of dynamics into that act alone, and when I juxtaposed that against the person they wanted to go out to interview, it was sort of telling me, no, no, no. The wounds didn't support the profile of a sexual sadist, but they definitely showed tremendous rage directed at each specific victim, a key reason to discount a stranger. A stranger just doesn't do this, he has no reason to. There's no motivation for it. It has nothing to do with either MO or any conceivable signature. Another reason was the types of items that were taken. A manually operated 35mm camera was missing, and the unsub took money from a tin in the kitchen cabinet in which Nancy placed her tips. The tin was not in plain sight, so the unsub either would have to have come upon it in a search of the premises or else known where it was. Now, with as much time as he spent in the apartment, he certainly could have undertaken a search of the entire place. Yet there was no ransacking and very little was out of order, which would be inconsistent with an otherwise disorganized offender. You don't leave the murder scenes themselves looking like a slaughterhouse, then meticulously go through the apartment looking for stuff to steal, perfectly replacing everything you don't want. Professional burglars can do this, disorganized rapist murderers don't. In the midst of the 2-hour conference call with the task force, one of the detectives said, "Well, what do you think, Judd? This is the best guy we've got going." Judd reiterated that they had to find a white male in his 20s who knew the Newmans well. Once they did, he said, they would find that this individual had had a particular beef against little Angie, and had experienced some precipitating stressor in his life probably related to either employment or a failed relationship in the days immediately preceding the murders. The detective said, "Well, there is a nephew of hers, actually it's her husband's nephew, a nephew." Judd repeated. "Yeah, but he's been about 500 or 600 miles southwest of Anchorage, and from what I hear, he's just gotten back into town." Judd said, "That's your man." "XV do you mean?" the detective asked. "This the kind of guy you want to look at? He's the one you want to zero in on." His name was Kirby Anthony. He was 23 years of age and had come up to Anchorage in September of 1985, from Twin Falls, Idaho, in what Alaskans refer to as the lower 48, and had lived with the Newmans for a time. "You look into his background," Judd said, predicting they'd find a bad background. "And you'll find some events in his life that set in motion these killings." Police investigated Anthony and discovered that he and his girlfriend, Debbie Heck, who had come up with him from Idaho, had been working on a fishing boat operating out of Dutch Harbor, one of the many bays along the Aleutian Island chain. About 2 weeks before the murders, Debbie had taken up with the skipper of the boat, who then fired Kirby. Debbie later told investigators Kirby had a bad temper and had hit her on numerous occasions. Kirby believed the skipper had stolen his girl and then thrown him off the job to avoid the competition. He came back to Anchorage angry and dejected. Judd predicted that Anthony would be cooperative with police, primarily in an effort to figure out where they were in the investigation and how much they knew about him. If they hadn't charged him, once the level of intensity and publicity died down, Judd said, he'd find a seemingly legitimate reason to get out of town. Analysis of his behavior after the murders certainly supported him as a suspect. Even though he had lived with John and Nancy, so, for a time, had Debbie, he hadn't gone to her funeral. He had had only perfunctory contact with John when he returned from San Francisco, even though John was clearly grief-stricken and in need of emotional support from loved ones. It was also learned that he had a roommate, Dan Grant, and was staying on Eagle Street, about 3 blocks from the Newmans. After the conference call with Judd, the Anchorage police and the Alaska State Troopers got on him hot and heavy. They interviewed him several times, during which he admitted nothing. Meanwhile, they were working on developing warrants on him, but to Anthony, it seemed that the investigation was tapering off. That was when he left town, just as Judd had predicted. Expecting that he would try to cross over into Canada, Alaska State Troopers notified the Canadian Border Patrol to be on the lookout for him, and the Canadian authorities picked him up for driving with an invalid permit. When they arrested Anthony and executed their search warrant, they found Nancy's 35mm camera, and when they examined him, he had lice around his genital area. What had happened by way of background was this: when John left town after his accident, the situation in the Newman household quickly deteriorated. According to Nancy's sister, Cheryl Chapman, Kirby began acting strangely. He was mean to the children. He wasn't working but was hanging around with unsavory characters, not the kinds Nancy wanted around her daughters. And the reason he was up in Anchorage at all, it turned out, was that he had run into some problems back in Idaho. He'd been the prime suspect in the sexual assault and near murder of a 12-year-old girl on a lakefront beach. But police couldn't make the case because the girl had been brain damaged as a result of the attack and couldn't identify her assailant. When Anchorage PD then talked to the chief of police there, though, he said he was absolutely convinced that the girl would have been killed if someone hadn't happened upon them. Nancy told her sister Cheryl that Kirby was giving her the creeps. Judd also believed there was strong reason to believe that he'd made improper overtures to her. Feeling uncomfortable and unsafe around him without her husband around, she told him to leave the house. That was when he went down to Dutch Harbor with his girlfriend. So when he loses both her and his job, he drifts back to Anchorage, feeling completely rejected and that everything is stacking up against him. Judd speculated that he must have approached his Aunt Nancy again and tried to get her to take him back, but that she wanted nothing more to do with him. The likely scenario is that he goes over to the Newman apartment early Saturday morning with the idea of either changing her mind or getting back at her for rejecting him. He sneaks in the same window he had used in the past to come in after hours, which puts him in Engel's room. While she remains asleep, he moves into Nancy's bedroom and confronts her. Perhaps he was friendly or beseeching at first, but it was almost a sure thing that his showing up in her bedroom at 6 o'clock in the morning scared the hell out of her and only confirmed all of her worst fears about him. So at that point, she wouldn't have welcomed him back into the household with open arms, and probably told him to get the hell out and never come back. This, of course, would have confirmed for him everything he was feeling about the world being against him and would have been just the trigger he needed to lash out. All the resentment that had been bottled up in him for such a long time was finally given vent in a target. How dare she reject him like that? There would be no more reason for suppressing the lust he felt for her that had so far gone unrequited. Anthony had a solid alibi for Friday night. But there was strong evidence that the killings had taken place around 6:30 or 7 o'clock Saturday morning. Not only was there the behavioral indicator of the offender washing up before he left, there were coffee cups in the bedroom, and by the time the autopsy and lab reports came back, it was known that Nancy's bladder was empty when she died, all suggesting she wasn't killed in the middle of the night as Anthony's lawyers eventually contended. He had no alibi for that morning. The task force drew up warrants for 3 counts of murder, 1 count of first-degree sexual assault, and 1 count of kidnapping. A telling detail came when he was picked up and the arresting officer informed him of the charges against Anthony's reply, rather than the outrage, shock, or holy shit you'd expect from an innocent man in such circumstances was, "What's this kidnapping all about?" Apparently, he couldn't figure it out because as far as he was concerned, that's one thing he hadn't done. Technically though, one of the elements of kidnapping in a number of states, Alaska among them, has to do with exerting control over individuals and moving them against their will by force or violence, even if it is only from one spot in the room to another. Based on how the forensic people had reconstructed the crime scene from evidence such as blood transfer between murder scenes, it was not only possible to determine the order of death, but it also gave Judd a good idea of what had happened. The rapes and murders were all very violent. And based on the amount of time the offender had spent with Nancy before moving on to the 2 girls, Judd theorized that while Nancy's rape was definitely forcible and coerced, there was also an element of cooperation on her part, a desperate attempt to negotiate with him and buy some time. "All right," he imagined her saying, "just don't hurt the girls." But unfortunately, once an offender like this commits to an aggravated act like rape, there's no amount of reasoning at that point that would keep him from having to get rid of all the potential witnesses. A stranger would not necessarily have had to do this because he wouldn't have been recognized and identified. He wouldn't have assumed he was going to find materials in the house he could use for control devices, either. And I think he really wanted to humiliate this woman, Judd continues. That's why he tied her up. And I believe some of this activity may have been done to her with the daughters watching. He had gotten 8-year-old Melissa out of bed and run her down the hallway. That was obvious from the way the body was found and her blood detected in the mother's bedroom. She was found tied as well. The crime scene photos show little Angie's bloody body lying on the floor of her room with her toys and books scattered around her. Cheryl Chapman reported that Kirby, who used to babysit for the girls, considered Angie a tyrant, and was annoyed, apparently, when she acted like a typical 3-year-old. It's possible that the swath the killer ritualistically wiped across Angie's vaginal area and belly were an indication of some small degree of remorse for having butchered his first cousin. Judd doesn't believe this, though. He had enough time to clean himself up. He had enough time to look for money and the camera and other things that he took. Certainly he had time to do something at the crime scene, covering up the little girl or any of the things we see, if he had 1 ounce of remorse. I didn't see any of this. It was just a cold-blooded, brutal killing. What we saw on the child could have been an ineffective attempt to begin cleaning up so much blood that he simply abandoned the effort when he realized how formidable a task it would be. Or it might have had some significance only to him that the rest of us will never know. The murder weapon was the one item he brought with him, a sharp-edged knife, believed to be one Anthony often carried. Looking at the photographs, Judd knew the killer was completely out of control at the height of his savagery. Judd also knew that, given another stressor of similar magnitude, he would find a new target and kill again. Killing a small child is about as cowardly an act as any of us could conceive, and he was obviously displacing his anger against everyone else by assaulting and mutilating her. You can't go kick the boss's ass, and you can't go kick your ex-girlfriend's butt, and you can't get back at mom, but you really can expend all of this energy against a little child who can't fight back, Judd says. Kirby wanted to shock the consciousness of whoever found the bodies, knowing Nancy's sister would probably be the person who found them. He'd probably killed these people 100 times in his mind, given the stresses that were generated in the home and at work. Even if he hadn't murdered these particular people under this particular circumstance, it was just a matter of time before a guy like this would have killed. The fantasy of killing is always sort of lurking in the background. Anchorage District Attorney Steve Branchflower assigned William H. Ingaldson to prosecute the case. Anthony was represented by two public defenders, John Salemi and Greg Howard. As soon as he began preparing for trial, Branchflower wanted to know if anyone from the investigative support unit had ever testified on the witness stand as an expert during a case in chief, as opposed to merely as a rebuttal witness. The answer was that we had not, since profiling and behavioral analysis were still considered new and experimental, and many in law enforcement, not to mention within the FBI, didn't know what to do with them. Judd came to me and asked whether there was any precedent for this. No, I told him, we'd never been allowed to give expert testimony before. We called the legal counsel at Quantico, who researched the issue and couldn't find any precedent for us being able to testify on this field of crime analysis that we'd been developing since the early 1970s. Judd called Branchflower back and told him that while the FBI legal people had no opposition to any of us testifying, he cautioned that we'd never done it. Branchflower responded, "Well, I think I can get you qualified with your background in police work and having worked homicides for a number of years. At least we want to it." Carefully examining the Alaska statutes, he was able to get Judd a preliminary qualification as an expert witness, so Judd flew up to Alaska for the beginning of Kirby Anthony's trial. Once Judd was actually there, the judge was very cautious about how much latitude he was going to give the FBI. He ruled that Judd couldn't testify on profiling per se, but could testify to post-offense behavioral characteristics. This was the critical issue for the defense, who claimed that their client had not behaved in a manner indicative of a guilty person. Judd, of course, was prepared to claim just the opposite, having predicted what he'd do each step of the way. Judd's testimony in the Anthony case became the first time anyone from our unit had been able to testify as an expert on what we did, and in so doing, he helped establish a trial precedent and blazed the trail for the rest of us. Even before the first day in court, Judd began advising Ingaldson on strategy. With regard to my direct testimony, Judd says, I advised him that we should deal strictly with what we believe the defense strategy would be, which was to bring in a lot of people to say that this guy behaved in a certain manner and what did it all mean. So on direct examination, Ingaldson questioned Judd about his qualifications, how many cases he'd worked, what kinds of behavior he'd seen over and over again, that sort of thing. But on cross-examination, the defense began straying away from the strict topic of post-offense behavior, allowing Judd to respond and take in a much broader scope than he would have been permitted on his own. Judd believes that the defense decided not to put on the witnesses it had been planning to have described Anthony's behavior, perhaps realizing that armed with Judd's explanations, the jury could easily place a very damaging interpretation on that behavior. As in many cases in which we consult, one of the main things we're hoping for is that we can get the defendant to waive his constitutional right against self-incrimination, take the stand himself, and at least show the jury what he's really like. Every day, Anthony seemed a little cockier and more upbeat, as if he were feeling on top of the world rather than sitting in a murder trial. At times he appeared to be running the defense, telling his two lawyers what to do. In fact, he even had himself declared co-counsel. This was just the attitude and behavior Judd was looking for. When the defendant is cocky and confident enough to think he can do himself more good than harm, then he's going to insist on taking the stand. The prosecution was confident about the elements of its case because of the solid forensic work. They had Anthony's blood and semen, which matched up, plus the lice. But remember, this was a little before the first use of DNA evidence in a courtroom. That would come about a year later in another case in which Judd was involved, a strange story I'll detail in the next chapter. So to have the best chance of cinching a guilty verdict for Anthony, Ingaldson and Judd wanted to be able to catch the defendant in his own inconsistencies. When police searched Anthony's residence, they found Nancy's camera. His explanation was that she'd given it to him. To us and the police, that story was bogus on its face since the camera still had a roll of film in it with the Newmans' pictures from the previous Christmas. If they could just get him up on the stand, they thought they could blow his story out of the water. After reading through the transcripts of interviews with the police, Judd became convinced that while Anthony might have admired the camera, he had no idea how to use it, which would indicate that Nancy hadn't given it to him. I just wanted to get that camera in his hands and let him demonstrate to the court that he didn't know how to use it, because he'd talked so much in the interviews about his knowledge of the camera, how he loved to take pictures, and Nancy knew this. APD did a great job of questioning this guy. They really got it down. Judd had heard from a contact in the media that the black inmates in the jail where Anthony was being held had threatened to beat him up. This made no sense to me, but as I learned a bit more about it, what was happening was, he would come back from court each evening and they would shout out, "Baby killer," so he would shout ethnic slurs back at these guys. So I'm thinking to myself, this could be useful. This guy doesn't like blacks and he reacts to blacks in terms of what they do. I thought, let's try to get his ex-girlfriend into court, just in the audience. I think we can get him riled. Debbie Heck had been put on the prosecution's list of potential rebuttal witnesses if the defense had tried to mount the attack on post-offense behavioral characteristics, so she was there and available. Judd began sitting in the audience next to Debbie. This was all very non-threatening. We were just sitting next to each other. But my strategy was to get his attention, and once I got his attention, I began to lean over and whisper things about the trial to her, asking her what she thought of him. And each time I did something like this, I would get closer and closer. Then I'd put my hand on the back of the bench to make it look as if I were hugging her. And even though I wasn't, I could see Anthony getting terribly upset. He began whispering to his lead counsel, and I knew what he was saying. So the counsel got up and asked for a recess. Anthony and his lawyers went into an anteroom off the court. When they came back about 10 minutes later, the lawyers approached the bench and one of them whispered to Ingald's son, "I can't keep this guy off the stand." Whether he wanted to make an impression with his former girlfriend or simply say, "I'm cleverer than you, black FBI agent," or if he just wanted to do what this type of arrogant defendant generally wants to do, I can save this, we can't be sure. But he knew the prosecution had put on a strong case, the defense hadn't put on anything to speak of, and he may have figured he had nothing to lose. Members of the press appeared to be shocked that he was actually doing this. Judd then called me back in Quantico and asked me to help him come up with an attack strategy for Ingald's son. Just as I'd advised in the Wayne Williams trial in Atlanta, I suggested that the prosecutor start off slowly and methodically, boosting Anthony's confidence and letting him think he was winning. Then, little by little, he should move in closer and closer until he begins violating the defendant's sense of his personal space, intrudes on him, then start homing in on his inconsistencies. The key was to take him by surprise. As I've mentioned, I always like to have a physical object or symbol associated with the murder that the defendant can be made to touch or handle or even stare straight at, something that would have no particular significance to an innocent person, but which would elicit an unmistakable emotional reaction from the perpetrator. In the murder of Mary Frances Stoner, it was the rock Daryl Jean Devier had used to smash her head in. In the trial of Tien Po So, it was Deliana Hung's blood-stained panties. And when Judd told me about the camera, I thought this was a perfect object with which to fix the jury's mind on the fact that Anthony had been lying about everything. That was just what Ingald's son did. He started off slowly, then moved in gradually for the kill. Abruptly, he stopped his questioning and began talking about the camera. He asked Anthony how much he'd used the camera, using what he'd said during the police questioning. He described the camera to the jury, then he picked it up and brought it over to Anthony on the stand. "How about explaining this to me?" he asked. "What's an f-stop?" Judd recalls, Anthony looked at the camera, and looked at it some more, and then he said, "I don't know anything about f-stop. I just take pictures." "Well, what's the quality of the pictures that you take? Good? Bad? What?" "They've been pretty good." You could just see him begin to fold because it was pretty obvious to the jury this guy knew nothing about cameras. He would not have been given that camera because he didn't know how to use it, so it was stolen at the time of the killings. He completely hung himself. The trial lasted 8 weeks. After closing arguments, the jury went out on a Friday. They recessed over the weekend, then resumed deliberating Monday morning. About 4 hours later they came back with a verdict of guilty on all counts. Anthony was sentenced to 487 years in prison. So far, he has lost all his appeals. One of the contentions of the appeals has been the claimed inappropriateness of an FBI agent testifying about criminal behavior. None of the courts has been sympathetic to that contention, nor are they likely to be, as our testimony has become increasingly more widely accepted. Just before the end of the trial, Judd went on a camping trip with John Newman. They ventured far out into the back country to a pristine lake in the mountains, through areas and onto ground probably few other people had ever walked upon. The two men spent a weekend together. MTE began talking a little bit around the edges of his family life, what it was and what his life had now become. And to watch this 1,000-yard stare in his eyes, I could never forget him or what he went through. He had a need to know what happened. He tried to pry out of me all the gory details of what happened to his family in their last moments. I couldn't relate it to him just the way it was, it would have been just too painful. But I certainly understood his need. Even with what's happened to me, I cannot fully imagine what it's like for a man to lose his wife and 2 daughters like that. Just as I had experienced in the Suzanne Collins murderies, a powerful feeling came over Judd. It finally touched me that the ones who loved these people, who are left here on this earth, have to live with this thing daily. And it's happened to me several times since then. After the trial he tried to stay in touch with John Newman and Cheryl Chapman, offering whatever emotional support he could. This was typical of our unit, and just one of the factors that makes our work at the same time both so stressful and so personally rewarding. The conviction of Kirby Anthony was a particularly satisfying moment for Judd, the former cop and homicide detective who was used to dealing in facts and hard evidence and was now called upon to speculate, give opinions, and put himself into the head of his opponent. In the time that I'd been with the unit, I'd had some reservations about the ability to sit down with a bunch of photographs and things like that and come up with concepts about what was going on at the scene. But later on I would realize it was not one particular discipline profiling that enabled people in the unit to do these lands of things. Truly, it is a collection of all the disciplines and an understanding and a good depth of knowledge about forensic psychology, forensic pathology, cultural anthropology, social psychology, motivational psychology, all of the things that when they are properly aligned and understood with a sense of investigative technique behind you, you have all these things kind of synchronized. It is not the panacea in homicide investigation, but I don't see how you can effectively work these kinds of cases without those kinds of understanding, all brought to bear upon an analytical process where you walk away saying, hey, I'm reasonably sure that you got the wrong guy, and I'm more than reasonably sure that the guy you're on now is where you want to expend your energy, as I did in this case. It's never easy to define what makes a good profiler and criminal investigative analyst. One of the crucial skills is to be able to recreate in your own mind the story of what happened between the two main players in the drama, the victim and the attacker. Judd had been a homicide detective, and a detective's job is to collect as many little bits of information as he can and then work them into a logical, coherent narrative of the crime. That's the reason I've always found good detectives to be among the best storytellers. But I don't think either Judd or I can be sure how much of his extraordinary ability has to do with his extensive police experience, how much of it is just inherent talent and instinct, how much is native street smarts, or whether any of it is related to his having been a victim himself. By the time he worked the Kirby Anthony case, it had been 6 years since his own attack. Even so, he says, I still can't isolate my particular event every time I look at a crime scene. Sometimes it's harder than others. I guess it's a little easier when there's been cutting, but it's especially tough when there's been a shooting with wounds and lacerations similar to mine. I think I focus more deeply in those kinds of crime scenes. But just having been a victim is another part of the thing that comes into play. Having been near death, I think it gives me a deeper insight into the victimology of a particular crime scene. I bring that kind of awareness, because I lived through mine. In a weird kind of way I can almost place myself in that crime scene and kind of project what this woman went through as I look at her. As I look at a photo, I'm almost reflecting back on those seconds and minutes that I struggled through, that she didn't struggle through. And I use that as I go about thinking about what did happen and what didn't happen, what could have happened, what are the possibilities here. And it all kind of relates to having, in some sense, walked in her shoes, but managed to walk out of the dark that night. A few years ago, Judd left the Investigative Support Unit and is now Chief of the International Training and Assistance Unit, also based in Quantico. In a literal sense, he's moved up in the world. Now his second-floor office has a window, something he never had when he was with us, since our warren of rooms was 60 feet below ground. But even though Judd is now in a more mainline FBI job, his faith in and enthusiasm for what he used to do is as great as ever. The Bureau has to get involved with this thing bigger than they are. I am absolutely convinced that the answers are there. All the reams of paperwork on these unsolved cases around the world today, and especially in this country, it is my sense that they can be solved because the commonalities of these crime scenes are there, and it is a matter of the FBI beginning to lead once again to fine-tune the process where they carry this thing to the next level. I think we've only scratched the surface of profiling and crime scene analysis and all the other things we do, Judd asserts. I think that if we really did more studies and got back into the prisons and brought in more manpower and really devoted time to what I think is the most pressing problem facing us, violent crime against our citizens, we could make tremendous progress. I think the Bureau has a great role to play here. Chapter 11. Have they got the wrong man? Carolyn Hamm, a hard-working 32-year-old attorney in the field of historic preservation, hadn't shown up at her office in Washington, D.C., for 2 days, and this wasn't like her. Normally, she'd call in if she were running 5 minutes behind schedule, and here she'd missed several appointments without canceling them or following up afterward. At first her secretary didn't panic because she knew Carolyn had been running around for several days trying to get ready for a long and much-needed vacation to Peru. But when she still didn't show up for work after 3 days, panic set in. She called Carolyn's best friend and asked her to stop by her house and check. It was late January of 1984. Carolyn's house was a trim white clapboard rambler with contrasting dark shutters on South 23rd Street in Arlington, Virginia. When her friend arrived, she noticed the front door was slightly open, allowing snow to drift inside. This was definitely not like Carolyn. Afraid, she found a young man down the street and asked him to go inside with her. They found Carolyn's nude body in the basement, lying face down across the doorway into the garage. Her wrists had been tied behind her with a long section of cord ripped from a Venetian blind, and there was a noose around her neck fashioned from rope that had been used to bind a rolled-up carpet. The rope from the noose was pulled up over a ceiling pipe and down again, then tied to the bumper of Carolyn's Fiat in the garage. They didn't see any blood or bruises on her, but it was obvious she had been dead for some time. When Arlington police arrived, they were able to determine that the killer entered the house through a basement window where a ventilation hose to the clothes dryer had been removed. On top of the carpet roll where the noose ligature had come from was a 6-inch knife, presumably used by the unsub to keep her under control. Nothing appeared to be missing from the house except some cash from Carolyn's purse, which was found upstairs with its contents spilled on the floor. A police canvass of the neighborhood revealed nothing. No one, not even the neighborhood watch representative, had seen anything unusual during the autopsy. The medical examiner found a lubricant resembling petroleum jelly around the victim's mouth, vaginal and rectal areas, as well as semen in her vagina and on her thighs. There was also evidence of semen on her bathrobe, which was upstairs in the living room. There was a small abrasion on her left instep, indicating that she was dragged across the floor. The time of death was estimated to be after 10 o'clock on the night of January 22 or very early morning on January 23. Detectives Robin Carrig and Chuck Shelton began with victimology. Carolyn Hamm, like many well-educated, young professionals in the D.C. metropolitan area, spent much of her time at the prestigious downtown law firm where she worked. She was not well known to her neighbors. Friends confirmed she was a loner, not the type to pick up men in bars. In fact, she'd had just a few romances. Police found one angry letter from an ex-boyfriend, but he was quickly ruled out as a suspect when his alibi was verified, putting him out of state at the time of the attack. The two detectives theorized the intruder broke in on the afternoon of January 22 and waited for his victim to return home. What was unclear was how much of the crime was planned. Was it a rape/robbery gone bad, or had he planned to kill all along? Murders in Arlington were rare, despite the fact that the county is just across the Potomac from Washington, D.C., home to one of the nation's highest murder rates. Arlington averaged just 4 or 5 a year, leaving the 8 robbery/homicide detectives to work mostly robberies, taking turns with murder cases when they occurred. Actually, it wasn't Carrigg's or Shelton's turn to work a homicide case. The Hamm murder was to be Detective Joe Horgas's, but he happened to be out of town at a family event when the body was discovered. Horgas had 16 years with the ACPD, and it had been 2 years since he last worked a homicide. When he got back to town about a week later, he couldn't help but look into the case. And when he did, he noticed that 2 break-ins had been reported within days of the rape murder, just blocks from Ham's house. In addition to location, the break-ins shared other characteristics with the Ham case. In all three instances, the subject gained access through a small rear window. In one break-in, the subject accosted a single female resident, threatening her with a knife, sexually assaulting her, and demanding money. When she resisted, he slashed her and fled. She gave police a description of her attacker, a black male, about 5 feet 10 inches tall, slight build, wearing a cap, gloves, and mask. In the second break-in, the intruder apparently grew tired of waiting. He left before his intended victim came back home. But he left some things for her. Among other items, pornographic magazines were found on her bed, along with the cord from a Venetian blind. To Horgas, the three crimes were obviously related. He also saw a connection to a series of nearby rapes in the past few months. The description provided by the victim of the one break-in matched a subject known to police as the black-masked rapist. At least 9 victims in Arlington County had given the same description of a masked rapist since June of 1983. When Horgas realized the crimes weren't being investigated in connection to the murder, he brought his theory to his supervisor, Sergeant Frank Hawkins, who reminded him Ham wasn't his case but encouraged him to pursue the break-in connection. Horgas issued a regional teletyped broadcast to departments in Northern Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, describing the suspect in a vehicle seen in front of a victim's house. Maybe someone out there would recognize their guy. In the meantime, Carrig and Shelton came down to Quantico and met with Roy Hazelwood and me to get a profile of the killer and tips on how to interview such a suspect if he was caught. We had crime scene photos and the autopsy report to work with, but virtually nothing in the way of forensic evidence. We were dealing with the case in isolation, not knowing about any potentially related crimes. There was a fair amount of criminal sophistication evident in the scene, indicating someone with experience behind him. And at that time, the rape murders we were seeing were almost exclusively intraracial. In fact, this is still largely true today. This type of criminal tends to target his own race. Based on that, Roy described a subject who would likely be a white male in his 30s, and I agreed with this assessment. There were signs of both maturity and immaturity at the scene. Dumping the purse and taking only cash was immature, while the careful attention to detail in the bindings, with no other bruises or wounds, were signs of a more mature killer. This could indicate 2 offenders or one killer with 2 sides to his personality. Carrig and Shelton tried to match up their notes from Quantico against leads. Meanwhile, Horgas checked the teletype daily, but no responses were forthcoming. Then, on February 6, 1984, Carrig and Shelton arrested 37-year-old David Vasquez and charged him with the murder of Carolyn Ham, 2 weeks before. Vasquez had recently moved out of a friend's house in Ham's neighborhood to live with his mother in Manassas, about an hour's drive away. In the days before Ham's body was discovered, however, 2 neighbors reported seeing him around her house. When the detectives visited the house where Vasquez used to live, in his old room they found girly magazines, mostly of the Playboy and Penthouse variety, though one magazine had a photo of a woman bound and gagged, with a rope ligature around her neck. Detectives also found pictures he'd taken of women obviously from a distance and without their knowledge through their windows and in various stages of undress. It's not unusual to find this type of offender with a large pornography collection, either store-bought or homemade, and while I don't believe there is any reliable data showing that pornography causes men to go out and commit sex crimes, our research does show that certain types of sadomasochistic and bondage-oriented material can fuel the fantasies of those already leaning in that direction. So while there's nothing abnormal about a man wanting to look at naked women in the magazines, the one bondage picture was disturbingly close to the actual crime, and the peeper pictures showed a willingness to violate another person's privacy on at least a basic level. Carrig and Shelton picked Vasquez up at a McDonald's in Manassas, where he performed custodial functions, and brought him in for questioning. Over the course of several interrogation sessions, Vasquez confessed to the murder. He couldn't be linked forensically to semen samples from Ham's body or bathrobe, but hair samples from the scene had characteristics consistent with Vasquez's pubic hair. And Vasquez's alibi that he was bowling that night couldn't be verified. His mother then vouched for him, saying he was with her, but she had changed her story. She first told investigators that she was at work and didn't know where her son was and could not provide any corroboration. As suggested by several of the details of his life, such as his job and the fact that in his late 30s he still lived with his mother, Vasquez was not blessed with a high IQ. Investigators therefore believed he must have had a partner in crime, he just didn't seem smart or sophisticated enough to carry it off by himself. In mixed presentations at a crime scene, Roy Hazelwood and I had occasionally seen two offenders working together. Police figured Vasquez could have been the one who left the signs of immaturity. His only known prior run-in with the law was stealing coins from a laundromat as a teenager. Evidence pointing to the existence of a partner included the semen samples, 2 sets of shoe prints outside the house, and other aspects of David Vasquez's life that would require him to have assistance, such as the fact that he didn't drive. He was at his job in Manassas the day of the murder and made it back to work on time the next morning at 7 o'clock. There were no buses available to meet that time frame and he had no other means of travel. He would have needed someone to drive him to Hams and back. And David Vasquez was not particularly strong. His co-workers told police he had difficulty trying to unload 30-pound boxes from trucks. Ham outweighed Vasquez by at least that. He just wasn't physically or mentally capable of acting alone. Investigators and his attorneys tried to get him to reveal the mastermind in the brutal crime, but Vasquez wouldn't name any names. His lawyers even had him interviewed under the influence of a chemical truth serum, but he still implicated himself, so they didn't use it in his defense. The evidence against him included 3 taped confessions and 2 independent eyewitnesses who placed him at the scene. In the end, David Vasquez agreed to an Alford plea to a charge of second-degree murder, not a guilty plea, but acknowledging that the prosecution has sufficient evidence to try and convict the defendant of a more serious crime. With the plea, Vasquez's attorneys avoided the possibility of the death penalty if he'd been tried and convicted. Instead, he received a sentence of 35 years in prison. Although many believed a partner was still out there, the Ham case was officially closed. On December 1, 1987, as the result of a 911 call, Arlington police received a dispatch to check on the welfare of a woman whose neighbor was worried that she wasn't answering her door or phone and hadn't been seen in days. Typically, police responding to this type of call find an elderly person who's fallen in the bath or suffered a heart attack. But this time, Patrolman William Griffith and Dan Borelli found a much younger person who'd met a far grislier fate. The moment they arrived at the 2-story, Georgian-style brick, attached 2-family home just 13 minutes after the 911 call, they found reasons to be suspicious. The back door was unlocked and open as wide as the chair wedged under the knob allowed. Inside, they saw a purse lying on the floor, its contents spilled haphazardly, and instantly smelled the distinctive odor of decomposing flesh. Upstairs, in her bedroom, they found the body of Susan M. Tucker, lying face down and naked across the bed, her head hanging over the edge. Her killer had wrapped a white rope tightly around her neck, then down her back to a point where her wrists were tied together, with extra rope wrapped around the binding. A sleeping bag was placed over the middle of her body. The bedroom was ransacked, with clothing, bank statements, and other personal effects scattered throughout. Although Susan Tucker was married, for the past few months she'd been living alone while her husband, Reggie, was in Wales. A Welsh native, he'd left 3 months earlier to secure a job and set up house. She was to join him there in a few weeks. On Friday, November 27th, the couple spoke by phone, but then Susan missed a scheduled call on Monday the 30th and still failed to answer the phone late that night or any time Tuesday. Susan was highly responsible, a meticulous creature of habit. When Reggie couldn't reach her at work, he grew frantic, calling a cousin of hers in Maryland who promised to check on her the next day. In the meantime, though, one of his calls home had gotten through. Officer Rick Scoems, a crime scene agent, answered the phone and informed him of his wife's death. Responsibly, Scoems did not reveal that she'd been murdered, since anyone with a relationship to the victim must be considered a suspect early in an investigation. Initially, the only finds that seemed promising were several hairs taken from the victim's body and sink. Too dark to belong to the red-headed victim or her husband, they appeared to be pubic hairs. Later that week, the neighbor who originally called police located a washcloth Reggie identified as Susan's hanging in a tree near the house. Scoems and his partner, John Cole, noted that this was a sophisticated burglar. They checked everywhere it would be possible to lift prints, but found every surface the killer might have touched had been wiped clean. He even wiped the washing machine of any shoe prints he may have left climbing in the window. As in Ham's case, the subject took only whatever cash the victim had on hand. Collectible coins and credit cards, which could easily be traced, were left behind. This time it was Detective Joe Horgas's turn to head the murder investigation, and from the beginning it looked to him like Carolyn Ham's murderer was at work again, even though David Vasquez was still in jail. In addition to the binding, the strangulation, and the position of the body, there were other similarities. The killer entered the home through a back laundry room window so small it was hard to imagine such a strong killer getting through. Both crime scenes had been wiped clean of prints, and in both homes there was some ransacking of belongings, including dumping the victim's purse. Although Tucker's BCO already showed signs of decomposition, investigators could tell that, like Ham, this victim put up no struggle. There were no defense wounds. And her home was just 4 blocks away from Ham's, nearly visible from the bedroom window. But this time, the killer had brought his own rope. When Reggie was shown a sample, also found in the laundry room near the point of entry, he didn't recognize it. And the killer was cocky. He calmly ate half an orange at the elegant dining room table, using a long serrated knife to cut the fruit. Even the victimology was similar. Like Carolyn Ham, Susan Tucker was a low-risk victim. A white, 44-year-old professional, a technical writer and editor for the U.S. Forestry Service, she was known to be reliable at work and something of a loner, although she didn't have any known enemies. She was devoted to her husband and a few close friends, and not likely to pick up or go with a stranger. Horgas knew that any killer this smart wasn't the type to be observed by neighbors or make other stupid mistakes. He advised SCOEMS to take as much time with the crime scene as necessary, figuring the case would hinge on forensics. When it looked like the assailant might have washed his hands or showered on the premises, they went so far as to remove drains and pipes from the sinks and bathtub. Dr. Francis Field, the medical examiner, later estimated the victim was killed between late Friday and early Sunday. The cause of death was listed as ligature strangulation. Prior to the autopsy, SCOEMS used a PERC, physical evidence recovery kit, standard procedure in any physical assault case, to gather evidence such as semen and other bodily fluids from the victim. Considering the similarities with the Ham case, the investigation immediately focused on the never-named, smarter partner David Vasquez may have had in 1984. While investigators dug into the victim's background and interviewed neighbors, Horgas visited Vasquez at Buckingham Correction Center, one of Virginia's 3 maximum security prisons. Rich McHugh, one of the defense lawyers who represented Vasquez in 1984, also came along. Horgas brought Vasquez a cigar, since Chuck Shelton told him he liked them, and soon he began to open up, but not in the way Horgas had hoped. Vasquez cried, saying he'd been assaulted after his arrival, and said life in prison was hell. He'd had no visitors in the nearly 4 years he'd been there. But as desperate as he was to get out, he wasn't able to provide any information that would help him. Horgas left the prison concerned that they may have locked up the wrong man. Even worse, they had a new murder which might have been committed by the same killer. Horgas set out to re-examine the case that put Vasquez away. True, Vasquez had confessed several tunes, but he'd also been interrogated in a method which was inappropriate and which we would have known to be ineffective for someone of his passivity and lack of sophistication. Transcripts and interviews showed they'd used the good cop/bad cop technique on him, raising voices, slamming the table, and surrounding him in a small interrogation room with no windows and full of cigarette smoke. Eventually, he just seems to have broken down. His entire confession seems based on information they'd already given him. Psychiatric expense for the defense supported Horgas's fears. They had argued that with Vasquez's low mental function, he did not understand the implications of his talks with investigators and was easily confused and overwhelmed. The evidence that earlier pointed to a second offender began to bother Horgas more now. Vasquez could not drive, so how did he get to Ham's house? And why didn't the semen match? Were similar hair and some questionable eyewitness accounts enough to convict him? With no new leads and nothing from David Vasquez on his partner, Horgas returned to his original theory that the killer was the same subject who broke into 2 other homes nearby and was responsible for the black masked rapist crimes throughout the county in the 6 months preceding the murder. He started a careful study of all those crimes. In one January break-in, a woman called police to report that someone had entered her home through a window in the basement. Nothing was taken except $40 in cash and a couple of gold chains. But the burglar left some strange items behind. On her bed was a paper bag containing a carrot, 3 pornographic magazines, and several pieces of cord cut from Venetian blinds. The intruder also left a bucket on the floor at the end of the bed containing marijuana, drug paraphernalia, and a small vial of procaine, a prescription topical anesthetic sometimes used illegally as a sexual stimulant. Investigating Officer Rich Alt learned from the burglary victim that a neighbor, too embarrassed to admit it to police, had told her some of the items left at her house were stolen from his home next door, broken into the same night, Their houses were only about 2 blocks from Carolyn Ham's. A week after Susan Tucker's body was discovered, Joe Horgas happened upon what would turn out to be a critical break, a regional message from Richmond PD Homicide. Dated October 6, 1987. 2 months earlier it described 2 murders that occurred around then in Richmond in September and early October. The description of the attacks read startlingly similar to the Ham and Tucker murders. Both victims were white women, 35 and 32, and both were strangled by an intruder or intruders who broke into their homes through windows. In the phone call he immediately placed to Detective Glenn D. Williams in Richmond, Horgas learned of more similarities. Both women were raped and tied up, and in both cases the ME found petroleum jelly around the genital area and anus. Since the teletype, there was a 3rd rape murder in Chesterfield County, which adjoined Richmond. Although this victim was younger, just 15, she was raped, strangled, and tied in her bedroom like the others. Richmond police weren't sure it was the same perpetrator, but they'd sent semen samples from all 3 to New York, where a lab was analyzing the DNA. Williams didn't buy Horgas's theory that the crimes in the different counties were related. Rapist-murderers don't commute 100 miles, and anyway, the guy they were looking for was white. Still, he invited Horgas to Richmond the next day for a task force meeting that would include his department and detectives from Chesterfield. In Richmond, detectives Glenn Williams and Ray Williams, unrelated but known within the department as the Williams Boys, presented the facts of the 2 murders in their jurisdiction. As in Arlington, both were shocking in Pan because of their location. The south side of Richmond was a quiet, affluent section of town. Most homes were built around the turn of the century, with the exception of some brick, upscale garden apartments from the 1940s. But in Richmond, the murders had received much more play in the media, causing a general state of hysteria, with hardware stores selling out of window locks and entire neighborhoods lit up all night as concerned residents tried to make it impossible for an intruder to slip in unnoticed. The first Richmond murder had been discovered September 19, 1987, when a man called police to report a strange incident. When he'd gotten home the previous night around 10 o'clock, he noticed a white hatchback parked haphazardly in front of his house with the engine running. He called the police when he realized it was still there, engine still running. The next morning, police ran the license plates and tracked the car's owner, who lived just yards away in a garden apartment. The investigating officer had the landlady let him into the first floor, 1-bedroom apartment, where he discovered 35-year-old Debbie Davis face down, dead, across her bed. Like the victims in Arlington, her wrists were tied together, one at her hip, the other at the small of her back. The black shoestring used to tie them ran over her shoulder, so if she moved either it pulled the other tighter. Naked but for a pair of jean cut-off shorts, earrings, and a bracelet, she had been strangled with a blue knee sock, rigged with a metal vacuum cleaner pipe to form a tourniquet. The ligature was so tight that the medical examiner had to cut it off. The autopsy revealed hemorrhages inside the victim's eyelids, indicating the killer not only strangled his victim, he tortured her, tightening and loosening the tourniquet intermittently for a period estimated between 45 minutes and an hour. She had also been raped, both vaginally and anally, brutally enough to tear the wall of her vagina. But the only signs of bruising were small abrasions on her lower lip and nose. As in Arlington, there were no defense wounds to indicate she tried to fight her attacker. But for the scene in the bedroom, there were no signs of struggle in the apartment. The agile intruder gained access through a small kitchen window only 12 inches wide that he reached by standing on a rocking chair stolen from a nearby home. Directly under the window on the kitchen counter sat a dish drying rack full of glasses. Left undisturbed by his entry, police surmised that the offender had tried to flee in Davis's car, but was uncomfortable with the stick shift. Victimology yielded little, except to confirm that Debbie Davis was not a high-risk victim. A clerk in accounts receivable at the newspaper Style Weekly, with a part-time job at a bookstore in a nearby mall, she had the reputation of a homebody. She'd been divorced several years ago and hadn't even dated in a while. All her neighbors, co-workers, and relatives said she was a friendly person who had no enemies and didn't use drugs. She was so well liked, in fact, that the newspaper offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to her killer's arrest and conviction. Investigators turned up almost nothing at the crime scene, no fingerprints anywhere in the apartment or on the victim's car. All they had were semen samples on her sheets and comforter, which probably meant the killer masturbated over his victim. They also found incidental hairs, several animal hairs, a facial hair from another Caucasian, and a dark, curly hair. On October 4, the two Williamses got word of another homicide in the south side, just a half-mile from Davis's apartment. Around 1:30 a.m., a man arrived home and figured his wife, a neurosurgery resident at the Medical College of Virginia, was still at work since he had to unlock the deadbolt on the front door. He showered and got into bed in the dark but realized the bed wasn't made. He turned on the lights to fix the sheets and saw blood on the comforter. He ran to the closet to throw on clothes and look for his wife. He found her, dead, on the closet floor. 32-year-old Susan Helms lay sideways, facing the ceiling, barely fitting in the 2-by-5-foot closet, her head wedged between a wall and a suitcase. She was naked but for a skin and slip pushed up around her waist. Her ankles were loosely tied with a purple belt, hands tied behind her with an extension cord, a blue tie wrapped on top of the cord. As in the other murders, the cord was wrapped several times around each wrist, one lay at her hip, the other folded behind her back. She'd been strangled with a red leather belt, made longer by the killer, who attached it to another belt. The autopsy revealed the same kind of petechial hemorrhages found on Davis, but these were more extensive, indicating she'd been tortured and strangled over a longer period of time. The killer was getting bolder, taking his time. Helms had no defense wounds, but had abrasions on her lip and nose like Davis, perhaps from being pushed into a wall or other object. Examination of a mark on her right calf revealed a partial shoe print. The killer held her down while he pulled the noose tight. She had been violently raped, vaginally and anally, and a jar of Vaseline with samples of her pubic hair was found on an air conditioning unit outside a window near the closet. It was through this window 15 feet up, on a balcony, that the intruder entered the house without using a ladder. From the balcony, police saw more rope neatly coiled in a planter. Although it would be a difficult climb for most people, the back of the house faced an overgrown alley. Someone could slip over the back fence and onto the premises without being seen. And the killer was able to escape without notice, which took on greater meaning with the victim's body temperature measured at 98 degrees, indicating she probably died between midnight and 1 a.m. Perhaps she was found in the closet because the killer was still inside when her husband got home. Investigators found no fingerprints but did get semen samples from the victim's vagina, anus, and bedding. There were no stray hairs from the killer. Still awaiting DNA results, police had confirmation from their lab that the style of ligature in this case and Davis's was virtually identical. Victimology gave no indication of what made Helms a target, except that she was a somewhat stocky white woman with reddish/auburn hair, professionally employed, who lived alone much of the time. Her husband was a law student at the University of Maryland who came home only on weekends. Although the Richmond detectives didn't think it was related, Horgas asked about the rape in the area. That victim was another single white woman in her 30s who lived in a ground-floor apartment in the South Side. November 1st, about 3 a.m., she awoke to find a black man standing over her with a long knife. The intruder appeared to be in his late 20s, around 6 feet tall, and wore a ski mask and gloves. A knapsack held rope used to tie her hands. For 3 hours he raped and sexually tortured her. Around 6 a.m., as he started tying her ankles, the victim's sobs got the attention of her neighbors upstairs. He fled when he heard them coming down. Richmond police did not believe the rapist was the killer they were looking for. This victim was petite, 5'4", and under 100 pounds, and she was attacked early Sunday morning, not Friday night. The rapist did not tie a noose around her neck, nor did he masturbate on her, and the ropes were not cut by the knife used to cut the rope in the murders. Finally, the task force stood by the original profile and were looking for a white man in his 30s, not a younger black man. This was the first serial murderer Richmond ever faced, and police were trying to learn as they went, taking tips from anyone who'd ever dealt with this kind of animal. The Williamses led a task force which included 4 extra homicide detectives, an investigator from sex crimes, extra plainclothesmen, even officers from SNAP, the Selected Neighborhood Apprehension Program, formed specifically to fight gang-related violence, primarily in minority housing areas. The public, in the meantime, formed huge neighborhood watch groups in areas where previously virtually no one was interested in the program. Town meetings were held with local politicians and police. Advice was given and heeded, as neighbors started trimming bushes around windows and doors, keeping lights on, calling one another when they got home. The situation became volatile as people took it upon themselves to protect their turf. In one instance, a resident watched 2 suspicious-looking men in a car that didn't belong in his neighborhood for an hour before he crept up, put a .45 to the driver's head, and ordered them out of the car. The men in the car turned out to be undercover cops who were lucky not to have been shot by the vigilant civilian. Judd Ray and Tom Salp from our unit drove down to Richmond and met with Richmond and Chesterfield County Police in a conference room at the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. Judd made the point that although statistics and research supported the subject being a white male in his late 20s, they shouldn't rule out suspects on the basis of race. Given that the killer left no prints or other obvious clues at the scene, Judd profiled an intelligent offender with a prior record of crimes like burglary and sexual assault. And since his victims seemed unable to defend themselves, he must have great upper body strength. Judd and Tom also figured the killer had a full-time job, which was why the murders occurred Friday nights. With the type of sexual assault committed, the subject was someone who experienced difficulty with normal sex, and likely had difficulty in relationships with women in general. Unlike a lot of violent sexual offenders, he would not be the type to brag about his crime, being much more of a loner. Quite frankly, the reason we all leaned toward a white offender was that, in addition to the fact that the victims were white, at that point in time we hadn't seen that kind of unique signature aspect among Black, Hispanic, or Asian offenders. There were certain acts we were only seeing among whites, such as sexual penetration with sticks or other objects. That was one of the reasons I'd been so confident we were dealing with a white offender in the Francine Elfson murder in New York, a case I worked on with NYPD in 1979, despite the fact that the medical examiner had found a black pubic hair on the body. She had been assaulted with her own umbrella, and I'd just never seen a Black or Hispanic do that to a victim. For the same reason, if Sedley Alley had not been arrested so quickly for the murder of Suzanne Collins and police were looking for an unsub, I still would have advised them to concentrate their efforts on a white male, based on the way he assaulted her. It was not until later that we first began to start seeing more unique, weird, and involved signatures in sex crimes perpetrated by blacks and other minorities. George Russell, Jr., an intelligent and sophisticated black rapist murderer in Seattle, placed his victims in elaborate and degrading poses. One had a rifle inserted into her vagina. This was in 1990. It was important to the prosecution's case to be able to link the murders and prove they were committed by the same individual, and I was able to testify on signature, which helped lead to Russell's conviction. The reasons for this divergence between white and black offenders are still somewhat speculative, just as are the reasons women don't become serial killers as men do. Judd's own theory, based not only on his work in the unit but also on his background as a police officer and growing up in the rural South, is that it has more to do with acculturation than race. Per se, in the interviews we did with rape victims, we just didn't find either things like oral sex or acts of depravity involving foreign objects from non-white offenders the way we did from whites. There is a noticeable difference in the psychopathology of black sexual offenders and white sexual offenders regarding the way they each treat the living or dead body. Judd believes that while this will continue to be TME among black offenders who remain rural, southern, uneducated, and/or apart from mainstream American society, those black offenders who have become more acculturated into mainstream society will begin imitating the behavior and custom of their white offender counterparts. Black predator-type offenders are getting more involved with the depravity we've previously seen in whites, he says. For that reason, while interracial rapes and murders still are less common than intraracial ones, if we saw white-style depravity or perversion from a black offender, it would more likely be inflicted on a white victim than a black. On the whole, though, this is one of the many areas Judd referred to in the previous chapter that could benefit from further in-depth and high-quality research. In late November 1987, the killer struck again. Detectives Ernie Hazard and Bill Showalter of Chesterfield County outlined the details of the murder there for Horgas and the Richmond Task Force. 15-year-old Diane Cho lived with her parents and younger brother in a ground-level, corner apartment in a complex just west of the border between Chesterfield and South Richmond. One Saturday night in late November, the Chaws heard their daughter typing a paper around 11:30 p.m. When they got up to go to work at the family store early the next morning, Diane was still in bed. Around noon, they checked with their son, who said she was still asleep. Although they wondered why she was in bed so late, they knew their son did not want to face his sister's wrath by being the one to wake her. They left her alone until they arrived home around 3 o'clock. Mrs. Cho found her daughter, dead, in a horrible scene that seemed to police unmistakably like the Richmond murders. The room itself looked like nothing was amiss, homework papers in their proper place on the desk, no sign of struggle. But on the bed was Diane's body, nude, her neck and wrists bound. Knee-height rope cut deeply into her throat and a heavier rope held her wrists together. The killer had silenced her with a strip of duct tape over her mouth. As with the other victims, there were no wounds or bruising anywhere on her body, except for a fair amount of blood around her pubic region. It was later determined that she was raped so brutally the killer tore a 1-inch diameter hole in her vaginal septum, in addition to tears in her hymen. Both caused bleeding and she was menstruating at the time of the attack. Her fingernails polished the night before were perfect, indicating she never had a chance to fight her killer. In keeping with his pattern, the killer raped her vaginally and anally, leaving some kind of lubricant on the back of her arms and legs. Petechial hemorrhages around her eyes, face, and even shoulders indicated the extent of her torture. There were semen samples in and around the victim, including pure samples on her body and the sheets, indicating he masturbated on her, too. There were more similarities to the other murders. The killer gained access via her bedroom window, 4 feet from the ground. Police learned Diane used to remove the screen so she could stick her head out to talk to a friend upstairs. The killer left no fingerprints or footprints behind and, as usual, the rape-murder took place on a weekend night. But the killer had branched out into the suburbs, indicating he followed his own press enough to know it would be safer and more vexing to authorities to hit new territory. And this time, he struck audaciously when the victim's family members were asleep in the next room. Detectives figured he either broke in while she was asleep and immediately silenced her with the tape or watched from outside, letting himself in while she showered, taking control immediately when she returned to her room. Detective Showalter observed, this guy had to be watching her for some time to know when the ideal time to strike was. He also left a bizarre calling card of sorts, on the side of her left leg, above her knee. He'd drawn a figure 8 in nail polish. The girl's family had never seen her paint herself, and the polish didn't match the shade on her nails. Although they figured they'd find nothing, police searched to rule out any other forces at play in the murder. Diane Cho was into the high school chorus and honor society, though, not drugs or pornography or anything else that would make her a high-risk victim. She was a different race than the other victims, and younger, but in some ways she fit their profile physically. Her frame, at 5 fch, T3, 140 pounds, was much like theirs. On November 25, serological results confirmed that the semen from the Cho, Davis, and Helms crime scenes all matched, and the 2 lead detectives from Chesterfield began reporting directly to the Richmond Bureau. At that point, the only common link investigators had been able to establish between the 3 victims beyond the general physical profile was Cloverleaf Mall, where receipts showed Cho and Helms shopped and Davis worked part-time. The task force theorized the subject picked his victims there, following them home to rape and kill. Police could stake out the mall, but how would they recognize him? In Arlington, Joe Horgas was more convinced than ever that the Ham and Tucker murders were linked to those in Richmond, and the rapes in Arlington and Richmond were committed by that same perpetrator, the black masked rapist. He formed a task force to investigate Tucker's murder. With his partner, Mike Hill, Horgas was joined by Detective Dick Spaltung from burglary and another detective, Ed Chapman, from the sex crimes unit. Within the context of searching for David Vasquez's partner or another perpetrator who might have been involved in both Ham's and Tucker's murders, say, the black masked rapist Horgas had them pull all the burglary and rape files for the area from 1983. Horgas hand-carried evidence from the Tucker crime scene to the Northern Virginia Bureau of Forensic Science in Fairfax County. By December 22, he had preliminary word back from his contact there, Deanne Dabbs, who conveniently had a good friend in Richmond's crime lab, that the semen samples from Tucker contained the same blood characteristics as samples from the Davis and Helms crime scenes. This would help them nail the offender, since only 13% of the population matched these characteristics. Of course, first they had to have a suspect. He next began re-interviewing victims of the black masked rapist from 1983. Of the 9, 8 agreed to talk to him. As difficult as it was to relive their experiences, once they learned the same man could still be out there, now murdering victims, they felt compelled to cooperate. The first victim was assaulted in June 1983, in a supermarket parking lot around 1 a.m. The petite, dark-haired victim, in her 20s, was approached by a thin black man with a knife. About 5'8", also in his 20s, he'd pulled a t-shirt in which he'd cut eye holes over his head, and his hands were covered. He forced the victim to drive him around, then had her stop and get out by a wooded area. Threatening her with the knife the whole time, he forced her to perform oral sex and raped her repeatedly. She escaped when he left her in the woods to go back to the car. This victim did not think her assailant ejaculated and was left with the impression that he's capable of anything. And I mean anything. The rapist attacked the next 3 victims in their homes, breaking in as they slept. He matched the same physical description as in the first case, and in each attack he wore gloves and a makeshift mask. The same type of knife wash described in each. The pattern of behavior was that he'd start off demanding money, usually making the victim get her purse, then rape her both orally and vaginally. In all 3 crimes he threatened the women repeatedly with the knife, issuing warnings like, "I'm gonna put my dick in you and you'd better come," and, "You'll have an orgasm or I'll kill you." To Horgas, it sounded almost as if the subject was working from a script. In the last of those 3 attacks, the rapist added 2 new elements. He duct-taped the victim's mouth and attempted to tie her up. She escaped the apartment as he tried to cut cord from her Venetian blinds. He added still more elements to his next attack. After surprising his 18-year-old victim as she got out of her car, he forced her back in the car and had her drive to a secluded location where he duct-taped her eyes and raped her repeatedly, orally, vaginally, and anally. Finally, he tied her wrists behind her back with rope and forced her into the trunk of her car. Miraculously, she was able to escape by kicking the trunk open when she smelled smoke. The rapist had set her car on fire and left her for dead. In another attack, the unsub tied the victim's ankles with stockings and used cord from her Venetian blinds to tie her wrists behind her back. The sexual assault was similar to that of the other victims. Looking at the files, it was as if this guy needed to strike every 6 weeks or so, and he was growing increasingly violent. Horgas believed the rapist was definitely homicidal by January 1984, and the last rape certainly supported that belief. On January 25, just hours after Carolyn Ham's friend discovered her body, the rapist broke into the home of the last reported victim. The 32-year-old woman went downstairs to investigate when she heard the door on the side of her house open. There, she found a man matching the same physical description as in the other attacks, from his age and height to his homemade mask and his knife. In a scenario that sounds much like what happened to Ham, the intruder forced her to bring him her purse. After emptying the contents on the floor, he took her cash, then forced her back downstairs where the sexual assault took place. Part of the ritual that night involved an artificial phallus which he brought with him and ordered her to use. When she refused, he beat her about the face, cut her leg, sexually assaulted her again, and forced her outside, where he told her they were going for a ride. She fought back, screaming loudly, figuring if she went with him he'd kill her. Finally he fled. Investigators learned the sexual device was stolen from the house next door, much as the pornographic magazines and drug paraphernalia had been stolen from one house and left on a bed in the next during the break-in in Carolyn Ham's neighborhood. Horgas presented his findings to the task force, which was not overly enthusiastic. It seemed far-fetched that a burglar would escalate to rape and murder. And those on the sex crimes unit thought they knew who the black masked rapist was. They arrested a guy in the summer of 1987 who had a similar MO. They just couldn't prove he had been in action before 1986. By Christmas, Horgas's task force was disbanded. In the meantime, however, his partner, Mike Hill, came up with 2 more break-ins that seemed to match the pattern. On January 12, 1984, an attempt had been thwarted when an 18-year-old woman woke up her father to have him check on noises she heard outside the house. He found 2 basement windows damaged and a mailbox placed under a bedroom window, presumably to facilitate entry. 2 days later, a 22-year-old woman reported that a black man, of the same description as the man in the rapes, with mask, gloves, and knife, broke into her basement and demanded money or, "We'll kill the little girl upstairs." The intruder fled when a roommate made noise coming down the stairs. Both occurred within 2 blocks of Carolyn Ham's house. On December 28, 1987, Horgas boarded a plane bound for New York. He'd gotten approval to have Arlington case samples analyzed at Life Codes, the lab the detectives in Richmond had turned to for DNA testing. With so many cases seemingly linked, Horgas needed proof. And they had to work fast. Just that morning another report came in, this one from nearby Fairfax County, about a 17-year-old attacked in her bedroom December 17 by a black man matching the description Horgas knew by heart. Fortunately for that victim, her sister walked in the room just as the attacker finished tying her wrists and he fled. Horgas also knew DNA results would only be useful after he brought in a suspect. So with all the information and behavioral clues he'd amassed, he called the investigative support unit again and said to Special Agent Stephen Mardigian, the profiler whose geographic territory included Virginia, "I'd like to talk to you guys. Can you come over here and sit down with us? I think we've got a homicide up here related to those cases down in Richmond." On December 29th, Marty Gian and Judd Ray slogged up through the snow to meet with him at Arlington PD headquarters. In the conference room, Steve and Judd listened as Horgas led them through a major presentation of the evidence. He was organized and methodical. After he presented the Tucker case, he said, "Okay, now do you feel the facts of it could relate to the Richmond cases?" Steve and Judd were caught in something of a bind. Our unit's effectiveness is based on a high, mutual trust relationship with each of the police departments and local law enforcement agencies with which we work. We had already conducted an independent case consultation with Richmond, and if the two investigations did end up going off in dissimilar directions, we didn't want to be caught in the middle of a conflict with two important clients. But as soon as Horgas completed his review, Steve said, "It was pretty evident to us that these cases were related. From a profiling standpoint, the methodology, the MO were very, very consistent. We said it was our opinion they were probably dealing with the same offender." Horgas was highly organized. "Now I'd like you to take a look at a homicide that occurred back in 1984, he said. "This is the murder of Carolyn Ham." Again, the similarities between the Tucker and Ham cases were dramatic. "What else was going on in the area at this time?" Steve asked. Horgas then outlined for the agents the series of burglaries and sexual assaults that had occurred in Arlington in 1983. All the victims were white women, most in their 20s and 30s, attacked by a masked black man with a knife and wearing gloves. In several cases, victims were tied up and Venetian blind cords were used as binding. Elements of the sexual assault were similar, and the unsub had grown more dangerous with each rape, up to the point of Ham's murder. When you looked at this serial rapist active in the Arlington area at that time and the serial burglar active at the same time, you immediately saw a geographic overlay that also corresponded to the murders under investigation. Judd and I quickly discussed it with each other and said to Joe, "These are related. There are significant enough commonalities in escalation, progression." It all worked out well. Judd focused on the rapes and the fact that they provided live victims to interview. Therefore, if they were committed by the same unsub as the murders, they would have not only the physical evidence from which to draw conclusions, but a tremendous amount of verbal behavior as well. Then he pointed to the painstaking attention to detail in the bindings in each of the Richmond murders and the killing of Susan Tucker. The killer did much more with the ropes than he had to, either to strangle his victim or merely to control her, as seen in the binding from the noose down to the wrists and wrapping extra rope or other binding around the wrists. This wasn't more MO. This was part of the murderer's signature. Looking at the crime scene photos, Judd explained that this unsub had a deep need to exert complete control over the situation. He also declared that the subject was a sexual sadist. He enjoyed torturing his victims, choking them and releasing them, seeing their fear and pain, hearing them beg for mercy. Steve noted other signature elements. The victims' bodies were all concealed in some way, Tucker with a sleeping bag, Helms in a closet, Cho with her sheet, and Davis with her shorts. He noted the semen left on the bodies, that all were killed in their bedrooms, and the fact that the killer overwhelmed his victims immediately, leaving them no time to struggle. This killer was clearly an organized offender who planned his crimes very carefully. He stalked victims, waiting for an opportunity to strike, monitoring their movements, probably for several days. He chose victims who lived alone or would be alone when he attacked. He was sophisticated. He knew if he committed the crimes inside their homes he would decrease the risk that he'd be detected or his crimes witnessed. Both agents were sure the offender would have a history of crime that went beyond breaking and entering. He may not have been arrested for them, but he practiced with earlier rapes. There was no way he started out with these elaborate murders. It wasn't just the physical description or disguise elements that convinced Judd and Steve that the rapes in both the Ham and Tucker murders were committed by the same offender. There was also the psycholinguistics, an aspect of profiling we use extensively in ransom kidnapping cases, hostage situations, extortions, and bombings. In other words, any ongoing situation in which written or verbal communication is our primary behavioral clue. Though we have used it on many occasions with gratifying results, such as in trying to determine a hostage holder's true intentions to know whether, and how much, force should be brought to bear, perhaps the most prominent recent use of psycholinguistic analysis has been in the Unabomber case. As we detailed in our book Unabomber, On the Trail of America's Most Wanted Serial Killer, It was the word-by-word, phrase-by-phrase, and idea-by-idea comparison of the Unabomber's published manifesto with other personal letters and writings that led to the identification of Theodore Kaczynski in his remote Montana cabin as the primary suspect in these deadly bombings which had terrorized the United States for more than a decade. Here, in the cases Joe Horgas had assembled, the rapist's choice of words and his sentence structure were not only consistent from crime to crime, but consistent with the overall personality type we felt would commit this type of crime. This rapist needed his victims to exhibit signs they were sexually satisfied by him to build up his masculinity. His primary motivation was control, exhibited in his insulting language, his use of the knife, and ultimately the binding, torture, and murder of his victims. Both agents stressed that this type of offender will continue to grow more and more violent with each crime, as he learns and perfects his techniques. Judd showed how the first rape, involving abduction from a parking lot, was high risk. He learned from that and modified his MO, almost exclusively attacking inside victims' homes from that point on. And his control over his victims also grew over time. Initially, he only used the knife to keep control, but later he began duct taping victims' eyes and mouths, and tying them up. By the later rapes, he felt confident breaking into houses next door, boldly using props from one and the other. In the later murders, he brought his own rope, demonstrating an even higher degree of planning. The rapes were practice for the murder. He perfected his method of entry into the homes. He left no fingerprints, and he grew comfortable spending time in the victims' residences, leading them upstairs and downstairs, and raping them in several locations. In Steve's and Judd's opinion, the killing started when he felt control being taken away. They cited the last rape in Arlington as an example. The rapist quickly escalated his level of violence when the victim refused to use the sexual device as ordered and tried telling him to leave. He perceived her as trying to run the show, to take back control from him, and that enraged him. The later murders were virtually all professional women, achiever personality types, used to being in control of their lives. Since the killer had already overpowered them physically, there were no signs of struggle in any case. Perhaps they tried talking to him, verbally resisting. That alone could have been enough to set him off. After all the presentations, when our guys had essentially confirmed Horgas's suspicions, the detective paused, then said, "Let me explain something. Ham is actually a closed case, because an individual has been arrested, tried, and convicted." He gave the agents the background on David Vasquez, and told them the theory of the accomplice who was never caught or identified. "Do you think there's more than one person involved?" he asked. Steve told him a more thorough review would be necessary than simply looking at all the materials around a conference table, but from what they'd seen so far, he told Horgas that not only didn't they believe someone like Vasquez was capable of Ham's murder the way it had been described, they didn't buy that he could be part of a two-man team, stressing that this type of crime is committed by lone offenders and that with two offenders there would have been more evidence of divergent behaviors exhibited at the crime scene. From all of the unit's collective experience, it just did not seem that a guy on Vasquez's level would have the intellectual capability or criminal sophistication to commit the crime. Then they talked about the race issue and the fact that our original profile had predicted a white offender. The agents noted that we hadn't been told about any possible link to the black masked rapist, which pointed up that our product can only be as complete as the input we're given. And, up to that point, with the virtual exception of Wayne Williams in Atlanta, all serial killers had been white. And even Williams had attacked within his own race. But again, Judd and Steve stressed that although statistically rare, it was not impossible that the offender Horgas was looking for was black. Indeed, they agreed that the black rapist and the murderer were likely one and the same, so that was the direction the investigation should take. So where to begin? If all of this was part of a pattern, the agents explained, then that pattern should be helpful in identifying the unsub. Go back and identify the first rape, they told him. That was the environment in which he felt the most comfortable, that was where he either lived or worked. Now, unlike Ham's, all the rapes are open cases, Steve continued. No one was ever apprehended. We know from our research that this type of sexual offender doesn't quit on his own. He's either been forced out of the area for one reason or another, or else he's been arrested on another charge. Generally speaking, a guy will kill right there where he's been killing until he's flushed out or something else happens, said Judd. If he'd been arrested in a rape or related sex crime, he would have surfaced for consideration in all of these and he didn't, Steve concluded. Likewise, if he left the area and began working somewhere else, Some other law enforcement agency would have picked up on his pattern and responded to Horgas's published inquiry. And that didn't happen, either. But if the activity ceases, as it suddenly seemed to here, then the chances were good that he'd been incarcerated on some unrelated charge. The only other strong possibility was that he had died, and they could effectively rule that one out since the same offender was apparently now back at work again. He was probably arrested as a burglar, Steve stated. His other profession. Look, said Judd, since you didn't surface a sexual assailant back in the early 1980s but his activity stopped shortly after the homicide of Carolyn Ham, go back and look for someone arrested for burglary in the environment where the first rape occurred. A burglary conviction ought to be good for about a 3 or 4 year sentence, Steve reasoned. The timing worked out. So if you can identify a subject charged with burglary in Northern Virginia, incarcerated for about 3 years, and then is in some kind of work release down in Richmond, that would a very high priority suspect. Horgas followed the agent's advice. He went back to the first rape, disconcerting in part because if the killer lived in that neighborhood, he didn't live very far from where Horgas lived with his wife and young son, whom he left home alone at all hours because of his job, then pulled the files and reviewed all incidents of individuals arrested for burglary within the appropriate time frame. In Richmond, where the citizens were in full-blown hysterical alert, the detectives weren't buying his theory even after he presented them with the same information he showed the FBI agents, and even though dark, possibly negroid hairs were found with several victims. Immediately after New Year's 1988, Horgas and Hill started reviewing piles of data printed out from the department's computer. They targeted offenders arrested in Arlington in 1984 and released 3 years later in Richmond. Unfortunately, they weren't able to narrow their search parameters as well as they would have liked. Parole records listed offenders from many jurisdictions and they weren't sorted according to the parolee's residence. There was also no indication of the offenders' crimes or when they were incarcerated. So it became a formidable, mostly manual task. After spending days at this, Horgas refocused. He'd worked the section of Arlington where the first rape occurred and knew a lot of the people there. He tried to remember anyone who would have been the right age to match the description of the rapist. As Paul Mones describes in Stalking Justice, his excellent book on the case, the detective drove the streets to jog his memory and finally came up with a first name, Timmy. Timmy was a local teenager known as a neighborhood troublemaker in the area around the first rape about 10 years earlier. Horgas had investigated him then in connection with a burglary, although he was not arrested for that crime. Back then, Timmy had a reputation for having set fire to something, his mother's house or maybe her car. Horgas couldn't recall which, reminded him of how the rapist set fire to the car of one of his victims. Horgas asked around for 2 days, but no one else in the department remembered this kid. Then, on January 6, 1988, Joe Horgas remembered the teenager's full name, Timothy Spencer. A couple of computer checks later, Horgas found what he was looking for. Timothy Spencer, a black male just the right age to be the masked rapist, had a history of burglary arrests dating back to 1980, including a conviction in Alexandria, a neighboring jurisdiction to Arlington, on January 29, 1984. Review of his prison history showed he'd been released to a halfway house in Richmond Hospitality House on September 4, 1987. Details of his last conviction were frightening in the context of the crimes for which Horgas and Hill were considering him. He entered the home through a small back window and was arrested with commemorative coins in his pockets, stolen from several homes, along with a pair of dark socks, a small flashlight, and a screwdriver. A 5-inch folding knife was found in his car. Several of the masked rapist's victims reported that he wore socks over his hands, that he had a flashlight and pulled a folding knife on them. But the commemorative coins were the clincher. The collectible coins belonging to the Tuckers, though potentially valuable to a burglar, were not taken during that break-in. He'd been sent away once for stealing easily identified coins, and he wasn't going to repeat the same mistake twice. As we'd predicted, he learned from his earlier crime. According to records, Spencer's permanent address in Arlington was just 200 yards from where the first rape occurred. The halfway house in Richmond was located within walking distance of both the Helms and Davis homes. Horgas contacted the halfway house to compare dates of the 1987 attacks with days and times Spencer signed out. None of the test dates ruled him out. Horgas also learned that if Spencer was their man, another part of our theory was correct. He had a day job at a furniture factory during the week. Horgas tried calling Richmond, but couldn't reach the Williams boys, who were out on the scene of another murder. Initially, It looked like the South Side Stranglers' work, except this victim had been beaten viciously about the head. But later that day, Richmond police responded to a suicide call and found the body of a man who dated the murder victim's sister and rented a room from her until she threw him out. It became apparent that the latest murder was the first copycat of the Strangler. Tension was high January 7th, when Horgas and Hill met with the detectives from Richmond. They agreed to surveillance of Spencer, but were still going with the view that their killer was white. But Spencer had put in for another furlough to Arlington that coming weekend and no one wanted to take any chances. In the end, though, his trip to Arlington was cancelled by a snowstorm. There was a setback that Friday when Richmond authorities stopped Spencer outside Cloverleaf Mall, where he was waiting in a car for two women who were observed shoplifting. Although fearful the heat would cause Spencer to leave the area, Arlington police took the incident as proof that he hung out at the mall, where the task force theorized the killer found his victims. After more than a week of surveillance, Richmond police decided Spencer was doing nothing suspicious, certainly not acting like a serial killer. They announced they were calling off surveillance Monday the 18th. With that, Arlington County Commonwealth Attorney Helen Fahey made the decision to go before a grand jury. They went to court Wednesday the 20th and got an indictment. The arrest warrant was issued and signed that day. In anticipation of the arrest, Horgas contacted Quantico for interview tips. Steve advised him to be patient and let Spencer do the talking. In his arrest for burglary in January of 1984, he was willing to cooperate with police because he was so glad they knew nothing of his other crimes. Serial killers very rarely confess, Steve warned, but said if Horgas could get him to open up it would be by talking about burglary and not the rapes and murders. After the grand jury handed down the indictment, on their way to Richmond, Horgas and Hill stopped at Spencer's residence in Arlington. He lived in half of a two-family brick house with his mother and half-brother. His grandmother lived on the other side. Located at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, near the site of the first rape, the house was within 10 minutes' walk of the Tucker's house. The detectives explained to Spencer's mother that they were investigating a burglary that took place over Thanksgiving. They told her someone had seen her son in the area and they wanted to check her house for stolen goods. Although they had no warrant, she understood that her cooperation could help exclude her son as a suspect if they found nothing, so she gave them permission to look around. After a quick search, all they had was a roll of duct tape, not a match to tape used in Cho's murder. Next, they went to Richmond with Tactical Squad Sergeant Henry Trumbull and another detective, Steve Carter. They arrested Timothy Spencer on burglary charges that evening when he returned to Hospitality House from work. He questioned police, wondering why so many cops were involved in his arrest and why the bond was set so he was only wanted for burglary. He gave permission for officers to search his room, which yielded nothing specific, although he did have several screwdrivers and a cap and gloves, whose possession was not that unusual in the middle of winter. But on the bottom side of his mattress someone had drawn the infinity symbol a sideways number 8 like the one drawn on Cho's leg. The suspect was talkative and friendly during the drive back to Arlington. When Horgas asked if he would mind providing a blood sample, though, Spencer asked if it was in connection with a rape. Horgas said it was just to check against a burglary. Sometimes a burglar cuts himself breaking in. But as Paul Mones reported, Spencer answered, "No, if you want my blood, it's got to have something to do with a rape because I didn't cut myself going in no house. I didn't cut myself on no fucking broken window." When he learned where the burglary took place, Spencer specifically asked if it had anything to do with the murder he read about in the papers, but Horgas kept playing it cool, per his FBI tips. After hours of interrogation by Horgas and other detectives from Arlington and Richmond over a period of several days, Spencer still had not confessed, nor did he ever. He did, however, give a blood sample that was to prove as telling as anything he might have said. Initial lab results showed that Timothy Spencer's blood was consistent with semen stains on Susan Tucker's nightgown, a match that would only fit 13% of the population. Further, his hair had characteristics matching samples from Tucker's body and sink. But this wasn't enough, they'd need DNA to convict. We began looking into Spencer's background for hints of what he would become. His parents, both of whom attended some college, divorced when he was 7, after 10 years of marriage. His father, a postal employee, reportedly had no contact with the boy after the divorce. His mother worked as a bookkeeper, eventually becoming engaged to a college graduate who had steady work as a bricklayer. Spencer and his mother both stated that family life was good. But Timmy was always in trouble. At 9, he set a fire in the boys' bathroom and urinated and defecated in various places throughout his school, causing officials to note his anger and hostility and his need to prove that he is the one in charge of the situation and not the environment, eerily portending future attempts to dominate, show control. He was arrested for larceny at 9 and 11, and by 14 he'd moved into breaking and entering. In school, he consistently performed below his grade level and was left back after the 8th grade. He did not fit in with his classmates, but resented being forced to study in remedial classes. This was all pretty consistent with backgrounds we'd seen during our interviews with serial offenders. By contrast, his brother, Travis, was a good student and outstanding basketball player at the time. At 15, Timmy had trouble with a hit-and-run and joyriding and was sent to a juvenile facility, dropping out of school for good in 10th grade. By the time he was 19 he'd been arrested for possession of a concealed weapon, breaking and entering, and probation violation. Throughout the early 1980s he was either serving time for burglary, trespassing, and violation of probation, or living with his grandmother. She felt he made a real effort to change, getting involved in the church and studying for his GED, or high school equivalency diploma. He had trouble keeping a job, not because he would be fired, but because he would leave after a period of months and move on to another. His work was typically menial, as a janitor or bricklayer. He admitted to regular use of alcohol and marijuana but said he didn't have a problem with either substance. A psychologist who studied Spencer in 1983 while he was serving time for burglary and trespassing reported he was mentally intact, not suffering from delusions or hallucinations, but had difficulty following rules. According to the report, he tends to set his own limits as compared to following those set by others. The psychologist tested his IQ at 89, obviously much lower than Spencer's capabilities. After his arrest in January 1984, when he was caught red-handed with stolen coins, he still denied his guilt. A pre-sentencing report noted he rationalizes his behavior and blames others for his involvement in the instant offenses. And he was a good actor. Even as they were interviewing him, at times investigators found him likable. Like a lot of these guys, except when he lost his temper, it was hard to remember what he was capable of doing. That's why I also stress how important it is to come into these interviews well prepared and completely familiar with the details of the crimes. Employers characterized him as a friendly loner. His girlfriend, who'd been dating him since the previous October and reportedly saw him every weekend, described him the same way. She denied anything unusual about their sex life, no masks or devices, and did not believe her boyfriend could be a killer. That, of course, was not unusual, either. Only one ex-girlfriend had anything of potential interest to report. A prostitute, she said Spencer once advised her she could use Vaseline if she ever had trouble with vaginal dryness and admitted to her he enjoyed masturbating, despite his assertion to Joe Horgas that he had never jacked off, when Horgas confronted him with the fact that semen had been found on and around the bodies. Investigators were never able to establish a relationship between Spencer and any of his victims, although two witnesses could place him on a local bus that went to Cloverleaf Mall. The key to the case was the scientific evidence. DNA testing took until early March to complete, but the results were dramatic. Spencer's blood matched semen samples from the Tucker, Davis, and Helms crime scenes, as well as one of the early rapes in Arlington. His defense attorneys, Carl Womack and Thomas Kelly, had Cellmark Diagnostics Incorporated, a prominent lab in Maryland which would later analyze the samples in the O.J. Simpson murder trial, independently do a blind check on the results of the DNA tests, hoping for a discrepancy. But the experts concurred with Life Codes' findings. The odds that Spencer's DNA matched another black person's in North America and police held the wrong guy was said to be 135 million to 1. In addition to the DNA testing, the local lab in Fairfax processed Spencer's clothing, including a camouflage jacket he reportedly wore every day. Senior forensic scientist Joseph Beckerman matched trace panicles of glass from the jacket to glass in one of the basement windows broken by the subject. On July 16, 1988, Timothy Spencer was found guilty in the rape and capital murder of Susan Tucker. Although they were not considered in the trial, the murders in Richmond could be brought into the penalty phase, and Debbie Davis's father testified on his dead daughter's birthday. Spencer's mother testified on his behalf, as did the leader of a community center and a former teacher. Both spoke of his troubled youth. Finally, Spencer briefly told the jury he did not murder anyone and felt sorry for their families. The jury deliberated 3 hours before unanimously recommending a sentence of death. In October of 1988, Spencer was also found guilty in the murder of Debbie Davis. He was convicted in Susan Hellams's murder in January of 1989, and in Diane Cho's in June 1989. The Davis and Hellams cases used the DNA results, but there were no pure DNA samples from the Cho murder scene. Prosecutors in that trial argued the case as a signature crime, which by law allowed them to introduce evidence from the other murders. On April 27, 1994, after the failure of several appeals, Timothy Wilson Spencer died in the Virginia electric chair, the first person in the world to receive the death sentence by virtue of DNA identification. Even at the end, he never confessed his guilt. Steve Mardigian drove down US 95 to the state penitentiary in Jarrett, not far from the North Carolina border, to try to interview Spencer shortly before his execution. But Spencer refused to talk or admit anything. Ironically, despite the state-of-the-art techniques and computers that aided in getting a conviction, the case against Timothy Spencer was truly made by old-fashioned, street cop detective work. If Joe Horgas hadn't remembered Spencer's name, it never would have come up in the exhaustive computer search because of the technicality that Spencer was not considered paroled or released by corrections officials. There would have been no blood to test. David Vasquez, though, was still in prison, having confessed to the murder of Carolyn Hamm. The two original witnesses would not change their story. The lab samples had degraded too much over time to be definitive, and no one could corroborate Vasquez's alibi. After his meeting with Judd and Joe Horgas in Arlington, Steve Mardigian had begun the laborious task of analyzing all of the relevant case materials in the Tucker and Hamm murders in Arlington, the murders in Richmond and Chesterfield County, and each separate sexual assault and burglary. All significant data was entered into a computer program to provide a detailed comparison of physical characteristics and verbal behavior. That's when the real work started, says Steve. One of the things we were asking was, how do we determine whether the man in custody had anything to do with the Carolyn Hamm case? Mardigian created a grid with such headings as name of victim, jurisdiction, date, duration of crime, type of location, type of weapon, type of binding, method and place of injuries, initial contact with victim, had offender gained entry prior to victim coming home, location of assault inside, outside, or in vehicle, was victim moved throughout the residence? Dialogue and verbal behavior in rapes, type of sexual activity. Steve then brought the data to me and we each analyzed it independently before coming together for our conclusions. It was clear to both of us that his and Judd's original supposition was correct. There was no question that this was one person acting alone rather than two working together, either two partners such as Lawrence Bittaker and Roy Norris or a sadistic leader and a compliant follower such as Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka. Vasquez's supposed partner was a ghost. These crimes, the burglaries, the rapes, and the murders, were all committed by someone with experience, criminal sophistication, and organizational skills. He had the ability to interact for long periods with his victims and took sexual pleasure in manipulating them, dominating them, controlling them, and torturing them. David Vasquez was not a sexual sadist. He didn't have the organizational or interpersonal skills to interact with the victims the way this guy did, and we both felt there was absolutely no way he could have committed these crimes. It was clear to us that during his interrogations he had been scared and confused, had been given too much information, and, in a pathetic effort to please and cooperate, he had told police of his dream in which he had murdered Carolyn Hamm. With all the input he had at that point, he very well could have dreamed it. But that didn't make him a murderer. Together with Joe Horgas and the Arlington Police Department, we asked Arlington County Commonwealth Attorney Helen Fahey to request Governor Gerald Baliles to grant Vasquez a full pardon. Since he had confessed, that would be the quickest route to getting him out of prison. On October 16, 1988, we sent Fahey our written report concluding that the murderer of Carolyn Hamm was the same man who had murdered the other victims. The report, in the form of a 5-page letter signed by both Steve and me, went with Fahey's petition to the governor. The pardon process took longer than we expected, as both the governor's office and the Board of Pardon and Parole individually reinvestigated the case and reviewed our analysis. But finally, David Vasquez was released January 4, 1989. He returned to his mother's house and contemplated legal action against Arlington authorities. Eventually, on the advice of several different lawyers, he decided not to sue, and instead received a $117,000 settlement. Frankly, I would have given him a lot more if it was up to me. But as troubling as David Vasquez's arrest and conviction are, and they are, Sufficiently troubling that I think they must become an object lesson to all of us in law enforcement when the possibility arose to Joe Horgas and then to us that this man might have confessed to and been imprisoned for something he didn't do. No attempt was made to sweep a mistake under the rug. Rather, great effort was made to get to the truth of the matter. As Steve Mardigian put it, Arlington PD, that same department that got Vasquez arrested, had the willingness to go back and review the case and take the shots they knew would forthcoming. I think that is a tremendous testament to that department's integrity and dedication. And as Paul Mones eloquently points out in Stalking Justice, what is unique about the story of David Vasquez is that the people who put him behind bars were also the ones who set him free. No family member, crusading journalist, or civil libertarian banged the drum for David's release. Police and prosecutors did. Ironically, it was Susan Tucker's horrific demise that ultimately became David Vasquez's salvation. The time and effort my unit spent on the behavioral analysis in this group of cases was the most we'd ever spent on any case up to that time, including the Atlanta child murders and Green River. And the bulk of that effort, actually, was devoted not to finding and arresting a guilty man, but to getting an innocent man freed. Chapter 12 Murder on South Bundy Drive. Practically every decade, it seems, has its own trial of the century. In the 1890s it was Lizzie Borden. In the 1920s it was the Scopes monkey trial, challenging the teaching of evolution. In the 1930s it was the Lindbergh kidnapping case. In the 1940s, the Nuremberg War Crimes Tribunal. The 1950s, the Rosenberg atom bomb spy trial. The 1960s gave us the Chicago 7. In the 1970s, the Manson family. The fact that each of these, in its time and place, qualified to someone as the trial of the century, and I'm sure we can all think of alternates for each: Dreyfus, Sacco, and Vanzetti, Eichmann, Bundy, speaks to two things. The first is the media's obsession with the moment, of course. The second, I think, has to do with our collective compulsion toward the examination of evil or wrongdoing, or, in the case of politically oriented trials such as Scopes, the Chicago 7, and, some might say, Sacco and Vanzetti and the Rosenbergs, other people's very perception of truth. The 1990s trial of the century, at least so far, undeniably has been the O.J. Simpson trial in Los Angeles. Perhaps no trial in history was as examined in excruciating detail from outside, or argued from as many points of trivia inside. The only things lost in all of this were truth and, to many people's way of thinking, justice. With as much money and legal resources as were thrown around in this trial, truth became a commodity to be bought and sold and manipulated in the marketplace of public opinion, and logic became a means to service already held beliefs. Millions, if not billions, of words have already been written on the subject, and virtually every pundit in the known universe has weighed in with his or her opinion. An Rorschach test, that opinion often reveals more about the opinion holder than the case itself. And whatever you say about the criminal trial jury's verdict, you can't convince me the few hours they spent were sufficient time to examine seriously and conscientiously the many months of testimony and such a huge volume of complex evidence. Their own verbal and written commentaries after the fact demonstrated that most of them didn't have a clue what this case was all about. It's not my intention to pass judgment on the trial itself or the performance of the lawyers or Judge Lance Ito. There's been plenty of that already, and if you care enough to have an opinion, I probably couldn't change it anyway. Nor are we going to deal extensively with the physical evidence which, in itself, makes or breaks a case. We're only going to deal with it in its behavioral context, and see how much we can learn about these murders strictly from that perspective. What I do want to do here is something that, for all the time and money expended in this case, really wasn't done. And that is to examine the double homicide that occurred at 875 South Bundy Drive on the evening of June 12, 1994. From a behavioral perspective, and examine what the facts at, and surrounding, the crime scene tell us about the killer from a behavioral point of view. In other words, forgetting O.J. Simpson's celebrity, forgetting the trial of the century aspect, forgetting the racial polarization it created, had the LAPD contacted my unit at Quantico for consultation on this particular murder investigation, what could we have told them about who did it? Because if you strip away all of the sensationalism and false issues, the murders of Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman are not so different from many other cases we've examined over the years. Let me remind you that we in my unit are not in the business of solving cases on our own or delivering the names and addresses of unsubs. All we can do at this stage of an investigation is help point to the type of suspect on which the police should be concentrating. If they already have suspects, we can help them limit and qualify them with our input. And if they are still looking for the unsub, we can often help them focus that search. To pull off this imaginary consultation, we may have to make certain assumptions and stipulations along the way, such as the case not reaching the level of publicity as fast as it actually did. That is to say, we have to assume that I'd have the opportunity to come up with my own objective conclusions before being bombarded by detail in the media. But there's plenty of precedent for that kind of supposition. As a control exercise, those of us in my unit have often examined controversial cases of the past, including those of the Boston Strangler, and Dr. Sam Shepard, the Cleveland osteopath accused of murdering his wife in 1954, who was found guilty and later not guilty of the crime, and who died before the controversy had quieted. In October of 1988, I took part in an internationally broadcast television special profiling the identity of Jack the Ripper and came up with some interesting and surprising results, as we described in Mindhunter. Recently, I was invited to analyze the Lizzie Borden case, one of the most ambiguous in American history. When the South Bundy murders occurred in June of 1994, I was still chief of the FBI's Investigative Support Unit, which included some of the top profilers and criminal investigative analysts in the world: Larry Ankrum, Greg Cooper, Steve Etter, Bill Hagmay, Roy Hazelwood, Steve Mardigian, Greg McCrary, Jana Monroe, Judd Ray, Tom Salp, Pete Smerick, Clint Van Zandt, and Jim Wright. Let me emphasize that, in actuality, we did not consult on this case, nor were we asked. But if we had been, this is how I think it would have gone. This would be a typical and representative case consultation and analysis. We would have gotten a telephone call from someone in the LAPD who was designated point man on the case. He probably would have been a detective, and he already would have talked to the profile coordinator in the FBI's Los Angeles field office. Let's call him Detective Kenneth Scott so we don't get involved with any of the real personalities in the case. Unbeknownst to me or my unit at this point, Scott and his investigative team have collected a fair amount of blood and other forensic evidence. But he's not going to tell me about this, and I'm not going to want to know, unless it points to behavior. Ultimately, when I finish my analysis, then we'll go over the forensics together and see if they match what I've said. If they do, then we've helped him narrow his investigation and focus with more confidence on a particular type of suspect. If not, then it could point to serious flaws in the case. Scott begins, MTE have a double homicide in Brentwood that's an upper middle class neighborhood not too far from the UCLA campus. When you go several blocks north and get on the other side of Sunset Boulevard, it becomes a strictly upper class neighborhood. You might say the people living south of Sunset aspire to do well enough to move to the north side. Victims are a 25-year-old white male and a 35-year-old white female. Both died from sharp force trauma, stabbed multiple times outside the residence of the female victim. Have there been any similar crimes lately in the neighborhood? I ask. No, nothing like this, Scott replies. How about burglaries or any voyeuristic activities? No. At this point, I tell him that I want the report of the first officer on scene, a map of the area with sites significant to the crime scene marked. I'll need to see crime scene and autopsy photos, autopsy protocols, and the medical examiner's report, if it's in yet, and I'll need as much as he can get me on the victimology. What were these two people like? What I do not want from him is a suspect list, if he's developed one, or any theories about who it could be. I don't want to be influenced by what he's already decided or leads his task force has already pursued. If this were a major hot case, one in which the unsub seemed to be active, with danger of new victims at any moment, I might fly out to Los Angeles to give on-scene help and analysis. But in the hours and days following the murders, there haven't been any others with similar MO, so unless the situation changes, I'll continue doing my analysis from Quantico, so I don't get too far behind in my administrative responsibilities or the 100+ other cases on which my unit is working. The Brown-Goldman case materials arrive by overnight mail, and I take most of the morning reviewing them, trying to put myself in the place of both victims and perpetrator, trying to discern the subtext of the scene. The key thing I'm asking myself is, why were these particular people the victims of this violent crime? Before we can know the who, we must understand the why. And in trying to come up with the answer to that question, I'm asking myself if there is a connection between these two victims, or is it simply that one of them was in the wrong place at the wrong time. By the time I finish, it's just before lunch morning on the West Coast. Scott is his office and can arrange a conference call with other key members of the task force. The killing is at close range and confrontational. The weapon is a knife, which tells you this is a very personal type of crime. The crime scene is a mixed presentation. I begin. There are both organized and disorganized elements to it, which we'll get to shortly. But I would say the killer was basically organized, which leads me to believe he is a mature individual with intelligence and sophistication and that some planning and intent went into the crime. He wore a cap and gloves and brought a weapon to the scene. The killing of the female victim is efficient in almost military style, along with a tremendous amount of overkill. At the same time, there are disorganized elements that suggest it didn't go quite the way he planned, and that though he is mature, he has little, if any, experience in crime. There is an obvious lack of control relating to the male victim and evidence of panic when things didn't go quite his way. So you may see some domestic complaints on the offender's rap sheet, possibly minor altercations or fights in a bar, but certainly nothing like a murder, and he hasn't done time. So don't expect a police record to lead you to the guy. The mere fact of leaving a cap and glove at the scene and wearing shoes which leave a distinctive footprint speak to a lack of criminal sophistication and experience. He also cut himself, probably as he comes around her throat, and there's a cut in the glove found at the crime scene, which shows he wasn't prepared for that level of fight with Ron Goldman. The homicide took place at Nicole Brown Simpson's residence. I continue. That alone is strong evidence to suggest that she was the primary target. We also know that Goldman was there because Brown's mother had left her glasses earlier in the day at the restaurant where Goldman worked. Nicole had called the restaurant, they'd found the glasses, and Ron had volunteered to drop them by. So his being at Bundy at that particular time was happenstance. Unless the killer actually followed him, he could not consider the primary target. And if he was being followed, it makes no sense at all that the killer would wait until he was with another person and near potential eye or ear witnesses. But let's look at some of the other facts. As you said, the MES report says that both victims died of multiple stab wounds. And Goldman's got diffuse multiple defense wounds on his hands and arms. She's found in a fetal position at the bottom of 4 concrete steps leading up to her condominium door. Her black dress is hiked high up on her thigh, but this looks like it's due to the shortness of the dress and the way she fell rather than any attempt to lift the dress or expose her. This is confirmed by the fact that her panties are in place and there's no evidence of sexual assault and no evidence of staging. But there is a lot of bleeding and she bled out on this last step, which was probably where the fatal assault took place. Her throat is cut so deeply she's practically decapitated. The other stab wounds are much more concentrated and directed than they are with Goldman. The killer didn't have trouble controlling her as he did with Ron. He stabbed her repeatedly, not because he flew to, but because he #wanted flow to. And this is another reason I say the woman was the primary victim, not the man. The attacker knew her, and knew her well. XVH, why do you say that, John? One of the detectives asks. As we've noted, there's no sexual assault, so this isn't a scenario where she pissed off a rapist. This kind of overkill represents rage directed at a particular person, especially since so many blows were directed at the neck. This is not a stranger murder. He did not have to do what he did simply to kill her. He was making a statement. He was punishing her. The wounds on the male victim are different. Goldman put up an incredible struggle, one hell of a fight. The types of wounds on him, the defense wounds on the hands and arms and the deeper thrusts to the body, show that the unsub was doing what he had to strictly to kill him. He wasn't interested in punishing him or making a point. He was just trying to neutralize him. That's what I mean when I say it didn't go quite the way the attacker planned. He didn't plan for another man to there. That messed up his organization real fast. But as you know, we found a glove and a dark knit watch cap at the scene, John. Couldn't that belong to someone who came to rob? Sure it could, I say. But nothing was taken. In fact, the unsub never entered the house. But you said yourself that he was surprised by Goldman being there. Maybe it was his intent to rob and he never got to it. I don't think the investigator really believes this. He's probably playing devil's advocate with me, which is fine, since I should have to support the logic behind everything I say. I'm not necessarily telling them things they don't know or haven't figured out on their own, but it's important to go through my take on the events before we start sharing information. First of all, you told me you weren't having problems with burglars in this neighborhood, I say. But more to the point, a burglar doesn't generally bring a knife with him to the scene. He either brings a gun or no weapon at all. A burglar has 2 goals. The first is to get in and out without a confrontation and without being seen. If he can't achieve that and he does find himself in a confrontation, his second goal is to get the hell out as quickly as possible. He won't stick around to hurt anyone unless he feels that's his only option for escape. A gun might help him do that, a knife isn't going to do the job. It's too up close and personal and too labor-intensive a way of killing. It is possible, however, that the offender planned on going inside to commit the crime, but was sidetracked when he saw Nicole and Ron together and probably thought there was a romantic relationship between them. She had candles lit all over the house, the kitchen, the bathroom, in spots that could be seen through the windows. This had always been a romantic ritual with her. So someone who knew the meaning of this ritual, who had participated in it himself, might be enraged if he presumed that she was preparing it for someone else. MTE don't know for sure whether or not there was a relationship beyond friendship between Brown and Goldman, but we do know at the very least that they weren't planning anything that night because Goldman was scheduled to meet several of his buddies after he dropped off the envelope containing the glasses. So you think he was in the process of attacking her when Goldman happens to show up at the scene? That's possible, I acknowledge. But I don't think so, because it appears that he began with her, went to him, then back to her. I think happened was, the unsub sees the two of them together, he's been watching, he's been stalking her. He doesn't like what he sees. So he comes out and confronts them. She recognizes him. Goldman probably does, too, so he puts out his hands, palms up, like, hey, stay cool, man. Nothing going on here. I just came to return her mom's glasses. But the offender whacks her on the head with the butt of the knife, probably sufficient to knock her out. He then goes to Goldman, who is about 5 or 6 feet away, near a palm tree growing up through the ground. This is maybe 2 or 3 seconds later and Ron is caught off guard by the attack on Nicole. He's trapped in this small area of 4 by 6 foot space with a fence behind him and he's blocked by this palm tree. Instinctively, he goes into a pugilistic stance. We can tell this from the defense wounds, and he's also stabbed in his left thigh and left abdomen. There's a struggle between the two men. The shin Goldman's wearing is twisted around his body so that when he's stabbed and stabbed again the holes don't seem to line up with the stab wounds when the body is examined later. Now, the defense wounds are primarily concentrated on the fingers of his left hand, and the palm of that hand. What I think happened is that he reached out as the attacker was stabbing with his right hand. Goldman reached out and pulled the left glove off, which is the one found at the scene. By this point the offender has worked himself up into a frenzy. As soon as he's got Ron neutralized, which is not easy, he goes back to Nicole, lifts her head from behind, and cuts her throat, slicing right through her voice box, nearly taking her head off. The unsub then goes back to Goldman because he has to make sure he finishes him off. We know he goes back because her blood is found on the bottom of one of Goldman's shoes. Now, this is very, very important, because it tells you that the offender is not a professional killer. This is not a hitman. He doesn't know exactly what it takes to kill this guy. He has to come back and check on him. He sees that Goldman is dying and he goes back and stabs him multiple times. In fact, he's actually stabbed more times than Brown, even though the personalized sort of attack is reserved for her. That's because even though she's the one he's out to punish, to revenge himself on, the male is the greater physical threat. That's another reason we know the crimes were committed by a single offender. 2 or more killers would have been able to control the situation better. You wouldn't have the evidence of such a struggle on Goldman's body. Even if it didn't happen exactly this way, even if Roman came upon the scene as the offender was already attacking Nicole, that doesn't change my assessment of the type of individual responsible for the crimes or what his motive would have been. So you don't think this could be a drug killing, then, John? I don't. Was either victim involved in the drug scene? I ask. Not really. They may have tried recreational drugs. A lot of that crowd does. But there's nothing in the tox screens and both of them took pride in their bodies. Certainly neither of them had ever sold. Then who butchers 2 people who aren't any threat to a dealer's commerce? You expect a drug murder to be very symbolic, like the Colombian necktie in which the victim's throat is cut and his tongue is brought out through the wound. Something like that. It would be done in some symbolic place, not the victim's home. And as I said, it would be done by professionals who would have been better prepared to subdue the male victim. Or, if they weren't, upon finding him at the scene they would have been dispassionate enough to walk away and try again at a more opportune time. It is very important at this stage to try to classify the type of homicide we're dealing with. If this isn't a rape murder or a burglary gone bad, if it's not a drug killing, An insurance murder, a criminal enterprise murder, or what have you? What is it? I was lead author on a book entitled Crime Classification Manual, which was published in 1992. After years of research and consultation on thousands of cases, some of us at Quantico felt the need for a system of classifying and thereby explaining serious crimes that would have the same rigor and organization that DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual OT Mental Disorders, has on the psychiatric side. The result was the volume which has come to be called CCM. Outside the Bureau, Dr. Ann Burgess of the University of Pennsylvania and her husband, Alan, a professor of management at Northeastern University in Boston, served as co-authors and oversaw the compiling and organization of the voluminous data. Virtually all the special agents in the Investigative Support Unit and many in behavioral science also contributed. For example, Judd Ray headed up the Personal Cause Homicide Classification Committee and worked with Jim Wright on the Group Cause Committee. In CCM, we classified homicide, arson, and rape and sexual assault according to motive and elements and told police and investigators what the components and investigational considerations of each should be. The first of the homicide categories, criminal enterprise homicide, is broken down into 8 subgroups and 4 sub-subgroups. Personal cause homicide is broken down into 2 subgroups, erotomania-motivated killing and domestic homicide. Domestic homicide, in turn, is broken down into spontaneous and staged classifications. None of these are arbitrary or subjective categories. They're based on extensive research and experience. Because of the type and severity of the wounds, as I've said, and because it is clear to me that the woman rather than the man was the primary target, I do not believe this is a stranger murder. Nor is it what we refer to as a group cause murder. The Manson family cult killings, for example, were group cause. An occult murder or a group excitation murder are the only types of group cause that could possibly fit, the others being variations on extremist murders, political or paramilitary, religious or hostage. While the brutality of the Brown murder might seem similar in certain ways to the Tate LaBianca murders, for example, a close examination reveals major and significant differences. In a cult situation, you would expect to see a lot of symbolism at the scene, such as when Manson family members scrawled "Helter Skelter" and other slogans on the walls with the victim's blood. In the Atlanta child murders, despite widespread insistence that a Klan-type white supremacist group was behind the crimes, I knew this wasn't the case. There was no symbolism attached to the bodies or the dump sites, and it was quite clear to me that a single individual was involved. As I looked at the Brown-Goldman crime scene materials, there was ample reason for me to believe only a single individual was involved there, too. Aside from the disorganization apparent as a result of having to deal with a second victim, all of the wounds on both victims were consistent with a single weapon. 2 or more people in this situation wouldn't share one knife, particularly when one of Nicole's own kitchen knives was lying on the kitchen counter in plain view. What was it doing there? My feeling is that she was anticipating some kind of threat. Earlier in the day, or even days before, something happened that made her feel concerned. Her intercom wasn't working. She didn't have a gun. The best weapon she could come up with was a knife. We know she was expecting Ron Goldman to come over and return the eyeglasses her mother had left at his restaurant that day. But that's not who she was afraid of. You have to go back to the victimology, I say. There's nothing in Goldman's life or background that sets him up as the target of a vicious attack. I'm not saying he couldn't have been mugged, or even murdered in a homosexual attack. It would have to be homosexual women don't kill this way. But that isn't what happened here. Brown, on the other hand, has been through a very nasty divorce, and she's continued to have an on-again, off-again relationship with a very controlling type husband up until a couple of weeks ago. That's right, Scott says. A couple of weeks before the murder, she was sick and Simpson went over to the house with food and took care of her. He gave her a beautiful necklace. Sometime after she was well, they got into another fight and she threw the necklace at him. So he may have felt she was giving him mixed signals, I say. And we have evidence that Simpson had been stalking her in the weeks before the murder, driving by places she was eating or meeting friends, looking in her windows, watching her with other people. There's no evidence Goldman was being stalked by anyone or had any enemies in the world. So you're saying it's the ex-husband, O.J. Simpson, Scott declares. Ex-V had I'm saying, I clarify, is that we see a lot of cases like this one, and whoever did it was not a professional or experienced killer, acted alone, knew the female victim well, and had a tremendous amount of rage toward her. Well, "We haven't come up with anyone else who meets that description," one of the detectives says. And by the time this all breaks publicly, another one predicts, every minute detail of these two lives is going to be subjected to scrutiny. If there was anyone else in Nicole's life who fit that mold, he won't remain hidden long. This, of course, did happen, and despite massive efforts by entrepreneurial reporters and, presumably, Simpson's own investigators, not to mention the police, no one of this nature has ever surfaced or been identified. Look, I continue, we've seen enough of these things to know there's always a pattern, always a motive of some kind. Some monster doesn't just show up from nowhere and butcher two people and then disappear again into thin air. Some folks are starting to suggest maybe this is the work of a serial killer. Glenn Rogers' name has been mentioned because he traveled a lot and worked in several different states and jurisdictions. Glenn Rogers is an alleged serial killer who police believe may be responsible for at least 6 murders throughout the United States, in California, Louisiana, Mississippi, Ohio, Kentucky, and Florida. At one time, he was boasting as many as 70 victims. He was apprehended after a high-speed chase in Kentucky in 1995. Because of his wide swath and variety of victim types, he seemed a convenient, universal suspect for alternate theories of virtually any contemporaneous violent crime. The MO and signature are wrong, I point out. Rogers would pick up women in lower-class bars and spend the night with them. It's just grasping at straws to think that this guy is suddenly going to turn up in Brentwood and change the entire way he goes about committing crimes. And this type of sustained aggression that we see toward Nicole Brown, we see that virtually exclusively in situations where a significant relationship already exists between the attacker and the victim. So you're saying this wasn't a crime of opportunity? Nicole Brown was definitely the intended victim. Definitely. We know there's premeditation and planning. We have the knife, the glove, the cap. The offender selected his weapon of choice. He's got a lot of rage, a lot of hostility, and he wants this to be personal. Well, John, we do know from talking to her friends that Nicole was very scared of knives, much more so than of guns. Then that's another factor that would suggest the killer knew her well. You know, the method of kill, getting her from behind and slicing through her neck, that's like a military commando thing, particularly when you add the gloves and the watch cap. Was Simpson ever in the military? I ask. MTE don't think so, but he just recently finished a pilot for a TV series in which he plays a Navy SEAL. And those guys are trained to be experts at close-up, silent kills, a detective who was himself in the Navy offers. Well, the killer approached the scene thinking he had everything under control, I say. He thought he could get in, do what he intended, and get out without being seen or heard. And I'll tell you another thing I've been thinking about. Based on what I've seen over and over again in personal cause domestic homicides, I believe the offender was planning to stage the crime to look like a sexual assault. Do you mean? If he hadn't been surprised by Goldman's presence, the added factor he hadn't planned on, he would have had the time to try to cover some of his own behavior by making it look like a rape murder. If he'd been able to do that, you would have found Brown's body with her dress up and panties pulled down or off. Drawers would have been ransacked and something obvious would have been taken. But ultimately, that wouldn't have mattered, because we're better at uncovering staging than amateurs are at doing it. For example, it's unlikely he would have raped her or masturbated on her after she was dead, and he would have taken care to place her somewhere where the children wouldn't be the ones to find her. Then, of course, you have to figure that rapists work close to where they feel comfortable, and in that neighborhood, then, a rapist would have to be an upper-middle-class resident unlikely, or a gardener or maintenance man or someone, and we've got no one like that working the area. But most important, he still wouldn't have been able to control the rage that created the kinds of wounds that strangers wouldn't leave. Nicole Brown was in good shape and she could be a fighter when she had to, so it might have been difficult for a rapist to control her, and that might have pissed him off. But then you would have seen more blunt force trauma, rather than all the stab wounds. A rapist isn't going to mind assaulting a woman who's all beaten up. In fact, the sadistic type is going to enjoy it, but he's not going to rape a woman who is bleeding to death. John, what we've told you about the events of the day of the murder, does that square with your profile? Absolutely. There's generally a triggering mechanism to these kinds of crimes, some kind of inciting incident in the hours, days, or weeks before. We know that there had been a lot of strife and conflict between OJ and Nicole in the weeks leading up to this, and the day of the murder, he feels she's snubbed him at their daughter, Sydney's, dance recital. We also know that his girlfriend, Paula Barbieri, the one who's supposed to help him get over Nicole, is annoyed at him for not letting her go to the recital with him and leaves him a lengthy message on his answering machine saying she wants to break off the relationship. Now, deep down, he probably didn't want her to go because he wants the best of both worlds. He wants to maintain that relationship, plus he wants to maintain their relationship with his ex-wife. There's evidence he's making calls to Barbieri from his residence and from a mobile phone practically up until the time Brown and Goldman are killed. But he's never able to get through to her. So it's still on his mind. XV if the call had gotten through. It's an interesting question, I respond. If the call had gotten through, would he have continued on his mission L? It's a possibility he might not have, although he's got a tremendous amount of rage built up already. He's getting it from both sides. He's got 2 women rejecting him and he's not used to being rejected. In my view, he sees Nicole as a possession. When they met, he was an internationally known celebrity and she was a high school virgin. MTE can see how control-oriented he is and how much image means to him. As he divorced his first wife he stipulated that he would give her money but he got to keep the house. He doesn't want people to perceive that he's lost. Even though he may be paying a lot of money in alimony and child support, he can say, I didn't lose. I got the house. She had to move out. 0 The same thing happens again when he breaks up with Nicole, she had to move out. I got the house. 0 Then, when he sees Nicole with another man at her own place, this younger white guy, that could be the final trigger he needs. XV What's your feeling about the BLCH, D? Scott asks. As you saw in the crime scene photos, there's a tremendous amount of blood at the scene. In the Bronco there are several drops, but it's not covering the seats or anything, and even though we've got the socks at the Rockingham residence, we don't have a huge amount anywhere else. I suspect this is going to raise questions in some people's minds. First of all, I say, the bloodiest wound, the one to Brown's throat, was delivered from behind, so you wouldn't expect to see a lot of blood on the attacker's person. But if he's anticipating a murder with a knife and he's thinking it all clearly, he has to figure he might get some blood on himself. The fact that we know he brought gloves and a cap with him indicates he was planning ahead, so I would expect him to be wearing some kind of jumpsuit or outer garment that he could take off and discard soon after he changes out of it. If he was able to stop along the way from the crime scene, he'd get rid of it there. Since the murders took longer than he anticipated and he was in a hurry, I'd actually expect to see the bloody clothing discarded later, perhaps at the airport. One of the detectives says, the only thing that bothers me in this behavioral discussion is, we're not talking about anyone, we're talking about O.J. Simpson, a major celebrity. A lot of people knew about his marital problems. As he's thinking about doing something like this, isn't he going to stop and think, wait a minute. I'm the obvious guy. As soon as they find her dead, they're going to come looking for men. You would think so, I reply. But from my experience, killers, whether they're first-timers or multiple, don't figure on getting caught. Had this unexpected man not appeared on the scene and slowed him down and thrown him off, he would have gotten back home in plenty of time to pull off his alibi and be on the road to the airport for his flight to Chicago without anyone being the wiser. What he might have planned was to be able to get to the airport in plenty of time, then call a friend of his and say, I'm worried. I've been trying to call Nicole all evening and I can't reach her. Could you go over and check to make sure she and the kids are okay? 0 That not only establishes his alibi but also prevents the children from finding their mother. And remember that, in addition to being a world-famous football player, he's also naturally very charming and experienced as an actor. He knows how he has to behave to throw suspicion off him, like conversing amiably with people and signing autographs like he always does. In his mind, he's obviously justified the crime. She forced me into it. So he's already got a certain amount of peace with it. XV had about a polygraph if we can get him to submit to one. You'd better be careful. People who've justified the crime in their own mind often come out at least inconclusively on polygraphs. And I'll tell you something else, the further we get from the crime, the better he'd do. By next year at this time, no matter what's happened in the intervening time, I'd bet he could pass. I'd also suggest to the police that they surveil and monitor Nicole Brown's gravesite. As I've mentioned, we've often found that killers not only return to the scenes of their crimes, but also to their victims' graves, as well. The purported reason for the highly publicized slow-speed chase, which many observers believed showed an intent to flee, was to visit Nicole's grave. I felt right from the beginning that he might return to the grave to apologize, or, more likely, justify himself or berate her for having made him do it. Actually, in recent months reports have emerged that O.J. Simpson did, in fact, visit his ex-wife's grave. No surveillance was undertaken, though I would have been quite interested in the results if it had been. The next thing we'd talk about would be interrogation techniques. By the time this imaginary profiling consultation would have taken place, detectives Thomas Lang and Philip Van Adder had already interviewed Simpson, through his own consent, without a lawyer present. Some useful information came out of the session, such as that Simpson admitted having cut himself before the incident where he claimed to have cut himself slamming down a glass in his hotel room in Chicago when he heard from the police that Nicole had been killed. But the interview wasn't nearly incisive enough and didn't go on long enough. If anything, I believe the police were too solicitous of Simpson. I was shocked he'd talk to the police, Judd Ray commented. But from a practical point of view, guys like that are used to beating the system. He must have actually felt he could beat it by doing that, and in a sense he did. There's nothing you can do about that at this point, I would say to the task force, and I'd be very surprised if his lawyers let you at him again, particularly without one of them in the room. But if you do get the chance, it's very important that you get him in a non-threatening setting where you are able to take as much time as you need, build up in his own mind how much compelling evidence you have, tell him his blood is found at the scene, and then offer him some face-saving scenario. The same technique that I've used with child killers, suggesting that he didn't want to strangle the little girl but that she forced him into it, is often useful with murderers of adults, too. If the crime somehow can be justified in the killer's mind and he believes the police understand this, that's your best shot at a confession. Since Detective Mark Foreman had answered a domestic disorder call between O.J. and Nicole some years before when he was a uniformed patrolman, he could be used in the scenario, saying that he knew there had been trouble between the two of them and he saw how she could have provoked him. You can also use the split personality scenario as I employed when questioning Larry Gene Bell. Though he wouldn't admit that the Larry Gene sitting before me had killed Sherry Faye Smith, he finally acknowledged that the bad Larry Gene Bell could have. It was as close to a confession as we ever got from him. We focus on the post-offense behavior, and here there are a number of key indicators. On the most basic level, we examine when LAPD Detective Ron Phillips reached Simpson in his Chicago hotel room on June 13, 1994, and informed him that his ex-wife had been killed. According to prosecutor Christopher Darden in his book In Contempt, Simpson not only didn't ask how she'd been killed, he didn't ask which ex-wife. Jeffrey Toobin, in his own book, The Run of His Life, states that Phillips did mention Nicole's name, but that Simpson never asked how she had died and whether it was the result of an accident or a crime. In either case, this is very telling. Reacting as if you've not previously heard the news can be thought of as a form of staging, and if you aren't experienced at it, it's difficult to carry it off in a manner believable to a trained observer. On a general level, I tell the task force, Simpson's behavior is not consistent with what you would expect from an innocent person, particularly an innocent person used to being in control and enjoying constant public adulation. You would expect an innocent person accused of such a crime to respond with outrage, to deny it with every fiber of his being. "If you think I could kill my wife, you're fucking nuts," would be an expected response. "And if you found my blood or hair or fingerprints or anything of mine on the scene, then someone fucking planted them there." This was not the response observed in the days following the announcement that O.J. Simpson would be charged with the murders. Some, like Simpson counsel Alan Dershowitz, have suggested that Simpson was so overwhelmed with grief and so depressed that he could not muster this kind of outrage. I don't buy this reasoning for a minute. If a man is truly grieved over the loss of his wife, or even ex-wife, it is absolutely crucial to him to defend her memory and their mutual honor with more than a perfunctory denial of involvement. Being innocent and not being outraged in such a situation, in itself, would be very out of character for a personality of this sort. Are we looking at a suicide risk, John? When a heavily control-oriented person suddenly loses control, there's always a risk of suicide. But I would think that with this narcissistic a subject, what you might be more likely to see is a feigned suicide attempt, a plea for attention and sympathy. I think he might threaten to kill himself with a knife or a gun, but I don't think you're going to see him slit his own wrists or blow his brains out or anything painful like that. If he does actually make an attempt, expect it to be with pills, and before it's too late he will have called a close friend who could rescue him in time and give him a lot of favorable publicity in the bargain. As we subsequently learned, Simpson did compose and publish a suicide note and held a gun to his head during the Bronco chase. If that's not an attempt to gain publicity, I don't know what is. At this point in the consultation they'd tell me about their non-behaviorally oriented forensic evidence, primarily the blood. The preliminary tests link O.J. Simpson to the crime scene. That is to say, the forensic evidence and the behavioral evidence square and support each other. As an investigator, this is the position you want to be in. Then I'd say you've got your guy, I conclude. Weeks later, we will learn that the blood DNA, which has the individuality of fingerprints, also matches, leaving the defense with only one possible scenario of deniability: that the police planted the blood to incriminate their suspect. Here again, profiling in our brand of investigative analysis can come into play. If we had been consulted on the initial crime, it would not be unusual for us to be called in again as the prosecution was preparing its case, as we had been many times before, such as in the trials of Wayne Williams, Sedley Alley, and Cleophas Prince. One of the key things we would do is develop an effective prosecutorial strategy if the defendant decides to take the stand in his own defense. With someone as smooth, charming, and controlled as O.J. Simpson, we would be figuring out what the prosecutors could do or bring up in cross-examination that would show the jury what they believed him to be capable of doing, that is, brutally killing his ex-wife and her friend. Since just about everyone, including the jurors, had heard the celebrated 911 tapes of Nicole being threatened by O.J., I would probably use that as a basis of attack, pressing the defendant to prove that that isn't what he's really like. In the course of so doing, I think we could get that aspect of his personality to emerge. We certainly had enough material on his personal life to press some of the right buttons. A fact which, I'm sure, was not lost on Robert Shapiro and Johnny Cochran, Simpson's two main attorneys, who insisted he not take the stand. In our legal system, each defendant has an absolute Fifth Amendment guarantee against self-incrimination, and I would not encroach upon this right in any way. The jury is normally instructed to draw no inference one way or the other from the defendant's assertion of that right. In fact, they are told, he need not put on any defense at all. The burden of proof is strictly on the prosecution, as it must and should be. At the same time, I must say that I think it is somewhat ingenuous on the part of all concerned not to expect normal, reasonably intelligent adults not to at least wonder at someone who, given the chance to help prove his innocence, would think his testimony would do just the opposite. I don't think I've ever been involved with a trial in which someone I thought might possibly be innocent chose not to testify and get that point across. As Vincent Bugliosi, the extremely able and articulate attorney who prosecuted the Manson case for the state of California, put it, we'd have a pretty wretched system if most of the people charged by the police, brought up before a grand jury, then extensively investigated by prosecutors, turned out to be innocent. So the linchpin of the defense case turns out, to no one's surprise, to be the possibility of a police frame-up of Simpson by elements of the Los Angeles Police Department. To the defense attorneys, this seems to be a pretty good tactic to use since the jury is predominantly black and no one with any sense of reality can argue that, over the years, the LAPD has not had a rather deplorable record when it comes to insensitivity, intimidation, and out-and-out police brutality against minorities, blacks especially. Bugliosi, who is in a position to know, cites several examples of probable police homicides of unarmed subjects. The issue is further complicated by the pivotal role of Detective Mark Fuhrman, the man who found the Blocknoti glove behind Simpson's residence, whose antipathy toward minority groups is well established. The defense doesn't have to prove this frame-up. All they have to do is establish reasonable doubt. They must merely show that it could have happened. Under these circumstances, the prosecution has two choices: ignore the suggestion and press on with their case, or try to disprove it, to neutralize it as a defense. If I'm giving advice on prosecutorial strategy to District Attorneys Marcia Clark and Christopher Darden, I'm telling them that with this jury, they ignore or minimize the issue at their peril. They've got to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, that a police frame-up didn't happen. Since negatives are difficult to prove, what they've got to do, it seems to me, is show, through behavioral analysis, that, reasonably, it couldn't have happened. And the way you do that is to take the jury through the scenario as if it had happened. First of all, we've got to suppose several things. One is that certain LAPD members were of a mind to frame a subject of the stature of O.J. Simpson. Well, maybe they were. After all, we have reason to believe Mark Fuhrman hates blacks. But we've got a couple of problems here. A number of black police officers and citizens are willing to testify that they never saw any evidence of racial hatred or prejudice from him. He was known to have black friends, and at one point, in fact, he had a black female partner. Okay, so maybe he hid it and what came out on the notorious Fuhrman tapes was the real Mark Fuhrman. So we've got to have a more reliable behavioral indicator of whether a guy like Mark Fuhrman would take it upon himself to frame a guy like O.J. Simpson for murder. And here's where we run into another behavioral inconsistency with the frame-up theory. We know as an undisputed fact that several years earlier, as a patrolman, Fuhrman answered a domestic complaint at the Simpsons' home. I mean, here he sees evidence that this black man has beaten up this white woman, so if he's at all prone to bust this guy's chops, here's his gold-plated opportunity. No one would utter a word of protest if he ran Simpson in on a domestic battery charge. But he doesn't. In fact, he's rather in awe of him. So given this, a couple of years later, how logical is it that Fuhrman suddenly changes his behavior and decides to plant evidence? You also have to consider the behavioral precedent. As Vince Bugliosi points out in Outrage, his penetrating and hard-hitting analysis of the Simpson trial, while the idea of police brutality, unfortunately, is well within the experience of too many black citizens of Los Angeles, the idea of a police frame-up is not. It's too complicated and elaborate and far from foolproof. Even at their worst, this is not the way rogue elements of the LAPD settle their scores. And group behavioral dynamics tend to be as consistent, if not more so, as those of individuals. Then you have to accept another set of suppositions if you are going to accept the frame-up theory. To frame Simpson, these cops all have to get together and agree among themselves that they're going to do it. If one of them dissents, they're all screwed. Then they have to agree among themselves that they're going to let the real killer go free. If they've put Simpson on ice as their prime suspect and the unsub kills again, they and the LAPD are going to be in some deep shit. There's no way around this. And even if they're willing to let the real killer go free, they've got to know what at that point is unknowable, that Simpson doesn't have an ironclad alibi for the time in question. If he happens to have been at one of his frequent charity benefits or public appearances that night, then the shit just gets deeper and deeper, and these fellows are all not only out of a job, they're contemplating the view across the Golden Gate from a bayside window at San Quentin. No matter how they feel about minorities, after the Rodney King case, could any of them possibly not think they'd get crucified in count and in the media for symbolically beating up on a black man who is not only a lot more prominent than Rodney King, but is adored by most of the country, black and white? Take a detective like Philip Van Adder. He only has a couple of months to go before retirement after a distinguished career with a spotless record. I've spent 25 years dealing with cops, good cops, great cops, not so good cops, and bad cops on a daily basis, and I know how their minds work. There is no way in hell that a Phil Van Adder is going to risk his pension and his freedom, in other words, is going to lay the rest of his life and his family's welfare on the line for something as silly as this, particularly this close to retirement. There just ain't anything in it for him. And for this frame-up to have taken place would have required a massively widespread conspiracy. I've been around institutions and bureaucracies long enough to know that it's virtually impossible to get anything done on a large scale, particularly spontaneously, without someone else finding out. So, for a frame-up to have occurred, two sets of detectives from different divisions who didn't even know each other had to meet at the crime scene and spontaneously decide that since one of the victims was O.J. Simpson's ex-wife and since O.J. is black, then they'd just frame him for the murders and ignore the real killer, have confidence that everyone from the lab they'd have to bring into the conspiracy would support them, have faith in the fact that Simpson didn't have an alibi that would blow them out of the water, and risk everything they'd worked for all those years on a cop's salary just to sink a guy who everyone loves and who one of them, given the opportunity to arrest him several years before when he had probable cause, had not done so. On television, Alan Dershowitz suggested the possibility that perhaps the police really did believe Simpson to be guilty and merely planted the evidence to help their case along. Okay, and maybe Alan Dershowitz took on Mr. Simpson as a client because he genuinely believed him to be innocent and was appalled at the way he was being railroaded by the police and the LA County Prosecutor's Office. But I doubt it. Say what you will about these detectives, they're not naive or stupid. They know what it takes to make a case, and if they believed Simpson to be guilty and saw with their own eyes how much blood evidence there was right in front of them, they had to have reasonable expectation that that blood evidence would link him sufficiently. All this comes down to one thing: behavior is consistent. Even in its inconsistencies, it's consistent. None of the evidence, behavioral or forensic, no tone shred of it, suggested another theory of the case, but that the ex-husband of the female victim was responsible for the murders at 875 South Bundy Drive on the night of June 12, 1994. This is what I would have told the police and prosecutors had they called on me. Whether it would have made any difference in the eventual outcome is another matter. Chapter 13 Crime and Punishment. No matter how noble our notions of truth and justice may be, no matter what lofty phrases we couch them in, our criminal justice system has but two basic aims: exonerate the innocent, and those who cannot legally be proven to be culpable, and penalize the guilty. Traditionally, there have been 5 basic goals to our correctional system, and they shift in emphasis and importance according to current values and vogues in criminology. These goals are rehabilitation, retribution, isolation from society, vengeance, and punishment. Rehabilitation is predicated on the premise that we can take someone who's done something seriously wrong and antisocial, and by placing him in the proper environment, exposing him to the right experts, getting him to examine and understand his own past behavior, and compensating for missing aspects of his life, such as education or vocational training, we can turn that person around and make him into a contributing, law-abiding member of society. The concept of rehabilitation is inherent in the very term correctional. When a parent disciplines a child, the underlying idea is that through the punishment, the parent hopes to correct the child's behavior. In most states, the name given to the prison system is Department of Corrections. When rehabilitation works, there is no question that it is the best and most productive use of the correctional system. It stands to reason, if we can take a bad guy and turn him into a good guy and then let him out, then that's one fewer bad guy to harm us. This, of course, is a rather naive and simple-minded way to state the case, but in certain circumstances, it can work. If a person is stealing because he has no job and no training, and he can be given training that will lead to a job, then perhaps he will gain self-respect and not feel the need to steal. If a person is stealing to support a drug habit and he can be gotten off drugs, then we can move on to the next step and get him the job and self-respect. The fact of the matter is that in many, if not most, cases, this doesn't work and the offender is back at his old crimes again before too long. But I'm not going to say that it isn't worth the time or effort or money to try to get certain types of offenders onto the straight and narrow, because I think there is hope. Where I do not think there is much hope, and this is based on years of research and even more years of experience, is when we deal with serial killers and sexual predators, the people I have spent most of my career hunting and studying. These people do what they do not because they need to eat or to keep a family from starving, or even to support a drug habit. They do it because it feels good, because they want to, because it gives them satisfaction. You can certainly make the argument, and I will agree with you, that many of them are compensating for bad jobs, poor self-image, mistreatment by parents, any number of things. But that doesn't mean we're going to be able to rehabilitate them. My colleague Greg McCrary uses the analogy of the cake. You've baked this chocolate cake which smells great and looks terrific, but as soon as you bite into it you realize something is very wrong. Then you remember, oh yeah, in addition to the eggs and flour and butter and cocoa, and whatever else you put into a cake recipe, I recall mixing in some axle grease from my workshop in the garage. That's the only problem with the cake, the axle grease. If I can just figure out a way to get the axle grease out of the cake, it will be perfectly fine to eat. This is the way my coworkers, associates, and I view rehabilitation of sexual predators, particularly serial sexual predators. The fact of the matter is that in the vast majority of cases, the urges, the desires, the character disorders that make them hunt and kill innocent men, women, and children are so deeply ingrained in the recipe of their makeup that there is no way to get out the axle grease. The case of author and murderer Jack Hemy Abbott, mentioned earlier, is just one example of many. I recall one particularly here trending story which also makes the point. Back in the early 1990s, a child molester killer who had escaped from prison was featured on the television program America's Most Wanted. This individual happened to see the program himself, and realized that others who knew him and his assumed identity would undoubtedly see it as well, that they would finger him, he'd be rearrested, and the jig would be up. Knowing this, and knowing his remaining time in freedom would be shorn, he left home, set out in his car, and kidnapped, molested, and killed another child before the police got to him. He knew that he would be going back in the slammer permanently, where he wouldn't have access to any little children, so he'd better do something while he had the chance. The other analogy that comes to mind is the fable of the frog and the scorpion. A scorpion comes up to a frog and asks the frog to take him across the pond on his back. "No," says the frog. "Because if I do, you'll sting me, and then I'll die." "Think logically," replies the scorpion. "The reason I want the ride is because I can't swim. If I sting you and you die, then I die, too." The frog mulls this over for a moment and decides the scorpion has a point. "Okay," he says, "hop on." So the scorpion climbs onto the frog's back and the frog swims out from shore. But then, as they're about halfway across the pond, the scorpion stings the frog. In his agonizing death throes, the frog gasps, "Why'd you do that? Now we're both gonna die." And as the scorpion sinks below the surface of the pond on the way to his own death by drowning, he simply shrugs and says, "It's in my nature." I'm afraid that at this point, none of us, not police officers or detectives, or FBI agents, or lawyers, judges, psychiatrists, or priests, have any real idea how to change that nature once it's gotten beyond the formative stage. That's why people like former Special Agent Bill Tafoya, Ph.D., for a long time Quantico's resident futurist, feels that recognition of serious behavioral problems in kids and intervention at an early age are absolutely vital. This is the man who considers Project Head Start to be the single most effective crime-fighting weapon in the American arsenal. So clearly, Tafoya states, and I agree, we need to take a big-picture view of crime and its causes. As we tell anyone who'll listen, if you're relying on us, the FBI and local police, to solve the crime problem, you're going to be very disappointed. By the time it makes a blip on our radar, it's too late. The criminal personality is already well established. And this, unfortunately, is the reason rehabilitation often does not work. So the next approach is isolation from society. If we can't correct or cure these predators, then we've just got to warehouse them to keep them off the street and keep the rest of us safe. Little need be said about this subject, its uses and drawbacks are self-evident. Many men who are violent and very dangerous in the outside world do okay in prison, where life is highly structured and they don't have the opportunity to be harmful to innocent people. But some of them do have the opportunity to be harmful to other prisoners and prison guards and support personnel. And if anyone out there thinks our maximum security prisons, both federal and state, are not rough and dangerous places in which to live, take it from someone who's spent a lot of time visiting them. Life in there is pretty damn precarious and threatening. Of course, these are all bad guys in there, so who cares if they prey on each other? Well, that is the attitude most of us take. We resent all the tax money that goes into prisons and maintaining prisoners as it is. Don't get me wrong, I don't think rehabilitation works in a lot of cases, and I am in favor of long-term isolation of the most dangerous offenders. But if we're going to allow the dangerous situations currently operating in our prisons to continue, just don't expect anyone coming out to be a much better person than he was when he went in. Probably, the opposite will be true. It's not an atmosphere conducive to rehabilitation, neither is it one in which you can simply warehouse and not worry about the consequences. I don't want more people let out of prison, but I don't want prisons places where you take your life in your hands, either. Which brings us to the final view of sentencing, and that is punishment. We can try to rehabilitate, we can isolate them as long as we have to, but what about this goal? Is there any value in making a person suffer because of something he's done to someone else, and can that suffering deter anyone else from committing the same kind of crime? Let me say at the outset that throughout the ages, the data on punishment as deterrence is not very encouraging. We've all heard the stories of pickpockets operating at the medieval public executions of felons convicted of pickpocketing. And on a level more basic and close to home, how often does spanking a child prevent his repetition of spankable offenses? Deterrence is great if it works, but to make punishment justified and worthwhile, it would seem that it needs some value beyond that. And I think it has that. In both this book and Mindhunter, I related some of my encounter with Charles Manson and my study of the gruesome crimes committed under his auspices back in 1969. And now, I'm gratified to read that former Manson family members Leslie Van Houten, Susan Atkins, and Patricia Kreenwinkle, upon reflection of 20 or so years in prison, regret their roles in the murders of Sharon Tate, Abigail Folger, Jay Sebring, Wojtek Frykowski, Stephen Parent, and Leno and Rosemary LaBianca. At their periodic parole hearings, their attorneys testify to the women's repudiation of their former guru, their sincere contrition for their crimes, and the certainty that they would no longer dangerous if released back into society. I believe them. I really do. I believe they now see Manson realistically and for what he was and still is. I believe they are truly sorry for what they did those 2 horrible nights back in the summer of 1969. And as one who has studied violent offenders and dangerousness for many years, I believe they probably would not commit another serious crime if let out. They might even become productive members of society, teaching others through the errors of their own ways. But I have also studied the case in all its details. I have gone over all the autopsy protocols and medical examiners' reports. I have seen the hideous crime scene photos of all 7 victims, including the 8 months pregnant Sharon Tate, who pleaded in vain with her attackers for the life of her unborn child. I have used these raw images in my lectures to FBI agents and National Academy police fellows, and they never fail to elicit a gasp from these hardened professionals. So, seeing what I have seen and knowing what I know, I'm just old-fashioned enough to believe that though these 3 convicted offenders may now be sorry, though they may no longer be dangerous, the idea of punishment alone is satisfactory justification for keeping them in prison at taxpayers' expense. And in my mind, there is no way they can be sufficiently punished for the monstrousness of what they did. Does not a civilized and enlightened society believe in redemption? As opposed to rehabilitation, which is a more practical notion, I see redemption as belonging in the spiritual realm, and so is a different kind of idea. But here I would argue, as Jack Collins has, that until we take seriously the most serious of crimes, we have no right to call ourselves civilized or enlightened. There are certain crimes that are simply too cruel, too sadistic, too hideous to be forgiven. We owe at least that to those 7 innocent victims of the Manson family who had every right to live. But when I talk about punishment, aren't I really talking about vengeance, the biblical eye for an eye concept? Maybe I am. Which brings up the next question: does vengeance have a place in punishment? Should punishment, as administered by the correctional system, be used as a therapeutic or cathartic tool for crime victims and their families? We all want them to have closure, but are they legally, as opposed to merely morally, entitled to it? Jack and Trudy Collins don't use the words revenge or vengeance to describe what it is they and others like them seek. Though I don't disagree with the classic dictionary definition, to inflict deserved punishment for an injury, for most people, they've now become emotionally loaded words with a connotation of personal malice, and their use ends up hurting the victim, Jack explains. What they want, they say, is retribution, which the Oxford English Dictionary defines as recompense for, or requital of, evil done. It's a way of society balancing the scales, says Jack, giving the victims and their families a feeling of satisfaction for what was done to them, to make them whole as far as possible or restore integrity, the quality or state of completeness to both the people and the system. Nothing will ever bring Suzanne back to us. But even if this retribution doesn't bring complete closure, it shows us that society, the jury, and the entire criminal justice system care enough about us to see to it that our daughter's killer receives his appropriate punishment. It lets us know that they did right by us as far as they could. It seems to me that for serious crimes, retribution through punishment is the only just and moral action that we, as a society, can take. This is not, however, a universal opinion. As Jack Collins states, victims need to put the horror and trauma of the crime behind them as soon as possible and get on with their lives. Victims have a right to expect that defendants will be tried promptly so that, if convicted, their punishment can begin speedily. We've been trying to sensitize people to the fact that victims should not be considered outsiders in the criminal justice system. They have a stake, they should be in the forefront. We deserve and demand a place at the table. When it comes to the next level of the criminal justice system, he says, it seems to many observers of appeals courts, including ourselves, that too many of its judges consider the appellate function an academic and theoretical exercise that has more to do with intellectual sleight of hand and verbal dexterity than seeing that basic justice is done to victims and punishment meted out to wrongdoers. They appear to fancy the pose of being far above the fray, unaffected in any way by the blood, sweat, tears, and violence which started the case's journey to their very chambers. What the Collinses seek, of course, is the execution of their daughter's murderer in accord with the sentence handed down by his jury and judge. Capital punishment is one of those issues like abortion. Not many of us are ever going to change anyone's opinion about it, one way or the other. If you are against the death penalty on moral grounds, I think a case can be made for putting away the worst of these monsters for life with no possibility they will ever be let out or paroled. But we know that there is no such thing. And frankly, in certain cases, I don't think it's enough. As Steve Mardigian put it, the tremendous devastation against victims warrants that we do something appropriately serious. In my view, we have no reason to keep people capable of inflicting this kind of horror alive. Some would argue that capital punishment is legalized murder and therefore an immoral act on the part of society. My personal feeling is that these offenders have made a choice to remove themselves from society, and therefore it is a moral statement to say that society will not tolerate the perpetrator of this kind of horrible act in its midst. Asserting that capital punishment is legalized murder does a tremendous injury, in my opinion, to the very concept of right and wrong, in that it trivializes the crucial distinction between the victim of the crime and its perpetrator, the innocent life, and the one who chose for his own vile reasons to take that innocent life. If you ask me if I'm personally prepared to throw the switch that would legally end the life on earth of Sedley Alley, Larry Jean Bell, Paul Bernardo, Lawrence Bittaker, or others of their ilk, my answer would be a resounding yes. And for those who talk of forgiveness, I'll tell them I am sympathetic to the concept, but at the same time I do not feel I am authorized to forgive. It's not my place. Had Sedley Alley merely, and I use this word with some trepidation, raped, beaten, and tortured Suzanne Collins, but left her alive and her mental faculties intact, then she, and only she, would have been in a position to forgive him if she so chose. And as far as I'm concerned, she remains the only one capable of forgiving him, but because of what actually did happen, she can only do so now after his jury-imposed sentence has been carried out. That, I think, is what the Collinses mean by retribution rather than revenge. Now, on the subject of deterrence, I admit that there can be little doubt that as presently administered in the United States, the death penalty is not a general deterrent to murder in many, if not most, situations. Common sense should tell us that if you're a young urban criminal making your living off the drug trade where there are huge amounts of money at stake and your business competition is out there trying to kill you every day, the dim prospect of a possible death sentence and execution somewhere at the end of a 15-year procedural morass, that is, if you get caught, if you don't plea bargain, if you draw a tough judge and a tough jury, if you don't get reversed, if they don't change the law, etc., isn't much of a deterrent, or a risk, for that matter, compared to the occupational hazards you face on the street every day of your working life. So let's be realistic about that aspect of the argument. If the death penalty were applied more evenly and uniformly, and if the period of time from sentence to execution were reduced to a reasonable matter of months rather than a protracted period of years or even the decades that people like the Collinses have had to endure, then perhaps it would become more useful in dissuading would-be offenders in certain types of murders. But frankly, this theoretical speculation doesn't concern me all that much. Meted out fairly and consistently, perhaps the death penalty could become a general deterrent. I'm not certain, and I wouldn't be optimistic about it. But of one thing I am certain, it is, by God, a specific deterrent. No one who has been executed has ever taken another innocent life. And until such time as we really mean it as a society when we say imprisonment for life, I, and the families of countless victims, would sleep better at night knowing there is no chance that the worst of these killers will ever again be able to prey on others. Even then, I personally believe that if you choose to take another human life, you ought to be prepared to pay with your own. Our justice system is imperfect. Some monsters can be rehabilitated and go on to live useful and productive lives. Nathan Leopold, who partnered with Richard Loeb in the 1924 thrill killing of young Bobby Franks in Chicago, was paroled in 1958 and went on to finish out his years respectably and productively as a social worker and lab technician, volunteering for studies in malaria research. But you know something? I don't think that would be the case with a Lawrence Bittaker, and I'm not anxious to keep him around long enough to find out. Once you've done something this horrendous, you forfeit your claims to rehabilitation. Then there's the argument that rather than killing these guys, we should keep them alive for study. I'm not sure what people mean by this. I don't think they know, themselves. I suppose they mean that if we study enough of them long enough, we'll figure out why they kill and what we can do to stop them. Now, as it happens, my colleagues at Quantico and I are among the few professionals who actually have studied these people. If anyone has a stake, therefore, in keeping them alive for intellectual reasons, it's us. And here's my response to that: if they're willing to talk to me at all, there is plenty of time during the protracted appeals process. If they're only willing to talk as Ted Bundy ultimately was as a bargaining chip for staying alive longer, then what they tell me is going to be tainted and self-serving anyway. When you tell me we should keep someone like Bundy alive to study, I say, fine, keep him alive 6 hours longer, that's all I need. I really don't think we're going to get much more beyond that. I don't hate these people. Some of them, I even kind of liked. I happen to like Ed Kemper, for example. I got along with him well and we enjoyed good rapport. I respect his mind and his insight. Had he been given the death penalty, I would have been personally sorry and sad to see him executed. But I certainly wouldn't have been willing to argue the point with the families of any of his victims, because I know what they've gone through and continue to go through. Compared to their feelings, mine are irrelevant. But no responsible discussion of the death penalty can fail to include reflection on the fact that our legal system is imperfect and there is always the chance that the wrong man will be convicted. Inevitably, in any consideration of capital punishment, we must confront the example of David Vasquez. And much as we may hate to admit it, his copping of an Alford plea might have saved his life. The fact that this was a rare, odd type of case in which the defendant actually confessed, not once, but 3 times, should not give us too much comfort or reassurance. At the same time, I don't think this is a valid argument for scrapping the death penalty altogether. What I think it is a valid argument for is the insistence on an overwhelming amount and degree of proof. And while some might argue that you can never be absolutely sure, I think in the kinds of cases I'm talking about, you can be sure enough that innocent people like Vasquez will not go wrongly to their deaths. The types of offenders I most want to see face the ultimate penalty are the repeat, predatory, sexually motivated killers. By the time we catch them, there is generally a mountain of solid, behaviorally consistent, forensic evidence against them. As with Cleophas Prince, if he did one of the murders, he did all of them. If there isn't a sufficiently formidable mountain of evidence, then don't execute. But if there is, as there was against Bell, as there is against Ali and Bernardo and Bittaker and so many others, then do what needs to done. As Steve Mardigian puts it, I would hope that the proof is overwhelming, that there would no question of being able to support the guilt. From this unit's perspective, in Vasquez, there would have been questions. They didn't have the solid physical and lab evidence, and the confession from this type of individual under these circumstances was not enough, but I'm confident that the legal minds who have expended so much time and energy on other fine points of our criminal jurisprudence system can come up with a standard that will separate out the David Vasquezes from the Timothy Spencers. It's also possible that murder could be made exclusively a federal crime, which would make standards of prosecution and proof more consistent. On the other hand, it would probably involve revamping the entire judicial system, because federal courts simply would not be able to handle the volume of cases and trials they'd have to take over from the states. So how do you prioritize all our concerns and all the things we might wish the criminal justice system to be? To me, it's innocent potential victims first, victims of violent crime and their families second, and defendants and their families last. First and foremost, I'll do anything I can to see to it that someone does not become the victim of someone who has already committed a similar crime. Failing that, I want to bring victims and their families to the forefront of the system, to give them the due that is rightly theirs. And then I want to make sure that defendants get a fair trial and convicted felons receive appropriate sentences for their crimes. None of these need be mutually exclusive. Does this mean I think we need a police state? Of course not. It means simply what it says, that we need to keep our priorities straight if we hope to a just and civilized society ultimately. No matter what we do with our criminal justice system, the only thing that is going to cut down appreciably on crimes of violence and depravity is to stop manufacturing as many criminals. The courts have a role in this, the police have a role in this, the schools have a role, and so do the churches and synagogues and mosques. But the real struggle must be where it has always been, in the home. As Sidley Alley's prosecutor, Hank Williams, observes, the federal government spends billions of dollars to fight crime, and they have to. But the only real answer is for mamas and daddies to raise their kids right. This is easier said than done, but it's the only factor that's going to make a real difference. At the very beginning of this book, I explained that to do what I do and what the people I've taught do, you have to be able to put yourself in the head of both offender and victim. When your work on a case is done, you try to get out of the offender's head as soon as you possibly can. But the fact of the matter is that you never fully get out of the victim's head, and a part of every victim whose case I've ever worked is always with me. That's why I feel the way I do, and that's why I'm always trying to get others to make that journey into darkness with me, at least a little bit of the way.